Chapter 981. Purgatory Nuns? The corner of Tyrion's mouth twitched. Shouldn't it be the Red Saintess? Although the Church's Holy Church allows the existence of prostitutes due to the local situation, even including prostitutes who believe in the seven gods into the clergy, the Holy Mother doesn't advocate this kind of behavior. Qizong said with a deep voice, drifting is bad for one's health, damaging one's merit. Being addicted to prostitutes and destroying family harmony is a great sin. Going to hell? Tyrion's eyes widened. The reason why the purgatory nuns are called that is because they clearly want to seduce men into hell? Qizong thought for a moment and said, it's not seduction, but through this name, it makes people who are blinded by desire calm down. The Holy Mother plans to choose a group of souls from hell who are devout believers of the Holy Mother and have violated the teachings of the seven gods, especially those who are extremely lascivious. The most outstanding ones will be the demon king of hell, which is also the lustful demon, a subordinate god of strangers. The purgatory nuns will be the exclusive clergy of the lustful demons. Devout believers of the Holy Mother and lascivious. Are there people like that? Another group, the dwarf said with his mouth twitching. When the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds, Qizong said calmly. Why choose the demon king? Shouldn't the demon king be killed immediately? Hound said with a frown. Tyrion's lips curled into a sneer. Setting up a positive teaching material like St. Matthew can encourage believers to be good. Taking out negative teaching materials like whipping corpses can also scare believers into being good. Are you mocking the Holy Mother? Qizong's right palm subconsciously rose to his chest. This was a completely subconscious action. He had used it too many times and was used to it. The dwarf also saw his master take the stance of the Holy Mother palm and was given a fright. He hurriedly explained with an embarrassed smile, Master, you misunderstand. I also think that the Holy Mother's actions are to persuade people to be good. The Holy Mother is merciful. The methods are different, but the goal is always right. Sigh, how would you understand the Holy Mother's wisdom and greatness? Qizong's palm was still raised to his chest in the same posture as the celestial monk. He sighed and said, the lustful demons aren't negative teaching materials, but tools to help confused believers pass the tribulation. Tools? What do they do? How do they use them? The dwarf asked. The Holy Mother passed down a meditation technique called White Bone Temple. Anyone can practice it without extraordinary talent. Lustful devils are used to assist in cultivating White Bone Monastery, Qizong said slowly. There are meditation techniques that don't require talent? The dwarf looked doubtful. Normal meditation techniques cultivate magic power, while the White Bone Temple improves spiritual power and soul realm. The dwarf became more and more suspicious. This doesn't make sense. The stronger the meditation technique, the higher the requirement for cultivation aptitude. Increasing the realm of the soul is much harder than increasing magic power. The White Bone Monastery should be of a higher level than other meditation techniques. How can you understand the Holy Mother's divine might? Qizong shot him a look. He stood up from the praying mat and said to the hunting dog, Go out and call over the foreman in charge of renovating the temple. I want to modify the building plans from before. Once the hunting dog left, Qizong brought his two disciples to the rear hall's cultivation room. He sat down by the table and closed his eyes in deep thought for a moment. His brush moved about like a dragon, immediately drawing skeleton pictures one after another on the snow-white sheepskin scroll. On every picture, the skeleton's posture was different. There were a total of 7 pictures. They were clearly skeletons whose structures and colors were extremely monotonous, but they were drawn so vividly that they seemed to be alive, as if they were living creatures sealed in the picture scroll. Their bodies emitted a type of unique magic power that was imprinted into one's soul. The foreman, Reese, was already waiting on the side. When he saw Master Qizong put down his ink brush, he asked respectfully and curiously, Master, May I ask how you plan to renovate the temple? Is it related to these 7 pictures? Qizong pointed at the picture scroll and said, I want to add a white bone monastery at the entrance of Passion Desire Garden. Only by entering the temple and passing through the rear hall can one enter Passion Desire Garden. Place 7 white bone statues in the temple in order. Carve the skeletons according to the pictures. I want the highest grade white jade and higher Reese's best stonemason. Money is not a problem. Master, are you going to blaspheme the 7 gods? The foreman's face paled. Why do you say that? Qizong frowned. The 7 skeletons, don't they represent the 7 gods? The dwarf rubbed his nose, asking what was on the minds of the foreman and the people around him. Blaspheme. Qizong was furious. His right hand subconsciously stood in front of his chest. Master, please forgive me. I know I misunderstood, but that's what everyone thinks. The dwarf hurriedly pointed at Hound and Arya on the side. The 2 disciples were a bit embarrassed, but they did not object. Rascal, didn't I just say that I want to build a white bone monastery for the lustful demons? The skeletons represent the lustful demons of hell. Qizong stomped his foot in disappointment. 7 lustful demons? Hound frowned. Lustful demons, the demons of desire, the embodiment of human flesh. These 7 skeletons are the classic postures of the 7 spring cry arts. What? The 3 disciples and the foreman cried out at the same time. Their jaws almost dropped. This. A moment later, the dwarf and the foreman became more and more shocked as they looked at the skeletons. This is actually the most standard illustration of the 7 spring cry arts. The dwarf was an old hand. How could the foreman not be an old hand in Passion Desire Garden? The 2 of them immediately recognized the essence of the 7 diagrams. Only the 2 bumpkins, Arya and Hound, did not understand the 7 spring cry arts at all. Master Qizong, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to be an expert as well. Now that I look at it carefully, it's so lifelike. The foreman said with sincerity and admiration. The dwarf nodded repeatedly. Qizong's expression was wooden. You think of the flesh from the bones, but you have entered the demonic path. The foundation of the White Bone Monastery is to see the mortal world with the eyes, and the heart is filled with rotting corpses and withered bones, thus eliminating all desires. What do you mean? The foreman was confused. The dwarf subconsciously looked at the skeletons. An illusion seemed to appear in front of his eyes. The young girl in the garden was rotting bit by bit. Her flesh was festering, and maggots were born from the rotting flesh. Starting from a certain part of her body, they gradually spread to the rest of her body. After a long process, she finally turned from a beautiful girl into a skeleton. The key was that she was still in the most alluring pose of the spring cry art. Ugh! The dwarf came back to his senses. His face was pale, and he suddenly vomited. What's wrong with you? The hunting dog was curious. Qizong stroked his beard in gratification, praising, I didn't expect you to have such wisdom, Tyrion. You succeeded in learning the basics the first time you saw the White Bone Monastery. Your talent isn't shallow. You can practice more in the future. I don't want to practice it. This is a demonic art. The dwarf pointed at the White Bone Monastery in horror. This kind of thing shouldn't exist in this world. Burn it immediately to prevent it from harming the world. Why? Apart from Qizong, the others were all confused. The dwarf excitedly recounted what he had just experienced. He practically described the process of cultivating the White Bone Monastery. That was why in the next moment, the hunting dog and the foreman both vomited with pale faces. The White Bone Monastery meditation art is too terrifying, the hunting dog said in horror. The foreman's expression was horrified. I originally received a big order from you, and planned to go to the western part of the city to look for it at night. Sigh, the anger in my heart has completely disappeared. This is only the first time. After hesitating for a moment, he tactfully advised, Master, if this is carved into a statue and placed in the hall, How will the customers be able to get it? Qizong said with a compassionate expression, "This is the purpose of the church, to teach all the men in the world the truth of the pink skull. Lust is the leader of all evils. If they can stop lust, more people will become saints, and the world will become a better place. Just like us Westeros, if everyone controls their desires and is loyal to their marriage, the war of the usurpers won't happen, and the rebellion of the four kings won't happen." The hunting dog felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find a loophole in Qizang's words. "Fuck, Saint Danny is even more ruthless than Saint Bailey," Tyrion said with a twisted face. "If you practice the White Bone Monastery too much, you won't have any desire for your own wife. Desire is the fuel of love, and desire is also the greatest motivation for humans to strive. Who doesn't want to play with more women to earn money, to play with the most beautiful women? A world without desire is dead silent, no different from hell." "Yes, yes, yes." The contractor nodded repeatedly. These words hit the nail on the head. If he didn't have desire, why would he think of ways to deduct the wages of the workers? He could just stay at home and meditate to cultivate the White Bone Monastery meditation technique. Sigh, the Holy Mother is so compassionate, and the old woman is so wise, but the people of the world are so foolish that they can't be saved. Qizang's eyes were filled with pity, and he shook his head lightly. The Holy Mother isn't trying to create a world without desire. A mere White Bone Monastery won't be able to eliminate all human desires. It's like a heavy dose of medicine, because this world is already beyond cure. "That can't be right," the contractor muttered. "Cultivate according to my instructions." Qizong waved his hand. "Other than the white bone deity statue, you have to erect a stele in the center of the hall. On it, you have to carve the method to cultivate the White Bone Monastery and things to take note of. Also, you have to add a passage of the Seven Gods scripture before the stele, which basically says indulging in lust is harmful to the body, 1 step into the Red Temple, 10 steps away from home, 100 steps into hell." The contractor was dumbfounded. "Master Qizong, if you do this, who will be willing to come to Seven Gods' Desire Garden? It's useless even if they come." Tyrion shook his head with a bitter smile. Qizong said with a serious expression, "Our goal in opening a brothel is to rid the world of prostitutes. We hope that all the prostitutes in the world will repent and return to their families. We hope that all the young men and women in the world will no longer be abducted by human traffickers and trained into sex slaves. Just like the era of the children of the forest, did they have brothels and prostitutes? They can put an end to the desires of the 7 cardinal sins, so can we humans. At least, we should work hard in this direction." The dwarf was speechless. After the contractor left, the disciples asked about the Holy Mother's reward. "Other than the White Bone Monastery and the White Bone lustful demons, does the Holy Mother have any other arrangements?" Tyrion said worriedly. "Varys has been drained of all his royal blood, and his essence, chi, and spirit have been greatly damaged. He's still paralyzed on the bed. Hound and I were also heavily injured before. The holy healing art healed our external wounds, but we haven't recovered our lost chi and blood. It's clear that Narrow Sea City is too close to the Westeros, and the evil gods are still worried about the Dragon Queen using her spacetime technique to save them. It's already so dangerous this time. When we reach Volantis, or even further east, the evil gods will be unrestrained. Even the king of the city won't give the queen any face." Qizong revealed a sorrowful expression and sighed. "I didn't expect there to be so many demons outside the Westeros. I can only change my strategy from now on. I'll put down my compassionate heart and strike first to gain the upper hand. I'll destroy them on sight without mercy." Arya said with a wooden face, "Master, you've killed almost 40 evil gods, right? When have you ever shown mercy? You don't understand. The evil gods can't hide from my fiery golden eyes. In the past, as long as they don't provoke us, even if they wander around in front of me, I'll let them be. During the Pirate King incident, Master went on a killing spree, slapping more than 10 evil gods to death. What reward did the Holy Mother give? Tyrion asked again. Chizong shook his head. It's just a part of the Song of Laws. Song of Laws, just a part? The dwarf's eyes turned red. Master has become a true god? Arya was also shocked. It's a very incomplete song of mercy. I'm still very far from becoming a true god. The Holy Mother is too good to you. Arya and Tyrion were envious. Chapter 982. You also killed an evil god last time, right? What reward did the Holy Mother give you? Tyrion turned his gaze to Arya. Last time, the evil gods had split into 2 teams. One was to lure Chizhuang out to sea, while the other was to ambush Tyrion. However, such an obvious plan of luring the tiger out of the mountain could not be hidden from the dwarf. The reason why Varys did not see Chizhuang even after waiting for an entire night was because they had spent the entire night preparing. Although the strength of the attacking enemy exceeded the dwarf's expectations, causing him and Hound, who were acting as meat shields, to be seriously injured, they were prepared after all. The opportunity created was not wasted by Arya, and she really got the first kill this time. Arya's wooden expression turned to one of confusion. It's strange. The Holy Mother actually raised my transfiguration talent by 1 level. I can now use Winter Wolf Howl like Jon. However, the stranger also taught me an even more powerful soul attack, Eye of the Death Sickle. I can borrow the stranger's divine might to destroy the enemy's will. What's wrong with that? You don't believe in the 7 gods. The Holy Mother can't possibly grant you divine spells. Tyrion did not understand. Why can the Holy Mother raise my transfiguration talent? To become a transfiguration talent, one must be a believer of the old gods. When did you hear about a believer of the 7 gods becoming a transfiguration talent? Arya asked. Tyrion turned to Chizhuang and asked, She's right. What's going on? The Holy Mother is omnipotent. Chizhuang, who knew nothing, was still calm. The dwarf rolled his eyes and said thoughtfully, Perhaps, while we were away, the old gods and the 7 gods have already merged into one. Yes, the 3-eyed crow has already converted to the Holy Church, Chizhuang said calmly. So, I can also become a transfiguration talent? The dwarf asked excitedly. What reward did the Holy Mother give you? Arya asked curiously. Sigh, don't mention it. The Holy Mother said that all my merits were used to save my Aunt Xena, the dwarf said with a sigh. Your aunt is dead? Arya asked hesitantly. Yes, you murdered him in Casterly Rock City. The dwarf's voice was flat and his eyes narrowed, making it impossible to read his true thoughts. The atonement scroll can only redeem a portion of sins. It seems like Madame Xena has committed quite a lot of sins. Chizong pondered. Arya couldn't help but smile. The Holy Mother is very fair. Your Aunt Xena is in hell? Hound asked. He's in heaven now. Then why are you frowning? Hound was puzzled. It's been almost a month since I left the Westeros. How many dangers have I encountered? How many contributions have I made for the Holy Mother, the Church, and the cause of preaching? But all those merits were only exchanged for a mere 12 merit points. How black-hearted! And the Holy Mother didn't even inform me when she was exchanging merit. That's too much of a bully, the dwarf said resentfully. This is the grace of the Virgin Mary, right? A living person earning merit through their own efforts to redeem their loved ones in hell. Is there anything more meaningful than this? Hound said with emotion. If the Holy Mother didn't even inform you and used your merit to redeem your brother, would you still find it meaningful? The dwarf asked in return. Hound's stiff face began to contort. He gritted his teeth and said, If Gregor goes to heaven, I'll go to hell. The Holy Mother will only use your merit according to your true wishes. Chizong said seriously. For example, Tyrion. Why was Madame Xena the first to be redeemed? Don't you want to redeem her, Tyrion? Hound's tone faltered. At least tell me. Do you think the Holy Mother only has one believer and needs to discuss everything with you? Shouldn't she tell me when she's using my merit? Hound raised his voice. The Holy Mother uses merit according to your true wishes. It's your true wishes. It's not the Holy Mother doing whatever she wants. Just like how the Holy Mother might use your merit to redeem Duke Tywin, but she will never go against your wishes to save Cersei. Qizong emphasized. Hound waved his hand and said anxiously, No, 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 that's what I'm most worried about. You can't save my father. The way the people looked at him changed. No, that's not what I meant. Hound's face turned pale. Of course I want to save my father, but he's not in hell. Tywin can go to heaven? Dream on. Hound sneered. He killed Tywin. He probably doesn't want to redeem him at all. That's why he said such a ridiculous lie. Arya mocked. Hound was getting more and more anxious. He did not know how to explain. Should he say that Tywin's father had already turned to dust when his sister built heaven? Seeing that he could not refute, Qizong also advised, Tywin might not be your father, but he raised you for decades. You must be grateful. Sigh. You don't have to care about this. Hound's expression was extremely complicated and conflicted. He looked like a young man who had lost his way in life. Qizong sighed internally. He decided not to persuade him verbally. He would ask the Holy Mother to secretly redeem Tywin during evening prayers to resolve his eldest disciple's guilt after killing his father, as well as his conflicted feelings after knowing the truth of his birth. Without remorse and regret, his eldest disciple might be able to elevate his soul through self-redemption. I have to keep the matter of asking the Holy Mother to secretly use her eldest disciple's merit points to redeem Tywin a secret from him. Otherwise, with his arrogant and awkward personality, he would definitely loudly deny the love and guilt he had for Tywin's father. After all, it was not easy for Adult. As a master, it was only right for him to silently help his disciple. I almost forgot. The Holy Mother has given Varys a divine art. Let's go visit him, Qizong said. In the warm bedroom with a burning fireplace and a single bed covered with thick down quilts, the 8-clawed spider looked like a corpse waiting to bid farewell to his family and friends. Qizong first patted the fat eunuch's big bald head with a holy healing art, and then called out softly, Wuning, Wuning, we're here to visit you. Varys opened his eyes in a daze. His eyeballs seemed to be covered in a layer of dust, dim and lifeless. I'm so pitiful, he said. I know. We all know. Qizong held his cold and rough palm and said with a sigh, There is no obstacle in this world that cannot be overcome. Once you've thought it through, tomorrow will be as beautiful as the past. Actually, you're just lacking in blood qi. As long as you pull yourself together, you'll be able to recover soon. Also, we'll always stay in Varys and wait for you to recover. There's no need to be anxious. I can't accept it. Varys's face was covered in tears. I'm a eunuch. Why did you treat me like that? Don't just think about yourself. Think about Tyrion. He's even more pitiful than you. When he was in Pentos, he was dragged into a latrine and then… Qizong paused. You saw it yourself. His private parts are like skinned and chewed sugar cane. Also behind. That's enough. Why are you exposing my shortcomings for no reason? Tyrion said angrily. Look, Wuning's condition is much better after hearing this. Qizong pointed at the fat eunuch whose eyes were gradually brightening. But my condition is much worse, the dwarf said with a depressed expression. You've been through a lot. You're already used to it. This is Wuning's first time. You should be more understanding. Qizong sighed. Then, he probed, why don't we leave and leave the two of you here to talk and comfort each other? Hee. Arya seemed to have thought of something. Her pale horse face blushed, and she could not help but laugh. Arya's strange gaze and laughter made the dwarf's scalp tingle. He glared at her, and then turned around and cursed, Fuck, if you want to comfort him, hurry up and teach him the Holy Mother's divine art. It's more practical that way. What divine art? Is the Holy Mother going to bless me? Varus's spirit was indeed lifted. You're not very devout to the 7 gods, and this place is far away from Westeros. It's hard for the Holy Mother to bless you. Chizong reached out his right hand. His palm flashed with green runes. He pressed his palm against the fat eunuch's forehead. It was like branding a quarantine mark on pork skin. The fat eunuch sucked in a breath. The swelling pain in his head disappeared. Then, his entire body became warm, as if he had taken a hot bath. His vitality returned to him. What's going on? Other than the summoning technique, the true dragon blood chi that the evil god stole from you was also returned after being purified by the Holy Mother. In short, other than the psychological trauma, you benefited from the disaster. The true dragon blood can return? The dwarf asked doubtfully. The Holy Mother is omnipotent. Chizong still did not understand. He was still calm and matter-of-factly. Actually, what Chizong passed to Varys was not the true dragon blood chi. Instead, it was a ball of spiritual essence powder that he removed from Dany's thoughts. Using the witch lens to check the bloodline was not based on NDA, but spiritual essence. Now that Dany's spiritual essence was replenished, Varys really recovered. This was mainly because the evil god only squeezed out the transcendent factor in his bloodline, which was the special spiritual essence. He did not suck his blood dry. Because the evil god needed the living Varys as bait, once his blood was sucked dry, he would die. I learned the summoning technique? Varys muttered. Chizong nodded and explained, right now, your piety level is low, so you can only summon your thoughts, but you can level up. In the future, you might be able to summon physical objects, or even heaven's Saint Seiya and divine creatures. What do you mean by summoning thoughts? The dwarf asked in confusion. Summoning thoughts is to summon the will of the nearby angels to descend on his body. For example, me. Chizong pointed at himself and said with a smile, in the future, if Wuning encounters another evil god, as long as it is not more than 10 kilometers away from me, he can summon me to help. That's great. There are no cities in the world with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. As long as I don't leave the city, I will be safe. Varys cried tears of joy. Tyrion said enviously, Master Chizong, give me a summoning seal. I am the evil god's main target, so I am the most dangerous. Chizong shook his head. Each angel can only protect one summoner. Also, the summoned thoughts only have the power to attack once, and can only use half of their normal strength. One attack, half of its power. Varys sat up in shock. What's the use of that? You have so little faith power, who can you blame? I descended with my will, not my body. I only have the power to attack once, Chizong said. Varys leaned against the headboard and said blankly, I didn't believe in gods for the first half of my life. You don't believe in gods, yet you want the protection of gods. How can such a good thing happen? Chizong said seriously. Varys came to a realization and said seriously, You are right, Master. From now on, I will be a devout believer of the Holy Mother. I will be like a hunting dog, going to your bedroom every night to listen to your teachings. Chizong nodded in satisfaction and said, There is another way to summon your will. If you encounter an enemy you cannot resist, you can summon your will in reverse. In other words, you can summon your soul to my side and let the enemy ravage your body however they want. Even if countless people talk about the sword, you will not feel it. Chapter 983. Also, as long as the soul is still there, even if the body is tortured to death or chopped into pieces, you can still find the remains to resurrect and continue to teach me. The 4 disciples' expressions were twisted. Not even letting them go after death. Wasn't that too pitiful? Although it's helpless, it can save lives, Chizong said seriously. That's true. Varys pinched his nose and asked, What's with summoning Saint Seiya? Beginner summoners can only summon wills. Level 2 summoners can summon physical objects, such as a sword. When summoning reaches level 3 and becomes the king of summoners, you can summon saints from heaven, such as the Saint Seiya, who is the guardian of heaven. When you become a level 4 god of summoners, you can even summon divine creatures. Tisk, god of summoners? It sounds very powerful and promising. The dwarf exclaimed in shock. Master, can I become a summoner? Arya and Hound were envious as they asked at the same time. You all have your own path. Arya is a death assassin, Sang Zhe is a greatsword priest, and Tyrion is a fire shaman priest. Stick to your own path and don't be greedy. For example, I've been studying the path of mercy and have never thought of learning summoning, Chizong said solemnly. Hearing that even their master didn't know summoning, the disciples couldn't force it. Master, how can I level up? Varys asked expectantly. This is your path, I can't give you too much guidance. But there's nothing wrong with devout faith and slowly exploring. Actually, this was Dragon Queen's path. The deeper her understanding of the wind space, the higher the upper limit of the summoning of believers of the 7 gods. Summoning was a derivative of her recent spatial research. Only believers of the 7 gods and the old gods could become holy summoners. Every believer of the 7 gods was considered a coordinate in the material world for the 7 gods. In theory, since faith channels could transmit divine power of faith, changing faith channels into spatial channels could also allow spatial transmission. With coordinates and spatial power, it was normal for Dany to have the idea of researching summoning. However, the idea had just been born and the experiment of divine arts had just begun. There were still many problems to be solved. It was foreseeable that there would be many unpredictable dangers during the experiment. Varys was the volunteer who experimented with spatial magic. Look at him, he's smiling so happily. Because he received the summoning technique, he immediately went from withered to alive again. It must be voluntary. With the blessing of the Holy Mother, the team was finally able to regroup. Soon after, Master Chizong led his 4 disciples to the Holy Hall's main hall. They first gave a motivational speech in front of the Holy Mother's statue before discussing how to deal with the evil god's attack that was foreseeable to be even more ferocious. In the Dragon Queen's art of war, the key to victory is to know yourself and your enemy. Therefore, I feel that intelligence is the most important thing. As long as we know who wants to deal with us and when to strike, we will be in an invincible position. The dwarf was the first to speak. Everyone looked at the head of intelligence, Varys. The fat eunuch, who was lying on the armchair, shook his head. If we stay in one place, with the unlimited amount of gold royals in my hands, I still have 30% confidence that I can figure out the enemy's movement. But the time that the team stayed in the city is too short. Even if I have thousands of methods, I won't be able to use them in time. The dwarf looked at Arya. Your stealth ability is powerful, and you have animal companions. Perhaps you can immediately sneak into the temple in a city after we enter it and monitor the local god's movement. What nonsense are you talking about? Arya said in disdain. Entering the temple of a god is like stealing the Iron Throne in public. Do you think it's possible? Chizong also said, the temple is equivalent to the god's domain. Not to mention the gods, even a rookie priest can't be fooled. Hearing this, Arya couldn't help but look over. She just happened to meet her master's meaningful gaze. She couldn't help but blush and immediately turned her head away in embarrassment. Back then, after Arya poisoned Tommen, she entered the body of a black cat named Balerion and snuck into the great cathedral of Bel, preparing to attack Cersei, who was guarding the coffin. At that time, Matthew, who was still Big Sparrow's follower, was there. Matthew, who was new to the world, did not know anything about supernatural knowledge, but he immediately sensed that there was a person in disguise who had entered the Holy Church. Then, he used Wrath of the Father, a fake true dragon roar, and tore Arya's soul apart. She was bedridden for half a month. Therefore, the master and disciple deeply understood how great the advantage the temple had over the gods was. "I have an idea," the hound suddenly said. Everyone turned to look at him. Passive defense will always have loopholes. It's better to take the initiative. The hound glanced meaningfully between the dwarf and Varys. "I have discovered a pattern," he said with a smile. "The two Targaryens are the most attractive to the preachers, especially Tyrion. All the evil gods want to eat his flesh and drink his blood. There's even a rumor that, if you eat the flesh of a holy monk, you can live forever." The others still didn't understand, but the dwarf immediately understood what the hound meant by taking the initiative. "You want me to be the bait to lure the evil gods out, and then let Xizhuang's master, the mighty dragon of heaven, serve him?" he asked with an unpleasant expression. The hound nodded. "After the evil gods fall for it a few times, Varys will no longer be kidnapped when he goes out at night, because they're not sure if this is bait. In this way, the initiative will always be in our hand. The evil gods will not have any other plans other than to launch a strong attack. What if Master Xizhuang can't hold on, or is stopped and can't save him in time?" the dwarf asked blankly. The hound said helplessly, "Then we'll meet again in heaven. If Master Xizhuang can't hold on, we're dead." The atmosphere in the holy cathedral gradually became heavy. Xizhuang pondered and said, "There must be evil gods who are stronger than me, but if I want to escape, they shouldn't be able to stop me." "Why?" the dwarf asked curiously. "Before I left, the queen told me that there are 4 types of power in the world that can't hurt me. They are fire, light, wind, and water, and they correspond to the 4 moves of the Holy Mother Palm. Especially the second move of the Holy Mother Palm, the power of wind in whirlwind. As long as I'm on Tessa's back, the evil gods will find it hard to defeat me in aerial combat, because their control of wind will never surpass mine." Although he said that, Xizhuang's expression was hesitant, and his tone was a little uncertain. The dwarf, however, came to a realization. Among the master and disciples, only he understood that the Holy Mother was the Dragon Queen, and the Dragon Queen grasped the songs of the 3 laws of wind, fire, and light. The Song of Water, however, was destroyed because of the Mother of the Rhone River. The Turtle Prime Minister joined her, and he had an advantage over the other evil gods. Otherwise, when Varys was kidnapped, Xizhuang clearly fell into the depths of the sea, so how could he defeat the water-type evil gods in the sea? Wasn't it because of the 4th move of the Holy Mother Palm, torrential turbid waves? The Turtle Prime Minister Dragon Queen Xizhuang. Xizhuang's underwater skills came from the Turtle Prime Minister. How could a normal water-type demigod compare to the number 1 vassal god under the true water god? With the 4th move of the Holy Mother Palm, Xizhuang could go into the sky or the sea, and go through fire and water. Xizhuang's strength was not his own strength, but as the Dragon Queen's angel, whatever power the queen had, he could borrow that power. How strong the Dragon Queen was, he had, after leaving the Westeros, perhaps he would get a 50% discount? Therefore, whether the Sutra teaching team could survive or not depended on whether the evil god's strength exceeded 50% of the Dragon Queen's strength. The dwarf was a little uncertain. Before leaving the Westeros, he thought that his sister was just a newly ascended god, an ordinary one among the gods. But along the way, when facing the gods, Xizhuang killed them like chopping vegetables. Now, his reverence for his sister had increased by several levels. "Master, don't worry. There are 10 wind elf celestial stones and 10 fire elf rubies on your brocade cloth. In the air and in the fire, no one is your match," Tyrion said with absolute certainty. Xizhuang said with uncertainty, "You don't have to comfort me. I'm just a normal priest who pursues the path of mercy. Fighting and killing is not my strong suit." The dwarf's mouth twitched. "Don't say that. It's so embarrassing for people like us who fight and kill. How about this, we'll go fishing tonight. Let Tessa carry Varys and fly in the sky. If we encounter an opponent we can't beat, Master, protect her, let her come down, grab me, and run." The dwarf offered himself as bait, so the others had no reason to reject him. Rhys was different from the other trading city-states by the narrow sea. It was a primitive colony, and there were no wars of conquest or ethnic integration. For example, Pentos originally had Undulls as its main population. After Valeglia conquered Pentos, they arranged marriages between the children of the 14 Fire Peaks and the local nobles of Pentos, and the newly formed royal family was a hybrid of the two races. Rhys was the same as Volantis. Before the arrival of Valeglia, there were no other races in the area. Therefore, the ancient Valeglia bloodline was still very strong in the people of Rhys. They had blue or purple eyes, silver or platinum hair, and smooth white skin. However, they were different from Valeglia's Dragon King. In a cultural environment that revered literature and drama, the people of Rhys lost their martial spirit and practical spirit. A life where pleasure reigned supreme made their bodies even more slender and beautiful. Even the men had long curly hair, and they all wore fragrant cologne. Such charming and weak men were unable to do heavy physical work. Therefore, slaves were introduced, becoming an indispensable foundation that maintained the prosperity and even existence of the city. It was also because of this that Rhys was determined to join the alliance, sending a fleet to conquer Slaver's Bay. But similarly, after the men lost their bloodlust, it was easier for the country to be defeated mentally. 7 levels of hell. In front of a white marble palace that resembled the arch structure of ancient Rome on earth, Tyrion stood on tiptoe and looked around. He said to Hound beside him in disbelief, "She's so arrogant, yet she's still alive. Do the people of Rhys still have balls?" Hound also had a complicated expression. "I didn't expect the Dragon Queen to be so powerful, not to mention that she's just a dragon mother. Even if she was a female dragon, she wouldn't be able to make the kings of the 7 kingdoms bow down to her." The shock on the dwarf's face did not dissipate for a long time. They came out to fish for evil gods, but unexpectedly found that many people of Rhys were walking on the streets, all the way to the prince's palace in the center of the city. Therefore, the 2 curious people also followed. Then they saw an unbelievable scene. A familiar woman held a sheepskin scroll, passed through the forest of 10,000 people, and walked towards the palace gate in high spirits. She even shouted loudly, "That's right, my husband is the Dragon Queen's dog. My husband and I have long pledged our loyalty to her. Look carefully, this is the proof. You all know my identity. I'm the daughter of a count in an old town in Westeros. I have the right to see the Dragon Queen. This time, I returned to the Westeros to complain to the Dragon Queen about you. I can tell you responsibly that the Queen is very angry, and the consequences will be severe." Chapter 984. Didn't you say that Shui Gu and I betrayed the alliance and became the Queen's spies? Linnes held her head high and chest out, like a victorious general waving his banner. She held up the proof of being a slave. "I'll lay my cards on the table. That's right, we are Dragon Queen's spies. We betrayed the alliance, what can you do to us?" She was small, but it was as if she had suddenly grown into a giant. When she took a big step forward, the slave soldiers in front of the prince's palace took a step back, not knowing what to do. The well-dressed nobleman behind them had an ugly expression. He clenched his fists and moved his lips, but he couldn't give a clear order. The surrounding freedmen and slaves in the square either had a solemn expression, or cursed loudly, or looked happy, or they had 1,000 different emotions. But they only looked at her, and none of them dared to make a move. Do you know the result of the great battle of Meereen? Like a seesaw, the weaker the Rhys on one end, the higher Linnes on the other end, and the stronger her aura. The alliance had hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and the total number of soldiers was more than the Rhys freedmen. But when faced with Dragon Queen, they couldn't fight back at all. I saw it with my own eyes. The giant god turtle controlled the torrential flood, as if it was washing urine in a pool of feces. An army of 100,000 was gone in the blink of an eye. Do you know the Battle of Winterfell? Millions of undead monsters spread out for dozens of miles. The sky was dark and no fire was allowed. The frost god's forbidden spell froze Winterfell into an iceberg thousands of meters high. Such a powerful frost god and undead army should have swept across the entire Westeros, but it was ended by one person. You know the fall of the western region, the storm of swords, the battle of the 100 regiments. The more Linny spoke, the more agitated she became. She became a dragon mother braggart, and told them all about the Dragon Queen's deeds on Dragonstone Island. She didn't even exaggerate, because those deeds were already very exaggerated to her. Dragon Queen isn't human at all. She's God, the savior, the child of the era, the destined human emperor. She concluded loudly. Going against the Dragon Queen is suicide. Not only does she have hundreds of thousands of roaring warriors under her command, she also has hundreds of thousands of guards of the Mother of Dragons at Slave Bay. Millions of Westeros knights have also pledged their loyalty to her. Her soldiers outnumber the entire population of Rhys. What right do you have to resist? How do you resist? Do Westeros have 1,000,000 knights? Some people might believe it if he said 100,000, but 1,000,000 is obviously bragging. In a corner of the square, Hound ridiculed. Perhaps I'm not bragging. The dwarf furrowed his brows and said, You've also heard of the Battle of 100 Regiments. It involves 200 castles and towns. I estimate that no less than 300,000 troops were mobilized. It's normal for it to be called 1,000,000. The Hound was startled and said, But they did not swear allegiance to the Queen. They must want to pledge their loyalty, but the Queen won't allow it. The dwarf sighed. I've seen too many similar situations. In the Western Territory, those lords who were rescued by the volunteer corps leaned over to pledge their loyalty to the Queen right in front of me. I only know that the Dragon Queen is famous in the Westeros for her fighting prowess. But I didn't expect her to have such a high status in the free trade city-state. With just one sentence, she turned a former prisoner slave into the Queen of Rhys. The Hound muttered. The Rhys are too cowardly. We Westeros are not like that. The dwarf looked around with disdain at the Rhys who were angry but did not dare to speak up, let alone attack. Think about my sister. Back then, she only had the King's Landing left, but she also wanted to pull down the Dragon Queen. Take a look at Stannis now. I know you, little devil. A slender middle-aged man wearing jasmine perfume leaned over and stared at the dwarf. We Rhys are not cowardly. We're just more rational. We're not as crazy as you Westeros. Your whore sister is the Mad King III. Stannis even sacrificed his daughter, so he's the Mad King IV. The dwarf looked carefully at the silver-haired middle-aged man who interrupted them, but could not find any impression of him in his memory. He raised his guard. It was normal for famous people to be familiar with him, but he did not forget the role he was playing. He was bait to catch the evil god, not a tourist who was bored enough to come and watch the Rhys bustle. He leaned slightly to the side and put on a pose where he could hide behind the fat Rhys woman. Then he said with a relaxed expression, Actually, you've misunderstood Stannis. He sacrificed his daughter to summon the demon dragon for the Asha prophecy and to save the world. Then he's even crazier, the jasmine-scented Rhys said. The dwarf chuckled. That's where you're wrong. Stannis is one of the few true knights in the Seven Kingdoms. In terms of character and ambition, no one in the Seven Kingdoms nobles can compare to him. You're crazy too? The Rhys man said strangely. That's what the Dragon Queen said. The dwarf's expression seemed to be mocking, and a ray of light in his eyes stared at the slightest expression on the Rhys man's face. The Queen said that humans are good people, but there are very few good gods in the world. Most of the evil gods are extremely vicious and love to lure mortals into depravity. The number one hero of the Seven Kingdoms was dragged into hell by Lalo. The Queen also said that sooner or later, she will cleanse the universe and return the world to its former glory. The man's eyebrows twitched a few times, and he said a few perfunctory words before turning to leave. I thought he would say, "The Dragon Queen is crazy too." The dwarf turned his head and smiled at the hound who was holding the hilt of his sword. Sangs narrowed his eyes and locked onto the middle-aged Reese man's figure. He said slowly, "Maybe he doesn't dare to say that a piece of paper has already scared them into quails. You're the illegitimate brother of the Dragon Queen." But he already said it with his eyes. Tyrion gave him a look and quietly followed him. Most people wouldn't understand what I said at all, but his eyes showed that he understood everything. We're just baiting the enemy. The hound hesitated. There are so many people here, no one dares to act rashly, Tyrion said as he shrunk his body like a little monkey and disappeared into the crowd. Soldiers, are you going to hurt the loyal servants of Misha of the slaves? Linny's performance was still going on and was nearing its climax. The blue and black caped slave soldiers turned their heads several times and used their eyes to ask the trade princes and nobles for instructions, but they didn't receive any clear orders. They couldn't help but lower the spears in their hands, and the tight defensive formation also became lax. Seeing this, Linny's directly climbed the white jade steps in front of the arched hall. As she walked, she shouted loudly. Without Chui Ji's understanding of the situation and his timely submission to the Empress, would the 100 warships that were sent to Slave Bay have returned? You lot would have sunk into the sea to feed the turtles. Chui Gu and I saved you. Chui Gu and I are Reese's saviors. The expressions of the nobles at the top of the stone steps were ugly, but they couldn't refute her. They were either in the navy that was attacking Dragon Queen, or their family members were officers in the fleet. Under the tragic background of the Alliance being wiped out, Reese's fleet that was able to protect itself was so eye-catching. Many people even knew that Chui Gu was a spy for Dragon Queen, but they still supported him to be Prince Reese. The murder of Chui Gu by the radical faction was out of many people's expectations. From the bottom of their hearts, the upper echelons of Reese even hoped that Chui Gu would continue to be a loyal dog for the Empress and protect Reese's political and economic autonomy. Chui Gu was dead, and Reese lost contact with Dragon Queen. When the long night ended, what would happen if Dragon Queen led the Slave Bay army to the west? It was said that Dragon Queen could easily control the wind to drive the sleigh bus, and she could use the blade storm without restrictions to kill millions of living dead. Reese was an island country, and the strength that guarded the city was mainly the fleet. No matter how large the fleet was, would it survive against Dragon Queen, who could change the direction of the wind at will? It was good enough that the slave soldiers that protected Reese from the invasion of foreign enemies did not betray the slave Misha. Wasn't it difficult for them to face the blade storm head-on? Taking a step back, even if the slave soldiers were all brave, millions of living dead could not withstand the blade storm. What was the use of less than 10,000 Reese slave soldiers? Therefore, Linny's could flaunt her power in front of the Reese people with a servant certificate. She and her certificate were the security that some Reese people subconsciously hoped for. Your Majesty, the Prince of Trade and the noble Parliament seemed to be planning to surrender. The prince's palace was located in the east and faced the west, facing the sea cliff. The palace was built against the mountain, and the west was a flat square. There were bustling commercial areas in the north and south. At this time, in a 2-story building facing the street north of the square, a beautiful girl in a red velvet dress supported her forehead with her hand and looked at the palace. Behind the girl in the red dress, a girl in a blue dress who was equally beautiful and even had a similar charming temperament stood with her hands by her side. Her attitude was respectful. How should we decide, Lord God? A mere mortal woman, a mere piece of scrap paper, just kill her directly. A rough and sharp male voice came from under the beautiful girl's dress. It was a short man sitting on a thick blanket with his back against the fence. The girl in the red dress opened up, covering his head and most of his body. It was as if she was using his head as a stool. You can't kill her. I don't want to have a conflict with Danny Reese. The girl in the red dress could not sit still. She swayed and looked intoxicated. She breathed in softly and said, Chui Ji's death was an accident. I am actually very satisfied with him. Very satisfied in all aspects. He secretly sided with the Dragon Queen, which can prevent Reese from becoming the #1 battlefield. Clap. The sound of a slap came from under the velvet dress. Then the man laughed and scolded, Slut, you think too much. Because I am beautiful to begin with, isn't that so? You're so beautiful that you're mesmerizing. The man sighed and said, But you're so beautiful, and you're such a coward. The Dragon Queen might not let you go. It's not that she might not, but she definitely wants to kill me. I can clearly feel it. The girl in the red dress smile disappeared, and her expression turned gloomy. I've been in human civilization for tens of thousands of years, and this is the first time I've been enveloped by such a strong sense of death. Even now, I've reached the peak of pleasure with you, but the fear of a sharp sword hanging over my neck has not dissipated at all. If it weren't for this damned sense of danger, why would I have left Kor? Why would I have joined forces with Lalo? When night falls, I'm the same as you. I planned to stay in the house and avoid the calamity, but… sigh. The man sighed empathetically. If you can't avoid it, then take the initiative to attack. At least seize the initiative. If you're so overcautious and cowardly, you'll definitely suffer a great loss in the end. The girl in the red dress laughed again. When 10 people hunt a tiger, there will definitely be casualties. 2 or 3 dead, 5 or 6 injured, and 1 or 2 left. It's already a complete victory. I have the intention to kill the tiger, but I don't want to become a casualty. Therefore, the best choice is to stand at the foot of the mountain and cheer for the tiger hunters. Then, I'll give the victor the best consolation, just like now. Chapter 985. Slut. Under the red velvet pleated skirt, the sound of a slap could be heard. Saying such things in front of the tiger hunters, you're so cheap. I can't help it. Only heroes can hunt tigers. I'm weak. I don't have the strength. You're a rare high-level law god, and you can sing more than one law song, the man said with a complicated tone. The laws I understand are not suitable for direct combat. The red-dressed goddess shook her head. You don't need to fight directly, as long as you dare to fight. The man smiled coldly. Kill this clown called Linus. Maybe Danny Lilith will come to Reese personally. The red-dressed goddess mocked. Reese is only a few 100 kilometers away from Young Halberd City. Maybe she can come here in an instant with a few spacetime spells. But if she comes, do you dare to fight her? The man's tone stagnated, and he shouted sharply, If we all attack together, the Justice Alliance has so many true gods. Are we afraid of her? When she was in Myrene that day, why didn't you all attack her? Now that she's on Dragonstone Island, why didn't you all attack her? If you can really kill her, why do you need to scheme and kidnap her illegitimate brother? The red-dressed goddess mocked. If we work together and don't fear death, we can definitely kill her, the man said in a low voice. That's the problem. Can we be fearless? The goddess in the red dress smiled bitterly. Just like the example of 10 people hunting a tiger that I mentioned before, that was actually the best result. They finally succeeded in hunting the tiger. You and I are gods, overlooking all living things. How many real cases have we seen over the years? Tigers appear outside the village and affect the villagers' lives. Warriors form teams to hunt them down, but 9 out of 10 times they return in failure. Sometimes the whole team is wiped out, and they all end up in the tiger's belly. Dragon Queen is a dragon stronger than a tiger, and her strength is concentrated in her body. We're not even as brave as the villagers who hunt tigers, because the villagers hunt tigers not only for their own survival, but also to protect their families. We only want to protect ourselves, so we're not willing to sacrifice our lives to help our allies. We formed an alliance to save our own lives. Sacrificing 8 people and 2 surviving is foreseeable, but absolutely unacceptable. Unless you're sure you're the one who survives? The man was silent. If the Righteous Alliance were to attack the Dragon Queen, they might not suffer 80% casualties, but no one was confident that they could survive, including Lalo, Night Lion, and a few other big shots. All the gods were smart people. If they weren't smart, they couldn't become gods at all. All the gods were greedy for life and afraid of death. Those who weren't afraid of death, such as the old gods in Westeros, had died long ago. Now, all that was left was a group of intelligent yet fearful gods. Awkward. After a while, the girl in the blue dress reminded the goddess in a low voice, "Main god, should we kill Linny's or let her be?" The man said slowly, "It's still too much to let a mortal flaunt his prowess in front of Rhys with a slave certificate. You are a god that stands at the peak of the world, Lizzy's master. You can't beat the Dragon Queen, but you even avoided her mad dog. Isn't that too cowardly?" The goddess rolled her eyes and asked in return, "If the preaching team goes to Koer, do you dare to arrange for the Black Goat Priest and the city guards to kill Chizong? I left Koer long ago. Everything will be decided by the Grand Duke of the Kingdom," the man said hesitantly. Hee. The goddess laughed sarcastically. "Wire, tell the prince and the council elders that everything will be done according to the rules. I only have one request. I hope they can make the best choice for Lizzy." The girl in the blue dress received the order and left. Soon, the palace announced something to the people. The square was immediately filled with commotion. One could vaguely hear words such as "Amelon family is rehabilitated" and "re-electing the prince." Amelon was Treg's surname. Now that Treg was rehabilitated, it was clear that the most beneficial choice for Lizzy's nobles was to raise a white flag to the Dragon Queen. Linny's inherited Treg's wealth and political legacy, so she would most likely participate in the prince election. Similar to the Pentos government, Lizzy had many trading princes, but there was only one prince who ruled the city, elected from dozens of families. However, Prince Lizzy did not lose his authority. Although he would sometimes be drained of his royal blood by the goddess or the goddess friends, he would not die in an open sacrifice. For example, Treg was assassinated by the radicals and thrown into the sea. It had nothing to do with the gods or sacrifices. This treatment was much better than that of the Pentos princes. Therefore, the trading princes with real power who had Valeglia's bloodline were also keen to participate in the election. Linny's received Treg's wealth, so she was a standard trading prince. Of course, she had the right to participate in the election, and there was even a high chance that she would be chosen. Prince Lizzy could not be inherited by father and son, but he was a lifelong ruler. The fact that the new prince who replaced Treg took the initiative to abdicate was already very clear. Understanding this, the man in the red dress could not help but sigh. A great heavenly god who has lived longer than human history actually succumbed to the words of a mere mortal, and these words were not even spoken clearly. This is too depressing. What's the point of living like this? You also said that we have existed longer than human history. Compared to an eternal and limitless life of indulgence, a few short years of dejection is like a pool of urine in the sea. After pausing for a moment, the goddess licked her lips and said with a seductive look, "Actually, I have been high and mighty for too long. It's also interesting to be scolded. If the Dragon Queen is willing, even if she steps on my face with her iron boots and makes me lick her bottom, I will gladly do it. I guarantee that I will serve her comfortably and all her anger will disappear." Feeling that the goddess tap was suddenly turned on, the man sneered and said, "She will slap you to death with a cold expression as if she was stepping on a cockroach. She is the king of evil gods, different from us normal gods. She is bloodthirsty and will kill gods without blinking. She has no rationality and cannot be communicated with," he emphasized. The goddess shuddered, and the lust in her heart was extinguished instantly like a long night. The goddess dispersed her lust, and there was a murderous look on her face. "Once the Justice Alliance takes care of Danny Lizzy, Linny's can be given to you to chew on. It will take at least a few months or at most a year or two. It will be over by taking a nap. That's true. At this moment, a charming girl in a purple dress came in with a silver-haired middle-aged man. They stopped behind the screen. My Lord Mirthea, you are the moon and stars in the sky. The middle-aged man had the fragrance of jasmine on him. He was the one who took the initiative to talk to the dwarf. Behind the screen, he knelt down and skillfully shouted the greetings of the believers of the goddess of lust. Your Majesty, the divine descendant holy monk, who has been hiding in the Temple of Seven Gods for almost a week, has finally appeared. He is in the square of the palace. The goddess frowned. In front of me, don't call him divine descendant holy monk. I am not interested in his bloodline. Yes, your disciple will remember. The hem of the pleated skirt was lifted, revealing a black goat head. The deformed and thin dwarf body, the head of a huge black goat, blood-red eyes, and golden goat horns that were like machetes. The long and narrow goat face should have been a little funny, but on his body, there was a majestic and holy aura that made people unable to look directly at him. Especially that pair of goat horns that emitted golden light. They were like the world's most sacred, sturdiest, and sharpest holy weapons. Although the black fur on his face was now wet, is the dwarf alone? The black goat asked solemnly. And Chizong's third disciple, Hound? Just the two of them? How dare they? The black goat's blood-red eyes narrowed. Could it be a trap? Where is Chizong? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, I didn't see Chizong come out. There shouldn't be any conspiracy. The matter with Linny's is too big. Look, the entire Reese is alarmed. It's not strange for Tyrion to come out and watch the show. Also, there are so many people in the square of the palace. There shouldn't be any villains causing trouble in public. They don't have to be afraid of anything. Humph, as long as the opportunity is right, what's the big deal about killing people in public? The black goat sneered. The middle-aged man hesitated and said, If that's the case, today is a rare opportunity. They think that we will be worried about the feelings of the mortals and will definitely be careless. Next time, hee. The goddess suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. They still want to scheme against others, but they don't know that they have become someone else's target. The silver-haired middle-aged man looked up in confusion. The screen embroidered with erotic pictures of the summer islands was not thick. He could vaguely see the alluring figure of the woman behind it. Your Majesty, Tyrion is here, the goddess said directly. The goddess directly replied, They've followed you to the gate of the Garden of Desire, hesitating whether or not they should enter. The middle-aged man's face turned pale. He muttered, They are so vigilant that they became suspicious just because they tried to strike up a conversation? I only asked you to monitor them. Why did you talk to him? The black goat scolded sternly. In order to eavesdrop on their conversation, I was very close to them. At that time, Tyrion was belittling the Reese people for being cowards. If I didn't react at all, it would have been very strange. Secondly, I wanted to get some information. Lastly, I wanted to get familiar with them today so that the next time we meet, it won't be too abrupt, the middle-aged man explained. The black goat took out his right hand from under the goddess' red dress. His palm was covered in black fur. He held a horn with 3 fingers. The goddess let out a soft moan. Throwing the horn to the goddess, the 1.3-meter-tall black goat began to tidy up his armor. It was a set of dark green fine-scaled armor. The scales were the size of mung beans, light and flexible. Start the operation immediately. I will bring people to get the dwarf, he said. Wait. The goddess then put the sticky horn on the balcony railing. She pulled the black goat and said seriously, You promised me that you won't attack the sutra teaching team in the Desire Garden. The Desire Garden was the temple of the Desire Goddess. Just like the accident in the great cathedral of Baelor, the 7 gods would definitely be responsible. Mirthea was afraid of being the first target of the Dragon Queen. He did not dare to fight with the Dragon Queen. He was afraid of death. He even planned that if the Justice Alliance was destroyed, he would give up his great foundation in the human world and immediately escape to the far east dark world. This is a rare opportunity. We can't miss it, the black goat said in a deep voice. Do you want me to die? The goddess was about to cry. The black goat sighed and hugged the goddess tightly. He said softly, if this operation fails, you will leave Reese and hide in the barren land for a few years. The goddess leaned back and begged, Reese, it's I dash, ouch my head. Who hit me with a stick? The goddess' expression froze. The black goat's eyes were fierce. Chapter 986. On the north street of the palace square, under a red maple tree with scattered leaves, the dwarf used the tree trunk to cover his tracks as he looked towards the entrance of the Garden of Desire. Hound approached him from another direction and whispered, That guy entered the Garden of Desire. What should we do? I want to go in, but, the dwarf looked at the pink wall with a long row of red lanterns hanging in the north and said helplessly, We are both hot-blooded good men. Entering the Passion Garden is like a hungry wolf entering a sheep pen. Can we hold it in? But who can be sure that it's not a tiger in sheep's clothing? I think we might be too suspicious, Hound said hesitantly. Maybe that guy is just an ordinary lazy, and he's going to the Garden of Desire to pass the time. Why aren't all demons hiding in the Garden of Desire? The dwarf asked. Hound reached into his pocket and took out a gold coin, opening it in his palm. The gold coin wasn't round, but a slender oval. The reason it was oval was because the picture on it was a long strip, a graceful and coquettish woman. The face couldn't be seen clearly, but the lines of the woman's body were extremely beautiful. Why are you showing me Lizzie's gold coin? The dwarf didn't understand. Hound's eyes flashed and asked, Have you noticed the currencies of the cities in the Narrow Sea? The dwarf fell into deep thought. Hound said calmly, The Westeros call it the Golden Dragon. Everyone knows what the dragon represents. Corhol's gold coin has a black goat on it, while Tyrosh's gold coin has the divine tower of the three-headed god on it. The dwarf nodded and said, The goddess of desire is Lizzie's true master. Let's say the Iron Throne prepared a group of assassins with the intention of murdering the Bravos diplomatic group that came to the King's Landing for a state visit. Would the king hide the assassins in the Red Keep? Hound said. If it was my sister or Joffrey, they might just let the gold-robed man take action and announce that it was the assassins who did it, the dwarf said. The corner of Hound's mouth twitched. A king with a normal brain would know how to avoid suspicion. For example, finding a place to hide the assassins in a flea nest. For the king, this isn't troublesome. At least, it's easier than hiding a large number of assassins in the Red Keep. In this way, killing the emissary would give the Iron Throne an excuse to evade Bravo's accountability. I thought that the goddess of lust wouldn't dare to directly fall out with the Dragon Queen. Otherwise, he would have made his move on the first day we came to Reese. The dwarf pondered for a bit before replying, What you said makes sense, but the way deities think is different from mortals. Then what do you think we should do? The hound looked in the direction of the palace. Lady Linney seems to have turned the tables. With a piece of paper, he went from a slave to the noblest person in Reese. Hearing the various voices coming from the plaza, he could not help but sigh. The dwarf only casually glanced at the palace before retracting his gaze and saying, We won't enter the Passion Garden. We'll just circle around the entrance and alert the enemy. Let's see how they react. Acting rashly and alerting the enemy, Hound pondered. Thus, the two of them crossed the road and came to the pink walls of the Passion Garden. Although the Passion Garden had built a wall on the side facing the street, it did not completely give up the advantage of overlooking the commercial street and the palace square. Close to the wall, there was a row of 2 or 3-story buildings made of brick and wood. Above the second floor, there was even a balcony that extended to the sidewalk on the street. The red lanterns hanging on the wall were actually hanging down from the balcony. Tyrion and the Hound did not look around. They lowered their heads and walked past the balcony of the building. From time to time, they could hear the sound of wind instruments, men and women flirting, drinking, and having fun. There were even indescribable sounds of applause and intense breathing. This was the reason why the buildings were built like this. As long as a normal man had money in his pocket, who would be able to resist walking under the decadent red light? The dwarf gritted his teeth and said, "I can't hold it in any longer. When we get to Slave Bay, I'll definitely—" Ouch! But as he walked, a thick stick fell from the sky and hit him on the top of his head. There was even the sound of a rolling pin hitting the insides of an electric rice cooker. The dwarf was furious. He stood still and was about to curse, but when he turned around to look, he did not expect to see a beautiful and enchanting woman. She had a head of hair that was as bright as gold and reached her waist. Her eyebrows were curved like the crescent moon, and her big eyes sparkled with thousands of emotions. She had a small mouth and a fine nose. There was a natural blush on her fair cheek. Her soft body was like a flower bud, but there were two huge peaks in front of her chest. She was using her slender fingers to cover her mouth. She looked down with joy, resentment, and guilt. Her eyes met the dwarf's little plum face. Little Plum Face did not need much to unify the aesthetics of billions of men and women on Earth. Most importantly, the dwarf's eyes had an additional effect. One was black and the other was green. They were beautiful and mysterious. The strengthened version of Pan Jinlian met the best Shimanqing, who was as tall as Wu Dalong. This gaze seemed to last forever. The dwarf stared at her blankly. Two streams of warmth flowed from his nostrils to his lips. His spirit left his body and flew somewhere. Ouch, you hit your nose. It's bleeding. The big eyes of the woman upstairs were full of guilt and concern. Just one look was enough to warm a heart that had been frozen for a long night. Shiman Ru's eyes widened. He did not answer or blink. Not only him, but Go Erlang on the side also had the same expression. He looked up blankly. Two streams of blood flowed from his nostrils. As mentioned before, a row of red lanterns hung on the outer wall of the Passion Garden. The lanterns actually stretched out from the floor of the balcony on the second floor. Therefore, standing under the balcony, through the gaps of the wooden railings, one could clearly see the skirt of the goddess on the balcony, as well as a pair of long white legs under the skirt. There was also something that was tightly clenched, white and wet. It was unknown what it was. Ouch, you're so naughty. Where are you looking? The goddess blushed. Her ocean blue eyes seemed to be stained with a layer of crimson mist. She covered her face with both hands. Nothing was covered. She stamped her feet and closed her legs. Nothing was covered. Instead, a pair of white and small feet were exposed. "Miss, you work here?" The dwarf swallowed his salty saliva. The blood from his nose poured into his open mouth. The goddess hesitated for a moment. At this moment, the black goat behind her used his soul to transmit a message in all directions. "Get ready to move." Then, the evil gods hidden in all the remote corners of Reese City were ready to move. They stretched their limbs, gathered their divine power, and began to prepare a big move. The goddess heard it too. She wanted to stop them. "Don't do it in the Passion Garden." The goddess's telepathic message spread in all directions. The evil gods who were ready to move were stunned. "It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't hesitate. Even if you lose the foundation of the Summer Sea, you still have the entire Jade Sea," the black goat said anxiously. "Don't make a move first. He has been completely mesmerized by me. Let's see how I squeeze his blood dry. I don't want a single drop of holy blood. I'll give it all to you. I only have one request. You can only make a move when his blood runs dry and he leaves the Passion Garden in a sickly state." Then, she transmitted a message to Wu Dalong Black Goat alone. "I can give up the Passion Garden in the Summer Sea, but it cannot be directly related to Tyrion's death. He is the closest person to the Dragon Queen. No matter who kills him, they will become her greatest enemy. Even if the Alliance kills her in the end, with her strength, she will be able to drag her greatest enemy down with her. I don't want to die." The black goat nodded helplessly and quickly retreated behind the screen. The whole process took a long time to describe, but the telepathic message actually happened in the blink of an eye. In the eyes of the dwarf and the hound, the goddess only hesitated for a moment before blushing and nodding. My name is Yaya. I'm in Building 7. Yaya, are you free? I want to talk to you about life and ideals. The dwarf wiped the blood from his nose and raised his head, putting on the most imposing posture. Bad guy, you already know the answer. The goddess's watery eyes seemed to emit 1,000,000 volts of high-voltage electricity. Even though they were one floor apart, the dwarf was electrified. The dwarf could not even bear to blink. He asked foolishly, I don't know? The goddess glanced at the dwarf's feet with her electrifying eyes. The dwarf and the hound followed the goddess's gaze and looked over. The next moment, their breathing quickened and they immediately had a physiological reaction. It was a foot-long tortoise-head stick as thick as a child's arm. It was carved out of fishbeam wood, and the handle was inlaid with bean-sized rubies, pearls, and cat's-eye stones. The goddess had casually placed the horn-colored object that the black goat had given her on the fence. The fence was made of red bricks as wide as a palm, and the horn-colored object was a foot long, 30 centimeters. When the black goat hugged it, the goddess accidentally knocked it down when she leaned back, and it landed on Tyrion's head. Gulp! The dwarf and the hound looked at the object in a daze and swallowed their saliva at the same time. They bent down at the same time and wanted to pick up the horn-colored object. It was sticky and wet, but it emitted a kind of decadent fragrance that made them go crazy. At this moment, they completely understood the goddess's meaning. Miss Yaya would definitely be free. If there was a guest at home, would she still need this object to comfort herself? The night is long, and business is getting harder and harder. I've been lonely for a few months, the goddess explained shyly. It was reasonable that the business of the Long Night Academy was not good. It was also reasonable that she would invite the horn-colored object after being lonely for a few months. As for why the other brothels had business, but this beauty, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the world, was alone in her room. Sorry, the shrewdness in the dwarf's brain had all melted into lust. It was more reasonable that mortals could not resist the temptation of the god of law. Yaya, I'm here to talk about ideals with you. The dwarf ran to the door anxiously. The hound pulled him back, his eyes red, and panted heavily. No, you can't go. Why? The dwarf slapped his hand away impatiently. Because I'm not going to talk about ideals with her. I'm going to fuck her. The hound took a few steps back and accelerated forward. He suddenly jumped up and placed one palm on the fence, then used all his strength to climb up. Damn it, Yaya is mine. The stick hit my head. This is my fate. The dwarf was so angry that he stomped his feet and cursed. You have a fiancé, but I don't have a wife. I want to marry Yaya. The hound had a crazed look on his face, as if he had gone mad. He looked like Do too when he was fighting a tiger. I don't want Yelane anymore. I don't want anything. I only want Yaya. The dwarf rushed over, grabbed the hound's calf, and pulled with all his strength. He could not move it. Roar God's descent. The dwarf's muscles swelled, and his body was filled with strength. He pulled the hound down in an instant. Bam! The hound fell to the ground like a rag doll. You piss me off. Holy white light began to surge on his body, and his energy and injuries quickly recovered. He wrestled with the little giant Tyrion. I'm Lon Lister, sang Zay. You're my servant. Fuck Tywin. I'm Prince Zeon. You dare to disobey me? Fuck Mad King. I'm the brother of the Holy Mother. You want to betray your faith? Bah. Fuck Joanna. I'm your senior brother. You should listen to me. Fuck Chizong. The goddess stood upstairs in a daze. Looking at the two people who were cursing and punching each other, she did not know what to do. Actually, you can come up together, she said softly. Shimin Ru Do Tu Tu. Their movements froze, and their strange gazes met. In an instant, countless thoughts crossed. In the end, they sighed softly and nodded. At this moment, mighty heavenly dragon. Chapter 987. Shimin-Ru and Go-Erlang didn't come out to see Linus, nor did they want to visit the brothel. What happened today was too coincidental, as if it was God's will. Just as the teaching team was about to take the initiative, Linus came to race on her brother's pterodactyl. Garth put down his sister and left. But he was dressed as a white knight, and everyone on the dock saw him. So, Linus made a big fuss. As bait, Shimin-Ru and Go-Erlang had fishing lines behind them, and there were people fishing behind the lines. Arya was the fishing line. She was the most outstanding faceless person. As long as she didn't use her supernatural power, even the goddess of lust thought she was an ordinary Reese person. Also, Arya hid in the crowd on the square of the palace across the road, and Dany didn't notice her peeping. In the beginning, when she saw the two men arguing over a seductress, Arya scolded them loudly, "None of the men are good." But when the dwarf used God's descent and the hound activated the paladin's divine spell, she suddenly realized that there was a problem. Because no matter how lustful they were, they shouldn't use divine spells on the side of the road, and they shouldn't use offensive divine spells on their own people. You don't even need to consider the big picture. If you use up all your divine power now, when the evil god arrives, what will you use to resist? The number of divine spell slots was limited, especially the dwarf. He had faith in the Holy Mother, but he wasn't fanatical, so he didn't accumulate much power of faith every day. The hound could do it, but the dwarf couldn't. So, Arya immediately informed Master Chizong behind the fishing line that the evil gods had taken the bait, and the mastermind was the goddess of lust. Chizong sighed helplessly. "We're in big trouble this time. I thought Mirthia was weak and wouldn't fall out with the Dragon Queen, but I didn't expect her to be so tough and decisive." "I told you not to underestimate her just because she's a woman," the crow said. "Look at all the women in Westeros. Which one of them is simple?" Arya said. Chizong said sincerely, "I was wrong. Mirthia is a pink Valkyrie. Even if her priesthood has nothing to do with fighting, her fighting spirit is worthy of the title of Valkyrie. Throughout our journey, he is the first city-state lord to directly attack the Sutra teaching team." Chizong could be considered to have seen the world by now. He knew many things that were top secret to ordinary people, but were common knowledge to deities. For example, every trading city-state had many gods stationed there, especially those churches with temples. Almost all of them relied on one or more gods behind them. Although Chizong had always found it strange that the Holy Mother was so real and so powerful, why was there only a small holy church in Braavos? Perhaps the Church of the Seven Gods was too righteous, and did not fit in with the demons? In almost every city, there was a god who held the dominant belief. He could be called the head of the gods in the city, also known as the main god. For example, the crocodile god of Pentos and the three-headed god of Tyrot. Although they died under Chizong's palm, they did not directly attack. The crocodile god didn't dare to provoke Chizong and the others at all, because Pentos was too close to Dragonstone Island. Tyroshi's three-headed god died in Mill, disguised himself and mixed in with a group of evil gods. Why? Because a fool could not become a god. As long as one was not a fool, they would not be willing to directly fall out with the Dragon Queen. This was just like how bandits like to wear masks. They were not afraid of doing bad things, but they were afraid of being targeted. Unless they were like the four devils of the Narrow Sea, who had no fixed abode and immediately hid in the corners of the world after finishing a job. That was why Chizong was willing to call the delicate Mirtea the #1 Valkyrie of the Narrow Sea. Since Valkyrie Mirtea is so confident that she is not even afraid of the Dragon Queen, then I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. Chizong's expression was unprecedentedly serious. "What ultimate move?" Arya's crow asked in surprise. "Just wait and see." The people monitoring the seven gods' temple did not see Chizong leave, but he did not leave the holy church through the main door. Instead, he carried Varus and took off, arriving in the sky covered by dark gray clouds. There was a slowly circling pterosaur, Tessa. Fixing Varus on the dragon's saddle, Chizong had a big crow stand on his shoulder, allowing Tessa to bring them around 5,000 meters above the dwarf's head. At that moment, Chizong unbuckled his belt and stood up from the saddle. With a leap of faith, under the big crow and Varus' bewildered gazes, he directly jumped down. Along with the sound of clothes fluttering, Chizong sighed and said, "Great mighty heavenly dragon, whirlwind clouds?" Hum 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 hum, the sky blue stones shattered one by one, turning into wisps of green wind ribbons that surrounded Chizong's body. Circle after circle, like a green spinning top, the speed of his descent increased, even faster when Shiman Ru and Go Erlang made peace, helping each other up, and hurriedly walked towards the entrance of the Passion Garden. A dignified roar came from the sky. Although the voice was louder and more dignified, they immediately recognized who it was. Not just the two of them, after being stunned for a moment, the Lizi people in number 7 Xiao Lu and the surrounding people who heard the voice also knew who it was, because this was the only one, great mighty heavenly dragon. The angry roar was like the creation god's heaven-splitting axe, about to split the sky, about to cleave Lizi Island in half. Looks like he came prepared. The goddess looked at the green shooting star descending from the sky, the charming expression on her face completely disappearing, her eyes filled with killing intent. She said coldly, "No wonder everyone calls him the masked evil monk. The so-called benevolent, bright, and just child of the seven saints actually doesn't care about martial virtues, deceiving and ambushing me. I am a flower like jade, a tranquil and non-battle god. Is this all right?" "Dodge, Chizong is coming fiercely," Black Goat said anxiously. The goddess was cold and emotionless. "I am a supreme heavenly god who cultivated the 10,000 flowers. I grasped the songs of the 3 laws of lust, beauty, and youth. A mere spirit, not Dani Lizi herself. Is it worthy for me to dodge?" Her skin became as translucent as pink crystals, visible to the naked eye. Red divine power as vast as the sea flowed in her blood vessels and bone marrow, and in the end, it surged out from her body, forming countless red ribbons 1 zhang wide, the manifestation of laws and domains. The ribbons carried endless pink mist, extending endlessly, winding towards the green shooting star in the sky. It was as if in that instant, a beautiful and flirtatious red flower bloomed. The flower bud blossomed, pink mist enveloping several kilometers in the surroundings. North Street, the noisy royal palace, and the plaza were all suffused with a faint red mist. It was as if a pause button had been pressed, the shouts stopped, the movements of their hands stopped. Then, their eyes became scarlet red, full of desire, their skin becoming red and hot, their bodies about to burst. Roar, 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 they released roars like vicious beasts in heat. Men and women, men and men, women and women, they tore at each other. Just being affected by the pink mist already resulted in this type of outcome. In that case, what about Chizong, who was wrapped in a flower bud? The green shooting star's speed slowed down, the sharp whistling sounds becoming softer. The air currents that were as fast as lightning began to become chaotic. The goddess laughed arrogantly. "You dare show off your slight skill in front of an expert with such petty tricks?" Black Goat let out a sigh of relief. Right as he was about to agree, he suddenly shouted, "Holy Mother Divine Palm Second Style, whirlwind clouds!" The red silk flower bud began to swell, cracking. "Careful, Chizong broke free," Black Goat reminded urgently. The goddess stared blankly for a moment. Then, she waved her hand again, and a second red silk flew into the sky. "As expected, you came prepared." The goddess laughed. "Unfortunately, I've used the 4 Holy Mother Divine Palm moves too many times. I know exactly where the upper limit of my strength lies." Holy Mother Divine Palm Third Style, Super Fire burning the heavens. A fire sprite self-destructed. Boom! The intense explosion instantly tore apart 2 layers of red silk, as simple as a normal person tearing apart toilet paper. A golden red fireball with a diameter of 10 meters erupted 40 meters in the sky, as if a great sun was falling. There was also a ring of thick red clouds in all directions. After the red silk exploded, it didn't immediately disappear. Instead, it spread out in all directions like a red cloud. Under the goddess' disbelieving gaze, the golden red fireball broke through the red cloud, quickly turning into the shape of a giant palm. The 10-meter-wide giant palm of flames slapped down. So there was still a killing move. The goddess revealed a look of shock, but she didn't panic. She waved her hands repeatedly, and red silk flew up one after another, wrapping around her head into a giant red ball. Hong, the huge flaming palm landed on the red ball, and a huge wave of air blew the roof tiles away. The balcony also made a cracking sound, and slowly collapsed into the courtyard wall. Boom! 4 fire spirits and 2 wind spirits self-detonated at the same time. Combined with the massive amount of Holy Mother's divine power, they all transformed into the power of a single palm strike. I was too careless. I didn't dodge. The fear in the goddess' eyes froze. Boom! The red silk balls were like eggs under leather boot. The moment the goddess's palm exploded the red ball, it landed on the goddess's head, as if she had stepped on a second egg. Then, it was her soul, her delicate torso, and her limbs. The wind howled angrily and the fire raged, but not a single trace was left behind. Number 7 building was torn apart and set ablaze amidst the fierce wind and flames. The enormous shockwave even formed a visible hurricane, whistling past Reese City and all the way to the ocean in the distance, causing ripples on the surface of the ocean. Kacha, 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 kaboom! Very suddenly, above the 9 heavens, purple lightning appeared 3 times in a row, and the sky and earth trembled slightly together. It was not an illusion. The Dragon Queen on Dragonstone Island did not hear the sound of thunder or see the lightning, but she felt the world tremble 3 times. In the world's sea of laws, 3 songs of laws that were almost complete collapsed at this moment. The heavenly god who sang them had perished. Mirthia has been killed. This is the great calamity. Even a big shot who has existed for millions of years has fallen. At this moment, the gods all over the world understood. 7 hells, what exactly happened? 3 deafening thunders woke up the dwarf who had fainted in the shockwave. Yes, a brick was placed on his head. Master Chizong has made his move. He killed Ya. She might be an evil god. This is unbelievable. Is such a beautiful evil god still an evil god? The hunting dog struggled to crawl out from under the collapsed wall, and said with a dazed expression. The dwarf looked at the horn he had been holding tightly in his hand, and his expression was complicated. He sighed softly and threw it away. Arya walked over, and looked at the sea of fire in front of her excitedly. This palm technique that descended from the sky, is it Master Chizong's killing move? It's so powerful, the entire building has been burned into a charred ruin. What happened? Asked the hunting dog. You caught a big fish, and then the evil god bewitched you. Have you recovered now? She asked casually. Chizong, I want you dead. Instantly, Reese was enveloped in absolute darkness. Chapter 988. Night Lion was also in Reese. Reese was the place that the Alliance of Justice and Order prepared for the teaching team. Night Lion chewed on Chui Gu that day because he had an appetite and wanted to eat her. The other part was when Chui Gu and the goddess were making love. He hid in the corner and waited until he carried the goddess into the bedroom. When he saw a man lying on the bed, he felt uncomfortable. The remaining 4 points were a secret plan of his, to let the goddess of Mirthia be a target. Even the goddess knew that she could not be the target of Dragon Queen's first kill. How could Night Lion not know? Could the Alliance of Justice and Order kill Dragon Queen? Perhaps Danny felt that no one could kill her with the iron guards around her, but the alliance of justice and order's power was far beyond her imagination. As long as three conditions were met, there was a high probability of killing Dragon Queen. First, she had to leave Westeros. Second, Dragon Queen did not ride a dragon. Lastly, the alliance of justice and order was not afraid of death. If Dany was on Dragonstone Island, relying on the Westeros heavenly axiom and the Fire Wizard Tower, even if the evil gods of the alliance of justice and order were not afraid of death, they would all die. If Dany had a dragon, she could run if she could not defeat them. This was especially important. If the wind god ran with a dragon, no one could catch up. In aerial battles, there were few gods who could defeat her in a one-on-one battle. Thirdly, could the gods of the alliance of justice and order be fearless of death? They had gathered together for the sake of survival, and were definitely not fearless of death. Therefore, Night Lion, Ar-Hro, and the other big shots had no hope of killing the Dragon Queen head-on. Even if Dragon Queen left Westeros and landed on the ground, the alliance of justice and order would be united and not afraid of sacrifice. If they succeeded in killing her, how many people would die? As long as she was willing, there was an 80% chance that she could take down her biggest enemy with her. Night Lion wanted to use kidnapping, torture, and 100 ways to kill the Queen's illegitimate brother to provoke the Queen and make her lose her mind. He wanted to force her to find ways to increase her power and step into the Smoke Sea's ambush. The problem was, who would provoke the Queen to lose her mind? If he stood out and made himself a thorn in the eyes of the Dragon Queen, the consequences would be. Perhaps Chui Ji's death could make the Dragon Queen focus part of her attention on the goddess? Yi Shi was just doing it casually. Chui Ji's incident only proved that he had the intention of letting the goddess share the burden. But since he had this intention, he would definitely make other more formal arrangements. For example, he would set the battlefield where the scripture teaching team would be destroyed at Rhys. Rhys's master was the goddess, and the leader of the evil gods was the black goat on the surface. He hid behind the scenes to ensure that the overall situation would not collapse. However, the development of the situation was too unexpected. Qi Zong used a palm technique that descended from the heavens, immediately slapping the goddess who comprehended 3 laws to death. Night Lion only wanted the goddess to help him attract some of the Queen's hatred. He certainly did not want to see his old lover die tragically, especially when he died in such a cowardly manner. He no longer cared about attracting the hatred of the Dragon Queen. In a fit of rage, he directly activated the dark domain that enveloped the entire city. He let out a wild roar and wantonly made it known. At that time, Qi Zong was carrying a pair of golden goat horns and dark green scaled armor, walking out of the sea of flames step by step. Suddenly, a loud roar spread through Rhys. Qi Zong, I want you dead. The darkness was like a materialized sea of worms, spreading over from the sea 10 kilometers to the southeast. The black threadworms gnawed at the illusory light, causing the bonfire to shrink visibly. In the end, the flames were still burning, but no light shot out. Rhys Street was completely dark. One could not even see their own fingers. The black threadworms even climbed onto the dwarf and the others' bodies. They were sticky like tar, taking away the light of life and soul of the human body. Ah, my eyes, I can't see anything. My soul power is flowing away. The dwarf seemed to have fallen into a swamp. He shouted loudly and struggled with all his strength, but he could not stop himself from sinking. Holy Light Maiden, dispel the darkness! The hunting dog shouted loudly. His body was like a light bulb, emitting wisps of milky white radiance that was as light as smoke. The darkness struggled in the holy light like threadworms, even releasing hissing sounds. Arya's gray eyes were instantly dyed black. 90% of her body entered the world of death, and the speed of her energy loss decreased by 90%. This is the dark domain of a true god. Qi Zhang's shocked and angry voice came from afar. Mighty heavenly dragon, whirlwind! Then, the dwarf and Arya suddenly felt their bodies lighten. There was nothing under their feet, and they left the ground. The hunting dog was protected by the holy light of the maiden, so he did not completely lose his vision. He could only watch as a green five-clawed python charged out of the darkness. It circled around him and quickly brought him to the sky. It was Qizang's wind sprites. "Bastard Qizang, where do you think you are going?" Thunderous roars came from all directions. The voices were filled with a sacred and dignified aura. They were clearly powerful gods. Hiss! Tessa had arrived. When Qizang descended from the sky, Tessa also quickly lowered her altitude. Since Qizang was ready to attack, there was no need for Tessa to hide at an altitude of 5,000 meters. Now she was just in time. In half a minute, Qizang carried his 3 disciples to Tessa's back. "Run!" Qizang shouted. The 3 wind sprites left his disciples and wrapped around Tessa's wings and neck. They pulled out 3 wind belts that were dozens of meters long in the air, and the pterosaur's speed quickly soared. "Don't run, Qizang, you bastard!" The evil gods below roared, but few of them could fly. Even if they did, they could tell from the sound that they were slower than the pterosaur. They were getting further and further away. However, the teaching team was not completely out of danger. Their vision was still covered by darkness. This meant that they were still in Night Lion's dark domain. Night Lion could not only fly, but it was also not slow. The swamp pterosaur was too slow. Its normal speed was 120 kilometers per hour, and now it was only 250 kilometers per hour. The pterosaur did not need to rely on its vision to determine the direction, so it was not affected by the darkness. However, its body was in the dark domain. It was as if countless dark leeches were sucking away its life force and stamina. It could not escape in a short period of time, and its speed would only become slower. Qizang used the holy light to create a light zone on the pterosaur's back, but it only prevented the master and disciples from disaster. The pterosaur was 50 meters long, and he could not take care of it. So many evil gods, 30 to 40 of them. Fortunately, we escaped quickly, but if only there were no true gods. Arya listened attentively. She was shocked and regretful. The dwarf felt the same. He was shocked, but also felt that it was a pity. With a thought, he said, "Master, we can't go east, we have to go west, fly towards Yang Halberd City." Qizang placed a palm before his chest, sitting upside down on the dragon's saddle. He looked at the darkness behind him, on guard. "Don't play any tricks. Night Lion is behind us, and it's even faster than the pterosaur," he said with a low voice. The dwarf had already begun to control Tessa to circle around. "The enemy is ferocious, let's return to the Westeros." He turned around, roaring with his loudest voice. Then, without waiting for Qizang to berate him, he gave him a look to calm down. "Perhaps we can fly a kite." The dwarf's voice was extremely soft. Qizang shook his head solemnly. "I am not Night Lion's match." The dwarf's expression changed. He suppressed his fear and said, "Then we really have to hide back in the Westeros?" 3 minutes later, the darkness did not recede, instead becoming even denser. The circle of light supported by holy light slowly shrank under the devouring of the dark domain. Large beads of sweat seeped out of Qizang's forehead. Every minute, every second, a large amount of divine power was consumed. If not for the Holy Mother's endless power borrowing, he would have long been exhausted. Tessa's speed is slowing down, but Night Lion is speeding up. It's only a kilometer away from us now. We can only try kiting, he said helplessly. His disciples nodded with heavy expressions. Back when they were discussing the fishing plan, the dwarf had mentioned an idea. If they fled on dragons, even if the evil gods could fly, their speed would definitely be different. When the fastest wave broke away from the main group, they could turn around and continue to flee. The enemy would continue to chase after them. It was like flying a kite. Squeak! Tessa flapped her wings more frequently, and her speed increased by a tiny bit. On the other hand, Qizong transmitted the Holy Mother's divine power to the three wind spirits, and Tessa's speed began to slowly increase. 2 minutes later, Qizong said, "Night Lion is also accelerating. It's only 700 meters away from us." The dwarf looked around at the dark domain. "It's about time, right?" Qizong unbuckled the buckle on the dragon's saddle, his expression firm. "For the Holy Mother's great cause of teaching, we are not afraid of sacrifice." After saying that, he somersaulted and left the dragon's back. Holy Mother's divine palm, whirlwind clouds. A wind spirit circled around him, bringing him to fly backward. The dwarf hurriedly controlled the pterosaur to increase its altitude, attempting to make a 180-degree turn in a crooked U-shaped trajectory. "You're courting death." Behind him, a thick voice filled with killing intent rang out. Boom! Before Tessa could complete the 90-degree turn, a series of explosions that sounded like landslides came from behind her. The darkness swelled and rolled like boiling water, and faint flames could be seen. Night Lion was filled with killing intent as he roared furiously. Qizong shouted at the top of his lungs, "Holy Mother's divine palm and great mighty heavenly dragon." He even used super fire burns the heavens twice, which meant that 2 more fire spirits had self-destructed. When Tessa finally completed the 180-degree turn, her 4 disciples heard Qizong's shrill cry. "Holy Mother, save me! I can't take it anymore." The dwarf's expression froze. He turned to look at Arya and the hound, who were eager to give it a try. "I didn't expect Master to be unable to take it so quickly. Why don't we split up and run on our own?" Arya was hesitant. The hound was shocked for a moment before he glared and said through gritted teeth, "I'm not afraid of death. For the sake of the Holy Mother's great cause of teaching, I don't mind dying. Wind Spirit, strengthen me." He shouted loudly and pulled out his sword. He leaped with faith and charged toward the center of the darkness. "At most, I'll go to heaven and become a death god trainee. What's there to be afraid of?" Arya gritted her teeth and jumped off the pterosaur's back. The dwarf looked around and patted Tessa's head. "Slide past from the side and find a chance to whip that bastard with your tail. Light." Suddenly, a dignified female voice resounded in the sky. Wung wung! In an instant, light shone brightly. It was as if many suns had teleported from the horizon to the sky 2,000 meters above. The dwarf's eyes were stung by the golden light, and he could not stop crying. Before he could rub his eyes to get used to the bright new environment, the darkness surged over like a tsunami in the next instant. The golden sunlight was like a green mulberry leaf in the mouth of a silkworm. It was being chewed and swallowed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "How dare you show off your insignificant skills in front of an expert?" The rough male voice laughed coldly. "Hee hee." The dignified female voice laughed softly. "Evildoer, you really don't know your place." Her tone did not sound like the Dragon Queen at all, but that tone, the dwarf was sure that his sister had come. He was just not sure if it was a divine descent or if she had come in person. "Fire!" She softly spat out a word. In the next instant, threads of fire slithered in the sea of darkness like a snake. It was like a fuse. In a flash, it ignited a net of fire. The net of fire quickly burned into a sea of fire. Chapter 989. Because of the word fire, the sea of darkness that covered the sky almost turned into a sea of fire in an instant. The darkness was ignited? The dwarf couldn't believe it and couldn't understand. At this time, in Reese City, 20 kilometers away, countless people looked to the northwest and saw a fireball with a radius of 5 kilometers. It seemed that the western sky was burning. They couldn't believe it and couldn't understand it. This is the first flame? No, it only has a trace of the characteristics of the first flame, but why is it so strong? Night Lion howled in horror and also couldn't believe it, but he knew the reason. Dragon Queen's fire domain had the characteristics of the first flame burning everything. This was the strongest fire domain he had ever seen. Creatures with talents, one day, had an understanding of a natural phenomenon and became the most primitive extraordinaire. They were determined to study that natural phenomenon, transcend into holiness, understand divinity, and become demigods. Demigods studied the laws represented by natural phenomena, from loose divinity to regular clergy. The clergy evolved to the limit and opened the Song of Laws. One who could sing the Song of Laws completely became a true god. After becoming a true god, they continued to study the Song of Laws and could produce a corresponding domain. When the domain was studied to the limit, the Song of Laws would give birth to Supreme. This was probably the evolution process of a normal god. The core was the law. In essence, there was no difference between a god and a scientist, but the way they studied the world was different. The domain was the prototype of Supreme. Generally, only a true god was qualified to develop the law into a domain after the Song of Laws was completed. Or, like Aunt May and the past great wizards of Valeglia, they were affiliated with a god and could borrow the domain of a god when they were demigod. But this wasn't absolute. For example, Night Lion and Myrtea were fake true gods. They deliberately maintained the Song of Laws at 99%, but still developed a domain. For example, Dani, when the Song of Laws was close to 50%, she developed the prototype of a domain. To put it bluntly, a domain was also a kind of knowledge. Bill Gates, Zuckerberg, and Steve Jobs didn't have a college diploma, only a high school diploma in hand, but their professional knowledge was not less than ordinary undergraduate. Therefore, when Dragon Queen comprehended a domain, Night Lion and other evil gods were amazed by her talent and were not too shocked. What was truly shocking was the first flame in the fire domain. The Night Lion had seen Lalo's greed of fire. It spread out unscrupulously and wanted to swallow everything that could be burned. Its range was as wide as the wildfire in the fields in autumn. However, its lethality was limited. If he remained calm and did not move or dodge, the domain of fire would not be able to hurt him. He had once struggled to escape from Balerian's fury of fire, and the divine power in his body began to boil. The dark domain was like asphalt on the road at noon in summer, twisting and melting in the high temperature. However, the range of Balerian's domain was rather narrow. Like the dragon flame, although it was violent, it was easy to dodge. Dragon Queen's fire domain did not have a wide range, and the temperature was not high either. It was almost between Lalo and Balerian. It seemed mediocre? However, its energy level was unexpectedly high. The fire in the Song of Ice and Fire world was divided into ordinary fire, wildfire, dragon flame, earth fire, sun fire, first flame ember, and first flame of creation. There were a total of 7 levels. If one used the level of fire to divide the power level, generally speaking, ordinary people used level 1 ordinary fire, extraordinary people and ordinary demigods corresponded to level 2 wildfire, the most powerful demigod corresponded to level 3 dragon flame, level 4 earth fire corresponded to ordinary true gods, level 5 sun fire corresponded to powerful true gods, level 6 first flame ember corresponded to the world's king of gods, and level 7 first flame corresponded to the god of creation. In this way, one could understand why Dragon Queen's fire domain could ignite Night Lion's dark domain. Because of the first flame characteristic, the energy level of the fire domain was almost close to the sun. Perhaps it was 4.8 or 4.9. Night Lion was very powerful and had lived longer than the door god. He could exchange 2 blows with the door god, and he could also fight with Balerian and then retreat unscathed. It could be said that in terms of strength, he was on the same level as Lalo during the subversion period. However, Night Lion was not a powerful true god. He did not have the status of a true god at all. Therefore, even though his dark domain was powerful, his energy level was low, barely above 4.0. On the contrary, when Lalo was still the king of light, his strength was not as strong as Night Lion's, but his energy level was close to 5.0. If it was the frost god, he would definitely be a big shot with a 5th energy level. The status of a true god did not just represent responsibility, it could indeed bring about an increase in strength. However, energy level was not the only standard of strength. For example, Qizong killed Murtea with a single palm. Or now, aha, save me, I don't want to die. Ah, my god power is burning, your majesty Night Lion, save me. No, impossible, why is it like this, god power, divinity, god body, they are all burning bang. The evil god whose speed was second to Night Lion's had already entered the tail end of the dark domain. He was planning to pincer Qizong and the others, but together with the dark domain, he was uncontrollably ignited into a torch. Light and darkness are of the same origin. Night Lion's pitch-black left eye suddenly released dazzling white light, as if it had transformed from a black hole into a white hole, endless white light gushing out. The dark domain within a 5-kilometer radius instantly returned to his right eye, the pitch-black right eye became even darker, the small black hole evolving into an active super-large black hole. The left eye was a white hole, while the right eye was a black hole. The light and darkness around Night Lion wriggled like living creatures, the space also trembling, the world singing a song of darkness and light. The extreme light of his left eye and the extreme darkness of his right eye combined to form a brand new domain, a giant Tai Chi ball with black and white distinctions. Inside the Tai Chi ball, all non-light and darkness elemental existences were repelled and squeezed. Dragon Queen's fire domain, that was close to the 5th energy level, gradually shrank, suppressed by an even higher energy level domain. It could only barely protect Qizong, Arya, and the hunting dog. The dwarf, Varys, and Tessa were a bit far away, they were all howling and struggling inside the Tai Chi ball. The white light disintegrated their bodies, the darkness absorbed their energy and souls. It was like using a nanoscale scalpel to cut the people inside the domain into thousands of pieces, pulling out their tendons and skin. Today, the Sutra teaching team will be wiped out here. The consciousness you sent will also be annihilated. Night Lion's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something trivial. Saint Danny released her senses, carefully studying the Tai Chi ball that was crazily suppressing the fire domain. At the same time, she also separated a trace of her consciousness into the dwarf's body through the Holy Knight's seal, observing the damage the light and darkness power had on his body and soul. After a while, she sighed. So this is the song of light and darkness that was copied from the song of ice and fire. It's amazing, it's not even the real thing, but it has already surpassed the level of a true god. Since you have such knowledge, you should understand that struggling is futile, Night Lion said proudly. What? Do you want me to surrender? Saint Mother Danny said, amused. I want to advise you to put down the butcher's knife and turn from evil to good, Night Lion said righteously. Saint Danny said strangely, isn't that my line? Night Lion's voice rumbled, as if he was a just god judging the sins of the world. In just a few years, how many great gods who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years have died directly or indirectly in your hands? You are the source of all evil. Let me think about it. Stop torturing Tyrion first, he's making me annoyed, Saint Danny said. Not only the dwarf, but Varys and Tessa were also suffering from the pain of hundreds of ants biting their hearts. Even the Tai Chi ball couldn't stop their howls. Hee, I want you to be heartbroken, Night Lion said with a sinister smile. Then, the dwarf's howls became even more shrill. The white light was like a small knife, cutting his flesh and tendons. The darkness was like ants, drilling into his body through the wound, swallowing the illusory soul and light of life. Bastard, how dare you bully me? Saint Danny was furious. What answered her was Night Lion's carefree laughter and the dwarf's howls from his soul. After a while, Saint Danny finished her research. She retracted the spiritual sense she had left in the dwarf's body and said, You dark evil gods are really cowardly. In order to avoid the responsibility of the world's fall, you gave up the position of a true God. In order to avoid the battle of the great Tao brought about by the mainstream songs of laws, you all chose the obscure songs of laws. Even the famous god of the night, Night Lion, was nothing more than this. Your black and white Tai Chi ball isn't the song of light and darkness, but the song of noon and midnight, right? Too cautious, too cowardly, I'm convinced. The emptiness of absolute ice gave birth to the initial flame created the world, and the world eventually walked towards extinction, turning into absolute ice and nothingness. In the icy nothingness, the initial flame was born again. Such a cycle was the highest truth of the universe. This truth was also the highest law of the universe of ice and fire. Not to mention the gods, even the world itself yearned to obtain this highest law. That was because after the world obtained the highest law of the universe, it would also evolve into a universe. However, the initial flame, which was the pinnacle of fire, and the ice that could extinguish a world, either one of them was beyond the reach of countless planes and gods, let alone unifying the two songs of laws. Therefore, some gods began to imitate by mastering two opposite but mutually reinforcing laws. For example, light and darkness. Night Lion, as the name implied, represented darkness and night. He had a wife in his early years, the Lady of Light, who comprehended the new song of light. She represented the sun, light, and day. Light and darkness opposed each other. Light was born from darkness, and darkness was born when light reached the extreme. Light and darkness reinforced and restrained each other, thus forming a polarity unique to this world, the song of ice and fire. How strong this supreme polarity was could be seen from Night Lion's battle results. The question was Night Lion's light and darkness the real version of light and darkness? Danny knew the story of Night Lion and the Lady of Light, but before today, she had always thought that Night Lion had failed. She thought that Night Lion, who had betrayed his wife, did not get the song of light and could not master the song of light and darkness, not to mention that the song of darkness was clearly occupied by the root of the door god, but the song of light was mastered by Lalo in the early days. Now, Danny had merged with the destiny of the Lady of Light and sang the new song of light. How could Night Lion, who did not have the song of light and the song of darkness, sing the song of light and darkness? When Night Lion shouted light and darkness come from the same source and created the Tai Chi ball, Danny looked calm, but she was very surprised. Therefore, she chatted with him while studying the Tai Chi ball. The dwarf even offered his own body as a research material. In the end, Danny discovered a sad secret of Night Lion. Perhaps, he did not dare to comprehend the song of light and the song of darkness. Because the song of light and the song of darkness were mainstream laws, it was easy to form a competition with other true gods. Competing with the door god for the song of darkness? Seeking death. Being killed by the door god. Competing with the Lady of Light for the song of light? Seeking death. When the long night came, he was the first unlucky one. Then what the hell did he comprehend? Chapter 990. There were 3,000 great Daos, just like how the river flowed down 3,000 feet. The three represented countless numbers, not an exact number. In theory, the world contained everything. The number of laws was also not exact. It was determined by the consciousness in the world. People looked up at the world and felt the mountains and rivers for a long time. This was the starting point of law cultivation. There was no concept of cultivation in the world. It was only because living beings felt lightning, thunder, sun, rain, or other natural phenomena. Their souls were intoxicated by it, and their spirits were sublimated to match the scenery. This opened the path of transcendence, which was also the beginning of comprehending the laws. Similarly, the world only had meaning when one's consciousness perceived it. Living beings observed, felt, and comprehended it. In the end, they remembered it as laws. The corresponding natural phenomena were more vivid and real, becoming the manifestation of laws that would never disappear. This was the essence of cultivation in the Song of Ice and Fire world. Humans and the world were interconnected and harmonious. The world only had the four basic elements of earth, water, wind, and fire, but there were so many gods who comprehended the laws. Obviously, it was impossible for every true god to sing the song of the four elements. Tao gave birth to one, one gave birth to two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to all things. The four basic laws definitely could not represent three. They could only give birth to 99% of the material world, representing one in three. The other two ones in three were soul and time and space. Cold nothingness plus first flame equals this multiverse. First flame equals the four elements plus soul plus time and space equals plane world. Ice and fire formed the universe. The world was born in fire, and outside the world was ice. The songs of laws that many true gods sang belonged to the choruses of the four elements, or choruses of choruses. Just like in a polytechnic, the physics and chemistry departments could cover more than half of the majors. As the representative of the night, Night Lion comprehended the choruses of the dark law, the midnight song. Night Lion, the lion of the night. He was the representative of the night. After that, he married the Lady of Light and learned the choruses of the Song of Light, the Song of Noon, from his wife. From then on, he represented both the night and the day. In a sense, he had reached the realm of perfection. You saw through it? Night Lion was shocked and hesitant when he heard the Dragon Queen expose his roots. You should have comprehended the Song of Light and the Song of Darkness, right? Otherwise, it's impossible for him to disguise himself so well. I didn't recognize him even after observing him for a long time, Danny said curiously. If she didn't know that the Door God Root had mastered the Song of Darkness, and if she didn't comprehend the Song of Light, she would have thought that the Night Lion was really singing the Song of Light and Darkness. Only an old expert would be able to disguise himself on the level of the laws. Otherwise, he would not be able to fool Danny, an expert. Danny's words seemed to evoke some memories. Night Lion was silent for a long time inside. A long time ago, I almost sang the entire Song of Darkness. Later, I gave up and crippled my own martial arts, forgetting the entire Song of Darkness. Seeing me like this, old fish Liang Mu took over this heavy responsibility. Heavy burden? This was different from what Danny had guessed before, but now she found it even more unbelievable. Yishur said coldly, "You are the main character of this era, a rare Holy Spirit among humans." But to the ancient us, the Holy Spirit was just a basic gift. Among the gods who comprehended the laws, who wasn't a Holy Spirit? I was a Holy Spirit, Murtea was a Holy Spirit, Lalo, Old Fish Liangmu, and even the group of true gods under Old Fish Liangmu were all Holy Spirit. Except for the Holy Spirit, you call it the destiny of the Savior, which is also a common thing for the ancient gods. I was born in the dark world of the Far East and had the destiny of the God of Darkness. I could easily comprehend the Song of Darkness. As long as the previous God of Darkness died, I watched the gods of darkness of generations perish in the fall of the world. Do you think that when the long night comes, the first thing to be extinguished is the sun? Haha, light and darkness come from the same source. Just like the Great Wall of Westeros blocking the cold air from the far north, when the world falls, the God of Darkness will also desperately resist the darkness from the Far East. Then, he will really lose his life and be extinguished almost at the same time as the sun. The darkness and coldness that surged into the world formed the disaster of the world, the long night. I didn't want to die. I refused to become the God of Darkness. After perfecting my own midnight song, I took the initiative to forget the Song of Darkness. I once had the destiny of the Lady of Light. Just like you, I comprehended a brand new Song of Light. Similarly, after perfecting my own Song of Noon, I gave the destiny of the Lady of Light to the descendants of the Sky Emperor, the only son of the Night Lion and the Lady of Light. Yasser Yai's wife, Nisanisa. She also has a part of my bloodline. Lalo that bastard. After cursing, the Night Lion's tone quickly returned to normal. I didn't expect fate to be so wonderful that you actually got that destiny. Danny let out a long sigh. Regional discrimination is indeed wrong. I shouldn't have been prejudiced against the dark world of the Far East. The dark demon god wasn't born a bad person. Unfortunately, hundreds of millions of years have passed. Those who are responsible have bravely sacrificed themselves for justice, leaving behind a group of cowards like you. Just like the Westeros now, those who aren't afraid of death are all dead. Although we can't discriminate based on region, the environment we grew up in does have a certain influence on people. There are only 2 cowards left in the Westeros, but there are countless cowards in the Far East. That sounds nice. I only hope that when you really face death, you can remember what you said today. The Night Lion sneered. Fate is so wonderful. You're right. The Holy Mother Dany's tone suddenly became strange. You gave the destiny of the Lady of Light to Nissa. After going around in circles, it finally fell into my hands. Now, facing me who has the Song of Light. Don't you think this is retribution? Light. The next moment, the black and white Tai Chi ball that was originally one with the elements began to bulge and collapse. The balance between light and darkness was lost. What did you do? The Night Lion was shocked. This is impossible. I have comprehended the supreme of the universe. My Song of Light can't be out of control. The Song of Light is in my hands. Also, you don't have the status of a true god. The Holy Mother Dany sighed. She could use the Song of Wind to take away the wind power of the Storm God, but she couldn't use the Song of Light to make the Song of Noon of Night Lion lose control. Not only did the Storm God comprehend the Song of Light, but he also sublimated the Song of Ice and Fire to the Supreme Law, although it was a knockoff of a knockoff. However, the Night Lion was inferior to the Storm God. He lacked the status of a true god. The Night Lion had the power of the strongest true god, but in essence, he was still a demigod, just like Dany. More importantly, how is this possible? You used the fire domain to activate the Song of Light. The Night Lion howled in disbelief. If the Song of Light could really restrain the Song of Midnight and Noon, the Night Lion wouldn't have thrown away the destiny of the Lady of Light like trash. In fact, ordinary Song of Light was ineffective against him. However, the Dragon Queen had already mastered the technique of switching between fire and light. In her eyes, fire and light were only different in appearance, but there was no difference in essence. In modern physics, this concept was obviously wrong, but in this universe, it was the truth. That was why the Dragon Queen could convert the fire domain into the light domain and retain the characteristics of the first flame. As such, the Dragon Queen's light and the Night Lion's light had similar energy levels. However, the Night Lion's light was the Song of Light of the Queen. Once his light of noon was illuminated by the light of the first flame, he would immediately lose control and become Dany's power. Mighty Heavenly Dragon! The Night Lion's light and darkness Taiji ball lost control. The scripture teaching team regained their strength. Chizong was the first to shout. His body was covered in a layer of light of the first flame, making him look like a golden man. Everywhere he passed, the Taiji ball domain left behind worm-like destruction. Arya and the hunting dog were like him, shining with golden light like gods descending from the heavens. They were fearless in the Taiji ball domain. When the Taiji ball disappeared completely, the dying dwarf rushed over and saw the scene of the 3 heroes fighting Lu Bu. The 3 of them surrounded an abnormally tall monster with a lion head and a human body. Chizong shouted angrily and continuously used the Holy Mother palm. Wind, fire, and light flickered in his palm. Every palm made the Night Lion's aura weaker. Arya appeared and disappeared like a ghost. The stranger's sword in her hand was vicious. Every time she stabbed, she would definitely hit the enemy's vitals. The hunting dog was not afraid of death. Even if the Vajra armor was scratched by the night lion's claws, even if he was beaten until he spat out blood and his organs were broken, he still did not give up the glory of being a main tank. He slashed with his sword and punched with his iron fist. He even learned from Chizong and kept shouting, "Mighty heavenly dragon." The night lion was not having a good time either. The thick blood mixed with ink black and milky white dyed his mane and golden armor. The dwarf searched for a long time, but he could not find a chance to make Tessa whip her tail. It was easy to hit the side vehicle and injure their own people. Thus, he started to use the super crossbow to attack from outside. Yep, it was a small dragon-slaying crossbow that was fixed to the back of the pterosaur's neck. The 1-meter-long, thumb-thick steel crossbow shot out with a whoosh. The night lion and the hunting dog who acted as a meat shield were hit. However, the night lion was huge, so he killed 1,000 enemies and lost 500 of his own. "I swear on my blood that I will kill all of you." After fighting for half an hour, the night lion's aura weakened. His armor was tattered, his mane was messy, and the pair of black membrane wings behind him were mostly broken. After leaving behind these words, he jumped into the sea and escaped. Actually, while the night lion was heavily injured, Chizong and his disciples were even worse. As a veteran demon god, even if the night lion was suppressed in terms of domain, his witchcraft and melee skills were still top-notch. In terms of damage output, the entire teaching team could barely match the night lion. However, Chizong's moves were too vicious. Every Holy Mother palm had the spiritual bestowment attribute. This caused the night lion's HP bar to be permanently reduced. It wasn't just Chizong. As long as Arya and the hunting dog used the 7 gods' divine arts to attack the enemy, they would also have the spiritual bestowment attribute. For example, Arya's rapier was completely forged with the stranger's death divinity. Its strength was completely determined by Arya's will. There was no need to doubt Arya's will. Every strike could easily break through armor, and every strike would also destroy a portion of the soul. In fact, in just half an hour, the night lion permanently lost 15% of his soul and divinity. The Song of Laws even showed signs of collapsing. As for the teaching team, not only were they all wearing tile steel armor, they were also constantly using holy healing to recover their HP. In other words, the night lion was getting weaker and weaker. Chizong and the others would at most exhaust their energy, but their damage output wouldn't change. If they didn't run, as the big boss, the night lion would definitely be killed here. After defeating the night lion, Chizong and his disciples were excited and exhausted. They rested on Tessa's back for a night. When they returned to Lizzie City at noon the next day, they realized that not only was their 7 gods' temple destroyed, even the entire city was ravaged. Not to mention Lizzie City, even Prince Linus was eaten by a lion-headed monster that suddenly appeared when she was giving a speech. Just like eating a hot dog, the head was bitten off. The prince's body trembled, and then he lost control of his bowels and urine. The lion-headed monster didn't mind and licked it clean. It even smiled and said that the couple could be part of the team, the temple contractor wailed. Chapter 991. Demons. There are demons everywhere in the city. So there really are demons in this world. The contractor's face was filled with horror that could not be dissolved. Where did these demons come from? What kind of demons? Chizong looked around at the broken walls and said with a deep voice, "Also, who destroyed the 7 gods' temple? It's demons, it's all done by demons. Those demons are born in all kinds of strange shapes, they don't look human at all. They even spit flames and poisonous smoke, eat children alive, rape women, torture men, and commit all kinds of crimes," the contractor said with a trembling voice. "Are they the evil gods that are preparing to surround and annihilate us?" The dwarf moved to Chizang's ear and said softly, "You killed Goddess Mirthea, stirring up everyone's emotions. As the main culprit, we successfully escaped, so those evil gods who can't fly vented their anger on the people of Lizzie?" Qizong thought for a moment and said calmly, "The night is long, danger everywhere. This danger isn't just the extreme cold and food shortage. The rampage of demons is also one of the disasters of the night. We are under the Holy Mother's orders to pass through the East. Isn't it to slay demons, spread the Holy Scriptures, and return peace to the world?" In short, Lizi's disaster had nothing to do with them or the Seven Gods Church. On the contrary, the Church was the nemesis of demons. "Those evil gods are the demons still in Lizi?" Arya licked her lips, her hand subconsciously reaching for her sword hilt. Her gray eyes seemed to burn with flames as she looked around, eager to give it a try. "If they don't take the initiative to appear before me, I won't know either." Qizong shook his head slowly. "Tyrion, why don't you go out and try again?" Arya looked at the dwarf expectantly. The dwarf pointed at his face. "Can I still fight like this? Also, look at Sangs and Varys, their condition is even worse than mine." Tyrion's skin was pale, his cheeks sunken, the light in his eyes dim, as if he had been fighting for a month in the Garden of Desire. "Tell me in detail, what happened back then?" Qizong asked with a frown. The contractor first looked at him in reverence, and then he suddenly shuddered, saying in horror, "After you used the Buddha's palm that descended from the sky, the plaza and the surrounding streets were covered in a layer of red mist. Anyone who came into contact with the red mist couldn't help but want to. Masters, you should go to the palace square to take a look. There are still countless pools of blood there." The desire was too strong, and he didn't have time to vent it. Women were still fine, but many men could not control their desires. Before they took off their pants and found a partner, they would squeak like sausages that were stuffed full of meat stuffing. In the end, their sausages would burst, and their blood vessels would burst. Even so, his desire did not diminish. Because he had nowhere to vent, he eventually exploded and died. The contractor said with a twisted face. "Hiss, so terrifying?" Tyrion clamped his legs together and said, "I had the same feeling at that time, but it wasn't to this extent. You and Hound completely lost your mind and fought each other with divine spells on the street. Have you forgotten?" Arya said with disdain. "But we only wet our pants and didn't explode our sausages," the dwarf said. "I'm not wet," the Hound quickly said. "What wet pants?" Arya asked curiously. Ahem, you'll naturally understand when you're old enough." Under the young girl's confused gaze, the dwarf was extremely embarrassed, and for some reason, he felt a little stiff. Qizong said coldly, "Tyrion, remember your identity." "Sorry, I'll pay attention to the occasion in the future." The dwarf apologized sincerely. He then changed the topic and asked the contractor, "How many people died last night?" 1 or 2,000, most of them died in the red mist. The dwarf muttered in shock, "I didn't expect the Song of Desire's domain to be so domineering. Against such a powerful evil god, no matter how many mortal armies there are, it's useless. There aren't many heavenly gods who have grasped a domain to begin with. Murthia can be considered one of the most powerful gods in the world, but his path isn't suited for battle," Qizong said with a serious expression. "Murthia?" The contractor's expression changed, as if he understood something. His gaze towards Qizong and the others became extremely complicated. It was first resentment, then fear, and then confusion. The master and disciples saw his expression, but they didn't care, because the matter of killing Murthia couldn't be hidden at all. Moreover, this wasn't the first time they killed the city's guardian god. Pento's crocodile god and Tyroshi's three-headed god were both killed by them, and then they were still honored guests in the city's palace. But Murthia died then, so how can the domain be maintained? Arya asked in confusion. It's precisely because he died that the domain went out of control. Even a fart from a mortal can be maintained for a while. So isn't it reasonable that the chaotic domain of laws can be maintained even longer? Arya's mouth twitched, unable to refute. Qizong put his palms together, bowing towards the Holy Mother's broken statue in the Holy Church's ruins, saying with a sigh, It's all Night Lion Demon's fault. If he didn't chase after us, I should be able to calm the chaotic aura of laws. Arya's mouth continued to twitch. For the first time, she realized that her master's title of Masked Evil Monk might not be wrong. Actually, according to Qi Zhang's nature, even if he wasn't the one responsible for the tragedy in the plaza, he should still be blushing in shame. After all, he was the one who killed the goddess. But before Qi Zhang left the Westeros, he was taught a lesson by Big Sparrow for more than a month. If it were Big Sparrow, he should have reacted this way. There are more than 2,000 people in the plaza, right? Where are the rest? Tyrion asked. The rest entered the alley in time, but in the end, they collapsed on the ground like exhausted oxen, breathing little but exhaling more. Then, the demons came out of nowhere and cursed. The contractor swept his gaze over the master and disciples, saying, "The demons are cursing you." They were furious when they couldn't find you, so they massacred and devoured the people who couldn't move on the ground. Qi Zhang's mind spun quickly, thinking of a response. Tyrion asked, "Do you know where the demons came from?" "I don't, but they seem to be looking for you," the contractor insisted. "I'll tell you the truth." The dwarf's lips curled into a malicious smile. "The so-called demons are the gods that you worship on a daily basis." Tyrion, Qi Zhang frowned. The dwarf waved his hand. "Hiding it from them is actually harming them. Also, haven't you noticed? When the gods appear in the world on a large scale and attack mortals without restraint, the old order of the world will change. Perhaps we'll return to the previous era where humans and gods live together? In the future, we'll encounter more and more evil gods, and they'll become even more unrestrained. We won't be able to hide it even if we want to," he said with a sigh. Qi Zhang's expression shook, and he fell silent. "What are you talking about?" the contractor asked in confusion. The dwarf said with a smile, "All you need to know is that the demon that made thousands of people explode their little brother last night is the goddess of lust, love, and youth that you Lee's people believe in, Mu-Erdia. That little bitch coveted my mighty body, and was slapped to death by Qi Zhang's master. The evil gods that devoured you are the gods of faith led by Lalo and Night Lion. They're all lovers of the goddess of lust, and they don't want the Seven Saints' scripture to spread to the east." "No, impossible!" The contractor's emotions surged, his face pale. "Why is it impossible? Night Lion has such obvious characteristics, and you can't recognize him? By the way, everyone is heavily injured, so why are you still so spirited?" the dwarf asked while looking at him suspiciously. Qi Zhang and Arya's gazes sharpened. The contractor shrunk his neck, and mumbled, "Last night, I was also burning with desire, but I was surrounded by old aunties that I didn't like. When I couldn't take it anymore, I suddenly remembered the white bone temple that Master Qi Zhang taught me, and guess what happened? He became spirited. My desire was completely extinguished, and that's why I'm fine." "You can do that?" The dwarf was stunned. Qi Zhang was deep in thought. "When I was wrapped in Mu-Erdia's desire red silk, I also." Then, I visualized the white bone desire demon diagram in my mind, and the illusions quickly disappeared, and my mind became clear. This was not an accident. The reason why the Dragon Queen created the White Bone Temple was not because she was bored. Because of the same crime, when Sherera Yangshin entered Hell, she happened to be in the same level of Hell as Cersei, in the same area. The two did not empathize with each other, and instead got along harmoniously. Cersei insulted Sherera, and Sherera did not like Cersei either. However, she was a transcendent half-god, and her methods were better and more direct. Using the method that the goddess of lust used against her, Sherera tried to turn Cersei into her own spirit of lust, the saint of lust heaven. Cersei could not resist at all, and then she became even more depraved. Her soul underwent some unknown evolution. At that time, Dany started to take Mu-Erdia seriously. In order to deal with the goddess who controlled the law of lust, she spent some time studying the Buddhist visualization method, the white bone temple, that she had seen in Geesbar in her previous life. It was not some immortal cultivation method, but a very basic and simple psychological suggestion. As for what results could be achieved after the transformation, and whether there would be any side effects, Danny did not know either, so she let Qizong test it out. From the looks of it, the effect was not bad. Are those demons really gods? The contractor asked the question in his heart. The incident in the square alarmed the garrison troops in the other districts. When they saw the demons eating humans, the soldiers used their swords and spears to cut them. Although those demons had their own methods, they were all made of flesh and blood. They howled in pain and were stabbed until their flesh was mangled. In the end, more than 30 demons were defeated by 2,000 elites, and they fled pathetically. Are gods that weak? He asked doubtfully. 2,000 elites. 30 against 2,000, injured but not dead. Isn't that strong enough? The dwarf exclaimed. 2,000 elites couldn't even defeat the Dragon Queen from a few years ago, the contractor complained. Back then, she rode a dragon to rob Reese and burned dozens of princes and hundreds of guards to death, but we couldn't do anything to her at all. Don't compare yourself to her. The dwarf waved his hand. She's not a normal person. Qizong was puzzled. Since the soldiers chased away all the evil gods, why was Lady Linus still eaten? That lion-headed monster can fly. The contractor could not help but raise his head and look around, as if he was worried that the night lion would suddenly fly over. Many people died last night, and they died in such a strange way. In order to calm the people and stabilize the political situation, the nobles decided to elect a new prince overnight to preside over the situation. The contractor's expression became awkward. Many nobles died too. They were all terrified and wanted to use the Dragon Queen's name to suppress the man-eating demons. Thus, Lady Linus was successfully elected, but, just this morning, on the balcony of the palace, when she was giving a speech to all the free people in the square, the lion-headed monster descended from the sky and landed beside her, saying, The lion-headed monster smiled coldly and picked up Prince Linus like a chicken, saying, I was about to leave, but I heard Danny Alice's name in the sky. When I heard her name, I felt a fire burning in my heart. It just so happens that the royal blood can be a great supplement. The prince begged, saying, I can help the king vent the fire, and even wrapped around him like a vine. The contractor and the master and disciples were all extremely embarrassed. To the contractor, she was their prince. To Qizong and the others, she was their compatriot, a fellow countryman, and a noble. She could almost represent the Westeros. Seeing that everyone was embarrassed, the dwarf was no longer embarrassed. He could not help but ask, and then? The prince is petite, and the lion-headed monster is more than 3 meters tall. It cracked, and then it ate her. Chapter 992. The Summer Sea, the West of the West, the Land of the Far West. The sky was dark, the north wind was howling, and the black water was surging, creating layers of waves as if the sea god was roaring angrily. He, I didn't expect you to lose so badly. It's been half a month, and you still haven't recovered. In fact, the sea god wasn't angry. Instead, he was very happy. Under the sea, in a trench tens of thousands of meters deep, there was a gorgeous palace that looked like it was made of crystal glass. Unlike the solid glass of mortals, the glass used to make the sea god palace was all flowing water. The clear spring under the morning sun, the slightly green lake water in spring, the yellow flood of the river, the blood-red lake water at the peak of the mountain in the sunset, countless amounts of water formed a flowing palace at the bottom of the sea. There was a sea of stars at the top of the palace. The layout of the stars was exactly the same as the real world outside. The stars were like fireflies, flickering and dimming, but emitting different colors of light. It was colorful and dreamy. In the flower garden of the palace, there were thousands of strange flowers and herbs. The fruit forest was full of fruit. There was a square made of white jade. There were 31 wine pools made of gold and glass. They were filled with amber, gold, and green wine of 31 different colors and type. In the corner of the square, there was a meat forest that emitted a tempting aroma. Countless tall and boorish men and women wandered around the palace. They were either drinking and eating, or having fun, or singing at the top of their lungs, or fighting with swords. Not only were there humans, mermaids with a human body and a fishtail were also there. In the center of the white jade square, there were steps made of black iron, brass, silver, gold, and jasper. The jasper platform at the top was 50 square meters, and there was a huge round fishbone bathtub in the center. There was a handsome young man lying lazily in the bathtub. He was also a merman. He had dark golden scales with strange runes on them. His abdominal muscles were 8 packs, and his skin was as white as the finest jade. He had an inverted triangle body that was extremely visually impactful. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, a square mouth, and a wide nose. He had green seaweed-like hair that draped over his shoulders. His facial features were ordinary, but they were very harmonious. There was an indescribable and irrefutable beauty. He was one of the 2 remaining true gods of the Westeros, Inami. Beside the bathtub stood a tall lion-headed man, Night Lion. I won't be able to recover from my injuries in half a century, let alone half a month. Dany Lilith is too vicious. Anyone hit by her divine art will suffer permanent damage to the soul. Not only will the soul and divinity evaporate, even the Song of Law's foundation will be shaken. The mermaid nodded and sighed. This is the characteristic of the first flame burning everything, right? Daenerys is too terrifying to be an enemy of. We don't want to be enemies with her, but she's crazy. She definitely won't let us go, Ysher said. The one who thinks she's crazy is the one who's really crazy. The mermaid laughed. Maybe she has her own reasons, but this is a matter of life and death. We have to unite and strike first, Ysher said. Lilith, Lilith, if Lilith, if Lilith, Lilith. Lilith, 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 Lilith. Lilith, Lilith, Lilith. Lilith, you're not the first person to pull me into the alliance. I've also rejected you many times. The mermaid shook her head and sighed. I've already moved the flowing water palace to the edge of the world, hiding in the trenches. Isn't my attitude obvious enough? Night Lion said faintly, you want to avoid the calamity, but can you avoid it? I heard that Daenerys came looking for you and the storm god. The mermaid raised her eyebrows. You guys are really well informed. You are now one of the 4 true gods in the world, and you are also the most powerful one. Who dares to ignore you? You are like the sun in the sky. Where can you hide? Ysher laughed. You called me an idiot back then, and now you call me the most powerful true god? Inami mocked. Choosing to become a true god is truly foolish. However, you are indeed the strongest true god. This is not contradictory. Inami sneered. If I listen to you now and help the alliance deal with Daenerys, then I'll be the stupidest heavenly god. Yes, the traitor Storm and I don't like Dany Lilith, but so what? If necessary, we will even help her deal with the Frost god, just like how we helped that bastard Lalo deal with Balerion back then. This has nothing to do with whether you like her or not. The fall of the world will not affect you much, but the true God who carries the world's law sea will be the first to suffer. Just like you said, there are only 4 true gods left in the world, and I am the most powerful one. You are the most powerful true god, but the one who carries the law sea is that one. Night Lion said, when that one falls, it will most likely be my turn. The mermaid said with a face full of misfortune. He hasn't fallen yet. He looks like an old piece of wood. The surface is shaking, but he can still hold on for a few more waves. Night Lion said. The mermaid waved her hand and said, forget it. As long as the world doesn't stop falling, he will not be able to hold on. The sooner he falls, the sooner I will take up the post. There is no way I don't even know this. If that's the case, then why are you still hiding at the edge of the world? Go out and help Dany rise. Night Lion said, as long as you don't mess around, she should be able to take on this wave by herself. Then she will become the God King, and you will lick her feet and be her loyal servant? What about your ideal of absolute freedom? Night Lion asked with a smile. She can't become the God King. The current world doesn't have the ability to give birth to a true god. The mermaid shook her head. Since she can't become a true god, how can she summon the sun? Why don't you join the alliance and help Lalo take back the Song of Fire and Song of Light and let him end this long night? You know, that guy is obsessed with saving the world. Night Lion suggested. Are you fooling the deviant ghosts? The deviant ghosts don't believe that you will give the Song of Fire to Lalo. The mermaid's golden eyes were full of sarcasm. Those ordinary demigods join the alliance to protect themselves, but an existence like you is used to staying in the easternmost dark world. How can Danny Rise hurt you? In the end, isn't it all for the first flame? Night Lion was silent for a moment and said, I won't hide it from you. I am indeed interested in Danny Rise's Song of Fire. But the crisis of life and death is definitely not an excuse I made up. This calamity is extraordinary. Even if you hide in the deep-sea trench, you won't be able to escape. If you don't have a sense of danger, you won't hide, right? He said meaningfully. This time, it was the mermaid's turn to be silent. After a long time, she still shook her head. Leave. I'm different from you. Don't play the sea god horn anymore. Before next summer, the flowing water palace will not appear in front of anyone. You will be my last visitor. You can't escape. Night Lion did not give up. Sigh, I've said it too clearly. It doesn't look good on everyone, the mermaid muttered and said calmly, You can't even beat Danny Rise's angel, Chizong. Asking me to join your alliance of justice, is it to learn from the Anti-Dragon Mother Alliance? If she came with her real body, you would have turned into ashes. You aren't her match, but there's no need to be ashamed because I probably can't beat her either. Even the children on the street know that you have to choose strong friends. If I join your Losers Alliance, will I feel safer? Nonsense. Look at you now. You're like a pitiful golden retriever forced into a corner by a male dog in heat. You're 10,000 times more pathetic than before you formed the alliance. I don't want to be the second you. Night Lion's eyes widened in anger. His fangs protruded and cut his lip. A few drops of blood flowed down the mane on his chin. Yes, when he did not activate his law domain, he was bleeding bright red blood. Although it's a difficult question, it's the truth. The mermaid shrugged and casually teased the mermaid in the bathtub. Night Lion barely suppressed the anger and murderous intent in his heart and said, Compared to Daenerys's Song of Light, which has the first fire attribute, my Song of Noon is a little inferior and can be restrained. If not, she might not be my match. If that's the case, why do you have to find me? There should be a lot of gods in the Alliance who are as powerful as you but not restrained by her, right? You're just an extra layer of insurance. Night Lion hesitated and said, We have a big plan. If you join us, I'll tell you. I promise, the plan is foolproof. Forget it, don't tell me. The mermaid waved her hand. If you have insurance, I'll have to take more risk. He pointed at the 31 wine pools outside the White Jade Square. Look, the god's wine bottle is still here. I'm drinking alone in the flowing water palace. Why? Inami is cautious all her life. She's not muddle-headed in the face of big things, the mermaid said proudly. Night Lion raised a middle finger in his heart and asked, You're not interested in Danny Rise's first fire at all? You know about my battle with her. The Law Master's song has an obvious suppressive effect on the chorus. You stole my blood witchcraft and combined the blood of the god's descendant to achieve the combination of two opposing laws, thus simulating the supreme law of ice and fire. The mermaid raised her hand to interrupt him and said, Don't slander me. I'm only using your idea. The method of simulating the song of ice and fire was created by myself after learning from old fish Liang Mu. No matter where you learned it from, your song of water and fire is the same as my song of light and darkness. It has a fatal flaw. When facing Danny Rise's Song of Fire, It will be suppressed to the point of imbalance, Night Lion said slowly. I know what you mean, but, the mermaid sighed in loneliness and said, I have two kinds of songs of law, the song of flood with turbid waves and the song of fire with roaring flames. They're both very rare choruses. That's true, but it doesn't mean that I don't have the chance to comprehend a more advanced main song. Now everyone knows that Danny Rise is old Fish Liang Mu's successor, but who knows that I'm the previous crown prince? In the last era, after old Fish bewitched me to become a true god, he secretly told me the reason. He predicted that he would die at the end of this era, and the next era would be the Lone River Mother Goddess' turn. There would be a vacancy in the Song of Wind and Water, and a true god would be needed to fill it. And my talent in the Song of Water is far stronger than those of the Lone River Mother Goddess. He wants me to inherit the Song of Water of the Lone River Mother Goddess. I went as well, and have been an apprentice under Lone River Mother. Before I killed the sea dragon and was stripped of my position as successor by Old Fish, I studied under Lone River Mother Goddess for 5,000 years. When she said this, the mermaid didn't have any regret, only a disappointed expression. Lone River Mother taught me for 5,000 years, and I still couldn't comprehend the Song of Water. Even if I took Danny Rise's Song of Fire and Bloodline, would I be able to master the power of the first flame like her? He said bitterly. Chapter 993. My talent in the Song of Fire is far inferior to the Song of Water. What's the use of getting Danny Rise's bloodline and the Song of Laws? The mermaid asked. You're depressed because you haven't comprehended the Song of Water in 5,000 years? Which one of us doesn't have billions of years of cultivation? Night Lion disagreed. How old is Danny Rise? The mermaid said impatiently. Her situation is special, or rather, humans are special. They have short lifespans and weak strength, but they are exceptionally talented in cultivation. If everyone thinks the same as you, Lalo would be ashamed to death, Night Lion said. Lalo can't represent the ancient gods. He's more special than Danny Rise. The mermaid waved her hand, her face full of disdain. Night Lion said, Lalo also has strengths that we can learn from. He's tenacious, never gives up, and can endure loneliness. You're a god and can live for countless years. If 5,000 years isn't enough, then 50,000, 500,000, 50 million years. Carry on Lalo's spirit of studying for billions of years. There will be a day when you succeed. The mermaid's mouth twitched and she shook her head. If you give me 50,000 years, I'm confident that I can comprehend the Song of Water. If you give me another 50 million years, I can sing the Song of Fire. But that's it. The Song of Laws has different levels of mastery. Instead of wasting billions of years on the highest level that might not be suitable for oneself, it's better to choose the correct path. Instead of spending 50 million years studying the Song of Fire, it's better to push my Song of Disaster to a higher level. What's suitable is the correct path. The songs of the four elements may seem high level, but they're all life-threatening things. It's not worth it. Your thinking is correct. What's most suitable for oneself is the best. But Danny Rise's Song of Fire is different. For that trace of the first flame, it's worth it even if you have to bet your entire future on it, Night Lion said. Worth my ass. The mermaid sneered. In order to snatch Danny Rise's bloodline and Song of Fire, I have to take a huge risk and fight her to the death. After surviving by a fluke, in order to fight for the spoils of war, we will fight to the death with you, our allies, who have ulterior motives. Even if I was lucky enough to survive, I would still have to deal with Long Night and Cold God who had lost their savior. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, would the next era last for 10,000 years? He hadn't even gotten used to the first flame before he had to prepare for the next world pendant. Would I be lucky enough to survive? Even if I managed to survive time and time again, where would I find 50 million years to study the Song of Fire? Night Lion sighed helplessly. If I can convince Lalo to hand over Serene's soul, will you join the righteous alliance? Are you threatening me? The mermaid suddenly stood up and floated in the air above the bathing pool. Her body was surrounded by a layer of transparent water, and a scarlet sea of fire was burning above her head. In the flowing palace below the throne, the people who were drinking and making merry immediately put down their wine bottles, and women picked up their weapons and glared at the Night Lion on the level 5 platform. A war could break out at any moment. Don't get too excited. Yishur took a few steps back and lowered his hands, making a gesture of not wanting to start a fight. This is just a temporary idea. Even Lalo might not agree. He smiled bitterly. Leave, I don't want to see you again, the mermaid said coldly. Night Lion sighed helplessly and returned to the sea under the lead of a mermaid soldier. Woo-woo. When Night Lion's breath completely disappeared, the mermaid took out a golden conch and blew it. In a moment, all the iron seed and murlocs in the flowing palace gathered under the throne. Rowers, let's leave this place, he ordered loudly. Inami's rowers took their positions and rowed the oars in their hands. The flowing palace was like a spaceship with countless tiny tentacles, turning into a stream of light and quickly disappearing into the depths of the trench. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. After the teaching team left Reese, they went to Volantis, Slave Bay, Queers, and were now in the Centaur underground city. After that, they went to the last stop in the western continent of Ursus, Raging Howl City by the Jade Sea, the city-state where the Dragon Queen's messenger Gigi was killed. In Volantis, Chizong and the others met war god Yuan Kai, who had returned from Slave Bay. After leaving Slave Bay, on the way to Volantis, War God led the captive army to fight a few battles. The Marteris people blocked the path of the traitors. The invasion of the demons in the land of long summer, the Volantis consul led the noble army to ambush outside the city. War God Yuan Kai won every battle, each time achieving great results at a very small price, completely proving that he was worthy of the title of War God. After leaving the Dragon Queen, I finally regained my confidence. When receiving Chizong and his disciples, War God sighed. After taking down the city outside the Black Wall of Volantis, the Dragon Queen appointed him as the governor of the West Army, assisting the West conquering General Clayan to govern Volantis. War God initially refused, but after returning to Volantis, he took the initiative to step down from his position as the commander of the captive army. But later, the Blackwell nobles refused to give up their rule over Volantis, sowing discord, causing the rebels in the outer city to split into several factions. For example, Zidon's mercenary faction, the captive faction, Little Doxim's small noble faction, the Waterside Widows merchant faction, and the returning Tiger Cloak army also formed their own faction. Little Doxim was Fat Faust's son. The fat merchant Faust Doxim, who helped the Gith people transport food in the early years, was captured by the Dragon Queen outside Astapor City, and became rich because of it. He was used as a scapegoat by Consul Dofas and Supreme Priest Bonello. After being chosen as a consul, he tried his best to convince the people that the long night is fake, the sun will rise soon, don't rush to buy resources, don't panic. In the end, when the long night came, his dream of being promoted to a Blackwell noble was shattered, and he was also torn apart by the angry people. The family business he accumulated through doing business with Slave Bay was also swallowed by the Blackwell nobles. Fortunately, his son Little Doxim had met the Dragon Queen a few times, and with this experience, he gained some reputation among the slaves and small nobles of Volantis. The rebel forces were scattered, and they were bought over by the Blackwell nobles, then defeated one by one, and suffered a few losses. Gradually, the Volantis people realized a terrifying fact. The food in the outer city was almost gone. We need a leader. Waterside Widow stood up and organized a high-level meeting. If this continues, we will all starve to death under the mockery of the Blackwell nobles. Invite the war god to come out. In the end, they found the Kaiyuan war god who had retired long ago. Because as long as he was not facing the Dragon Queen, he had always been invincible. I just want to enjoy the peaceful life of a normal person now, you can leave. At that time, the war god changed his name and married into a small merchant family in Volantis. When Zidane, Danzo, and the others found him, he was in the back alley, sitting on a small stool and picking shrimp lines. Our brothers need you, Zidane advised. My family needs me even more. You need to pick shrimp lines? Danzo was speechless. I caught the shrimps. The war god's face was full of hardships, and his hands were full of frostbite, but his smile was very happy and satisfied. But your father-in-law's family looks down on you and talks behind your back every day, the commander of the Tiger Cloak Army said. Thousands of Tiger Cloak Army soldiers returned to Volantis with the prisoners of war, and they had fought under the command of the war god, so they naturally respected him. It's okay, my wife is very good to me. It's just a normal person's life, and I enjoy it, the war god said frankly. But your wife is always looking for wild men outside, Zidane said hesitantly. The war god's expression froze, and he pounced on Zidane like a tiger. You dare slander my wife? Zidane hurriedly said, It's true, the neighbors all know, and they are hiding it from you. If you don't believe me, I can take you to them. A group of people took the war god to catch the adulterers. The war god's face was pale. Know your identity, I'm the master of this house. If I didn't take you in, you would have starved to death on the street. His wife only felt ashamed for a moment, and then became abnormally tough. I want to be alone, you guys go back. The war god's face was ashen. It shouldn't be, even if he had become a son-in-law, even if his wife was cold and noble, and didn't even let him touch her hand, she should still treat all men equally. Why did she have to steal men? The next day, 20,000 soldiers blocked the streets around the war god's house, knelt on one knee, and shouted in unison, War god, please come out. Thousands of Tiger Cloak Army soldiers also shouted, Tiger Commander, please come out. The war god's wife and father-in-law's family were stunned after that. The war god accepted the Dragon Queen's appointment and became the general of the Slavers Bay Army. The people who knew you best were often your enemies. The war god's understanding of the Dragon Queen and her policies surpassed most of the Slavers Bay officials. So, with his background as a slave owner, he skillfully carried out the slave liberation movement in Volantis, the long night production to save himself, and a series of things that the Dragon Queen had done and was doing in the past, and was doing now. When the dwarf first arrived in Volantis, he thought that he had arrived at Slavers Bay. After helping the war god take down the Black Wall, the message team finally arrived at Slavers Bay. Before leaving, the dwarf even brought along Cadillac's wife. He promised to let the attendants reunite with the couple. After resting in Slavers Bay for half a month, the message team went to Quarz. They bought a shop in Zaluona to build the Great Holy Church, and then went north to the underground city outside White Cloud City. This is a miraculous city. Qi Zong and the others were dazzled. The dragon worm tunnel had no end. The cave was as warm as summer, the ground and walls were covered in shining grass and fruits. Every vine, every leaf, every fruit was like a translucent fluorescent lamp, flickering with a faint radiance, colorful like a fairyland. Arya lightly touched the tomato on the side, asking curiously, What kind of plant is this? Why is it shining? It has nothing to do with the plant, it's because I'm working hard. A crisp and tender female voice replied. Then, within a few kilometers, the fluorescent light in the cave drew out a long, illusory line, converging in one place. Then, a small fairy appeared in front of Arya. The rest of the place became dark, the plants no longer emitting fluorescent light. My name is Little Radish Head, the gardener of this orchard. The little fairy said. The dwarf immediately understood. The little fairy was named after a vegetable, it was definitely a fire fairy. I can turn into light and enter the bodies of all plants, giving them the most appropriate light. Little Radish Head said proudly. Amazing! The dwarf sighed and then asked, How long can you work, and how large of an area can you take care of? This place is close to the crack in the Earth's crust. It emits fire elements all the time. I can absorb the fire elements emitted from the Earth's crust while providing sufficient light for the land within a 10-kilometer radius, 24 hours a day, never stopping. After saying that, Little Radish Head turned into a stream of light again, lighting up the long underground farm. A 10-kilometer radius, hundreds of thousands of acres. The master and disciples of the teaching team were stunned. What's there to be surprised about? If the crack in the Earth's crust is bigger, I can shine even brighter. I'm a little sun. Little Radish Head's voice came from the tomato. The dwarf was stunned. It seemed that it was normal for a little sun to shine within a few kilometers? The underground farm isn't that big, and if we're too far from the crack, we can't guarantee the temperature. Crops don't only need sunlight to grow, temperature and fertilizer are also important. Chui Luo shook his head. Chapter 994. The air in the dungeon was very good. It wasn't stuffy and turbid like the caves. Instead, the air was fresh. The breeze brought along the fragrance of fresh flowers, the sweetness of fruits, and the fragrance of green leaves. A few centaurs sang a ballad and drove a group of goat. They looked carefree as they walked past the small team. The centaurs drove the goats further away and disappeared among the fluorescent plant. It was a picturesque scene. Today, the ones who live the happiest are the centaurs. They are even happier and more at ease than they were before the long night. The dwarf said in a ridiculous tone. They are the citizens of King Cow, Dungeon Lord Chui Luo said matter-of-factly. Can Winterfell build an underground botanical garden? Arya asked expectantly. I've been to your family's tomb. It's too cold. Chui Luo shook his head. Look here, 200 meters underground. It's not affected by the cold outside. It's so warm. Winterfell's underground cellar is too shallow, and the area near the hot spring is too small. Unless the dragon worm goes over and digs another 100 meters. How many little elves are there? Do they produce enough food? The gnome asked curiously. Just 3 fire elves, centaurs, shepherds, and Calixi City's hair cologne. The underground manor mainly produces vegetables, fruits, beef, and mutton. We haven't planted high-yield crops, so it's not enough to feed everyone in the dungeon. However, the dungeon isn't a sealed city system. The fruits and vegetables we produce are enough to feed 2 million people in Slave Bay. Slave Bay also provides us with salted fish and kelp. You saw it before you came in. A group of workers is loading goods for the pterosaur. The dungeon alone and Slave Bay alone can't last long in the long night. However, if the two are combined, we don't have to worry about food for 10 years. Moreover, as Calixi's power grows, the Light Elves will grow as well. When Lightsong is perfected, the Light Elves' light intensity will increase by a few times. By then, we can plant wheat, corn, and other crops on a large scale. Perhaps the dungeon can last forever. Chui Luo was full of confidence, and his eyes were full of hope. Compared to the Westeros in the abyss of suffering, Slave Bay is like heaven, the hound sighed. The dwarf said helplessly, they've been prepared for this for a long time. They started stockpiling grain a few years ago. At that time, the Westeros were still in the midst of the rebellion of the 4 princes. Then, he raised another question. The pterosaur's efficiency in transporting goods is somewhat low. You only have 20 pterosaurs, so you can only transport 20 to 30 tons of goods each time. The efficiency is indeed low. Pterosaurs also consume a lot of meat. Chui Luo nodded helplessly. We're considering building a team of horses pulling sleds. We'll take the route of White Cloud City, Raza River, and Meereen. It's over 1,000 kilometers, the dwarf exclaimed. Follow the river. The river is not completely frozen yet. Walk 400 kilometers to Khaleesi City, and then load the goods. Chui Luo pondered and said, actually, Even if the river is completely frozen, it won't be much of a problem. They could build relay stations along the way and pass the information layer by layer, but it would just take more manpower. In the long night, there are still hundreds of thousands of centaurs who have nothing to do. After a night of drinking with the centaurs who had nothing to do, Tessa carried a ton of tomatoes and led the team to Horse King City in the north the next day. The reason why they took a detour to Horse King City was not to build the Temple of the Seven Gods and lay out the path of faith. The faith of the Horse God in Horse King City had already been reformed into the more advanced and civilized Pegasus religion. Pegasus was Megalosaurus, and the main god of Pegasus religion was Blackie. If the team went to Kor and built the Temple of the Seven Gods, they could create a more efficient path of faith from Dragonstone Island Pento's Kor Horse King City barren land. Yes, the Seven Gods and Blackie could borrow Pegasus Blackie's temple. However, Danny was worried that Black Goat would lead Kor's army to kill the team, so she took a detour to Kor City. It was very awkward. Chizong did not know that when he killed the goddess, Black Goat was also implicated, leaving only a set of dark green scale armor and a pair of golden goat horns. Chizong also picked up the spoils of war. He even gave the small scale armor to the dwarf as inner armor, and the golden goat horns to Arya as daggers because the horns contained dense death energy. However, the team did not know who the horns belonged to. Chizong knew that he had killed a few evil gods, but his attention was on Merthia at that time. Why would he care about a small fry? He thought that he had killed the goddess spirit. Of course, Black Goat was not a small fry. It was much more powerful than a spirit. If he was in Kor Temple, he would have dared to fight Lalo. However, Reese was not Kor, and he was not like Merthia, who had comprehended many songs of laws. When the Black Mountain Goat died, the Sea of Law did not even tremble, which was enough to explain the problem. That unlucky guy was very similar to Dragon Queen in the early days. He was very powerful, but his realm was lower. The Dragon Queen did not have a good relationship with the gods, so she was not well informed. She did not know that Black Goat was dead for the time being, so she did not change her itinerary. Except for Horse King City, the team's itinerary was predetermined in advance. When news of what happened to Kor Temple came, Danny might have guessed something. However, even if she knew that Black Goat had died, she would not let Chizong go to Kor. Pentos, Mir, Tylosai, and Reese were all city-states in the Narrow Sea. They were 400 kilometers away from the Westeros. No one in their right mind would dare to offend the Dragon Queen. Volantis had war gods and returned prisoners of war, so it was safe. The Kars royal family had long withered in the dragon flame. The real power had always been in the hands of merchants, and Zero was one of the 13 giants. Therefore, although the team seemed to be very active, they were actually very stable. Kor was different. The Dragon Queen did not have the ability to directly and quickly threaten it. If it was before the long night, the Khal King's 100,000 colossus were spread across the vast inland plains. If any city-state dared to not give them face, she would immediately fly into a rage. However, she could not do so now. The route after Kars was Raging Howl City, Thunder Island, and Barbarian Capital. They were all under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Queen's long arm. That's right. Pale skin, icy blue eyes. I am not sure if there was any light. At that time, we were holding torches. Perhaps there was a reflection in the eyes? However, that thing did not have any emotions. Just by looking at it, my soul almost froze. I feel that it is not a human. The dark-skinned middle-aged eunuch said in fear. As the long night fell, most of the foreign merchants in Horse King City chose to leave. The boundless east and west markets were covered in snow. No one cleaned them up. Other than the centaurs, there were only a few old people who had lived in the plains for their entire lives. They chose to wait for death here. According to the Khal King's orders, the Dash Karim also moved to the foot of the Goddess Mountain after the long night fell. They took wood, dug a cave, and built a brick bed. At this moment, the team came to the old priest's cave. They sat on the wide brick bed and questioned a Dosh Karim eunuch with a serious expression. This was because the eunuch seemed to have seen a deviant ghost. Deviant ghosts in Horse King City, how could this be? When the Dragon Queen received this terrible news, she immediately ordered the team to head north to Horse King City to investigate the matter. The old Dosh Karim, who could only pretend to be mysterious and rely on deceit, had already learned the Moon Singer meditation technique that the Dragon Queen had taught her. She had also successfully become a qualified Pegasus priest. She had established a faith link with the Pegasus, Big Black. This way, the old priest could communicate with the Dragonstone Island's magic net hub through the glass candle. Although she did not leave the house, and had been hiding in the desolate cave of Horse King City all this time, she was not completely ignorant of the outside world. When I heard Howell's description of strange people, I felt that something was wrong. Isn't this a deviant ghost? So I immediately sent a message to the Call King. I did not expect you to really come. The old woman sucked on the tomato with her toothless mouth while using her black eyes to scan the faces of the people in front of her. Tyrion twisted his neck uncomfortably and asked, "Is it strange that we are here? Kiki?" The old woman laughed strangely and asked, "If I dreamt of you sitting on the brick bed and talking to me before the deviant ghosts appeared, would you find it strange? Prophecy?" The dwarf's expression changed and asked again, "Then can you prophesy whether the strange people are deviant ghosts? Didn't the Call King send you here to investigate this matter?" The old woman sucked all the tomato juice but did not melt a single piece of tomato meat. She frowned and sighed, "The night is long and there is a shortage of food. We cannot waste it. Howl, take this and cook a bowl of tomato and fish soup." The black man Howl respectfully took the shriveled tomato that the old woman had sucked dry and left the guest room. Qi Zong and his disciples' faces were pale. Their stomachs were churning. They swore in their hearts that when they ate later, they would not touch anything other than roasted meat. But the old woman wiped her mouth and licked the juice off her hands. Then she sighed and said, "I haven't been able to sleep well recently. I keep dreaming of ice, snow, and a sea of fire. There are also countless people crying. This is an ominous sign. A great calamity is about to befall the continent. If deviant ghosts cross the sea and sneak into Horse King City, Ursos will be in real danger," Qi Zong said solemnly. "Where did you see the strange stranger? Were there any signs of theft at the cemetery?" Hound asked. "Just at the Womb Lake under Mother Goddess Mountain. There are only 3,000 to 4,000 people left in Horse King City. The cows and sheep have been slaughtered and stored. Fishing in the lake is enough to fill our stomachs." Howl met the strange person when he was chiseling the ice on the lake. The strange person only observed him for a while before retreating and disappearing into the snow. As for the cemetery, the old woman laughed strangely again. "Centaurs don't have a cemetery. After we die, we have to ride our blazing horses and rush to the night kingdom of the heavenly horse god." The preaching team stayed in Horse King City for a week. They were busy for a week, but they still couldn't find any traces of the strange person. They even hung the bodies of 2 old slaves who froze to death in the forest north of Womb Lake, but they didn't turn into zombies. Helpless, they could only continue west. But unexpectedly, the flowers they planted with the intention did not bloom, while the willow they planted with the intention did. Things unexpectedly took a turn for the better in Shamiliana. Arya, who was following Qi Zong amidst the cheering crowd, suddenly turned around and said with a trembling voice, "Uncle, is that you?" Just because she took an extra look at him in the crowd, she saw that unruly face through that ordinary face that didn't belong to him. The uncle's body also trembled. He closed his eyes and silently took a step back. His figure faded into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. "It really is you, Uncle Jaakorn?" Arya was shocked. "Your eyes." Chapter 995. The previous savior had many titles. The people of Westeros called him Yeser, Ahai, which was a more mainstream name. Around the Jade Sea, he was also known as Hail Cologne, Tal in the Barren Land, Nephron, Shadowhunter Edric, and a series of other names. As Hail Cologne, the savior had a group of descendants. They named their country after their ancestors and established the Hail Cologne descendant country. After 8,000 years, the Hail Cologne descendant country was only left with 3 cities with female governments. The city closest to Meereen was conquered by the Dragon Queen and renamed Raging Howl. Next to Horse King City, there was also a strategic city built between the sea and the cliff, Shamiliana. The mission team originally did not plan to go to Shamiliana. On the eve of leaving Horse King City, Dosh Karim suddenly received an invitation from the Shamiliana high priest. There shouldn't be any conspiracy. Horse King City and Shamiliana have always had a good relationship. Before the long night, there were female Red Jade warriors coming to the grasslands every year to make a living. Their high priest also stayed in Horse King City for 5 years when she was young. I was still Khaleesi at that time and had a good personal relationship with her. When she found out that I had become a priest of the Pegasus Church, she sent someone to send me a glass candle and told me to contact her more often. Hearing the old centaur's words, the message team decided to make a trip to Shamiliana. At the city gate, they unexpectedly met the venerable dragon. Yes, it was the old priest who claimed to have hatched Goldie. During her years in New Gith, she alone exterminated dozens of small and medium-sized nobles. After New Gith fell, she became a guerrilla on Jean Island for more than a year. Later, after the Battle of Meereen, the guerrillas lost all hope of turning the situation around. The nobles of Gith also gave up on the idea of hatching dragons. After destroying the dragon eggs, they prepared to settle the score with the venerable dragon. The venerable dragon was also very clever. Before the day of reckoning, she crossed the strait between Jean Island and New Gith Island overnight and surrendered to the Mother of Dragons guards. I have never done anything wrong to the Dragon Queen and Slave Bay. Facing the trial of General Hattar, the venerable dragon was not guilty at all. When the Dragon Queen found out about this, she could only pinch her nose and agree with her explanation. Then, she waved her hand and let her go. The old hag had killed more slave owners than any of the Queen's generals, but she had not harmed any of the Mother of Dragons guards. She had even done a meritorious deed. She was grateful to the Dragon Queen for releasing her kindness twice. The key point was that she was allowed to take away the reward paid by the Gith people. Therefore, the Dragon Granny proposed to let the preaching team come to Shamiliana to preach. Regardless of whether or not Chizong can survive in barren lands, at the very least, he has already reached Jade Seaside, slaughtering gods along the way. Even Goddess Myrtea was killed with a single palm. Just him alone is worth making friends with, not to mention that he's just a lackey of the Dragon Queen. The venerable father persuaded the people in power in the city. Actually, there was one thing that she did not say clearly. The descendants of Higher Cologne did not have their own ancestral gods. Since they could believe in the Eastern evil gods, why couldn't they believe in the 7 gods? The venerable father had secretly made a decision. When Master Chizong arrived, he would accompany him and seriously ask for the 7 Stars Bible. Then, he would be personally baptized by Chizong and become a glorious believer of the 7 gods. Finally, he would also apply to become the Archbishop of the newly built 7 Gods shrine in Shamiliana. She knew the details of the 7 Gods Church, but she just wanted to rely on the Dragon Queen and the Megalosaurus. The venerable father always believed that she had a special relationship with the Golden Dragon. Perhaps, becoming a priest of the Megalosaurus 7 Gods was her true destiny as the venerable father. The venerable father hatched dragons, and the venerable father believed in the Megalosaurus. It was too predestined. The welcoming ceremony was very grand. The Venerable Father led a group of red jade warriors to set up a formation outside the city. Qizong and the dwarf were invited to sit in the same carriage as the Venerable Father, while the remaining 3 disciples walked behind the group. Both sides of the street were crowded with onlookers. There were foreign merchants, local women with red jade inlaid on their faces, and the eunuch brothers of the red jade warriors. For every 100 males born in this race, only one would be kept for mating, and the rest would be castrated. Arya was walking around in boredom. Suddenly, she saw a person in the crowd that she would never forget. Although he had become her and was even wearing cosmetic contact lenses, she could still recognize that it was not her, but him. Uncle Jia Kun, Arya had just called out when he, who had disguised himself as her, shrank back and disappeared into the crowd. His eyes are emitting blue light. The death god meditation technique has gone berserk. Arya's expression changed drastically. Her body flashed and disappeared in front of the crowd. She did not turn invisible. Instead, 90% of her body had entered the world of death, leaving behind a gray shadow. This shadow was only 10% of her original size. Ah, are my eyes playing tricks on me? It seems like someone suddenly disappeared? It's that horse-faced lady. She disappeared? If it was before the long night, the crowd could still see a blurry and strange figure. But now, the sky was dark, and they could not see any traces of the shadow in the darkness. Arya's strange behavior quickly attracted Qizong's attention. After explaining to Shang Fu, he shouted "Mighty Heavenly Dragon" in front of everyone, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The tiles on the roof beams rustled and snow fell. "Mighty Heavenly Dragon, you live up to your name." Seeing Qizong disappear into the sky as fast as lightning, Shang Fu could not help but say to Prince Jin, "I've lived in the palace for a long time, and I've also heard of Master Qizong's deeds of subduing demons with the mighty heavenly dragon. Now, it seems that you live up to your reputation." The dwarf nodded awkwardly. At the same time, he was on guard and looked around cautiously, in case an evil god was trying to lure him away. On the other side, when Qizong found his female disciple in a remote alley, he saw her competing with an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman with a dagger. Arya held golden goat horns, while the other party used a pair of crystal daggers that were as thin as cicada wings. Ice sword. Qizong's expression changed. The daggers were blue like crystals, but they were surrounded by a circle of frozen mist. In essence, they were no different from the ice swords used by deviant ghosts. But the other party was clearly a living person. "Uncle Jia Kun, what happened? Why are you here?" Arya shouted sorrowfully while dealing with the other party's continuous attacks. "You betrayed the Black and White Academy. Now, everything that happens to the Faceless has nothing to do with you." The woman spoke with a man's voice. Her tone was as cold as an ice sword, smooth and without a trace of emotion. "Hey, evildoer, what is your relationship with deviant ghosts?" Qizong did not plan on watching his disciple reminisce with his old lover. With a shout, he could not help but strike out with his right palm. "Holy Mother, no!" Arya screamed. She moved to the side and stood between Qizong and Jia Kun. Qizong pulled back his palm in time, but Jia Kun attacked mercilessly. He took the opportunity to stab Arya's back and her neck. "Evil creature, you dare!" Qizong saw everything clearly. His eyes widened in anger. Separated from Arya, he used Wrath of the Heavenly Father. Borrowing 7 gods' big black soul force, he released a soul attack with a holy attribute, similar to a true dragon's roar. Jia Kun released a muffled groan. His hand slipped, cutting open 2 holes in Arya's crocodile god leather armor, revealing the iron chain armor inside. There was also a layer of light blue ice left at the holes. Arya had also escaped poverty and changed into a set of divine equipment. "Are you crazy? Why are you protecting this deviant ghost?" Qizong pulled Arya over and berated her. "This is someone I know. Moreover, I didn't even get to ask him clearly. If you kill him with a single palm, won't all clues be lost? Arya said. I know what I'm doing. I'm only going to injure him, not kill him, Chizong said. I don't believe you. Arya shook her head. She then went up to stop Jia Kuren, who was about to run away, fighting him again. When have I ever lied to anyone? Chizong said in embarrassment and anger. Tell me yourself, when have you ever left a survivor among your subordinates? Arya said. I wasn't familiar with the Holy Mother's divine palm before, but now I might be able to, Chizong said uncertainly. Perhaps? Arya chuckled coldly and said, if you want to help, then play support. Helpless, Chizong could only retract his palm and use Wrath of the Heavenly Father on Jia Kuan 3 times in a row. Arya took the opportunity to deliver 6 deep cuts on Jia Kuan's arms and thighs. Clang! The ice crystal dagger fell on the stone floor. Jia Kuan's body also swayed a few times, and then he was kicked into a trash pile in the corner by Arya. Then, she stepped on Jia Kuan's neck with her long leather boots and deftly removed a human skin mask. As expected, it was that familiar middle-aged man's face. Chizong's expression changed greatly. Damn it, it really is a faceless one. Uncle Jia Kuan, what's wrong? Looking at the man whose expression was as cold as the other ghouls, whose eyes radiated blue light like the other ghouls, Arya felt sorrow in her heart, her eyes turning red. Seeing her like this, a hint of sadness appeared in Jia Kuan's cold blue eyes. Arya, he called out softly, but it was as if he was using all of his strength. Veins popped out on his forehead and face, as if he was struggling against another consciousness. He still has his humanity. Chizong walked up in shock and bewilderment. He pressed his finger against Jia Kuan's cold forehead, continuously firing out Wrath of the Heavenly Father. Although Jia Kuan grunted repeatedly, his spirit's aura rapidly weakening, his eyes gradually came back to life. He gave Chizong a grateful look, and then said with a pained expression, "The Black and White Academy is finished. The Faceless have prayed to the Death God for thousands of years, and all the Death Gods in the world are worshipped by the Black and White Academy. The Faceless have long believed in the Death God and its power, and have also yearned for it for a long time, just like how a person yearns for rain after a long drought. Finally, the rain has come." The Faceless cheered. However, not long after, a certain someone discovered that there is a true Death God in the world, but he is not the God that a certain someone was looking forward to. Only the Frost God is the true Death God, because he can sing the complete song of death, the main song. Did you meet the Frost God? Chizong said in shock. Jia Kuan nodded lightly. Apart from Arya, there are only a handful of people in the Black and White Academy who can cultivate the Death God's scripture. A certain someone and the benevolent person have no talent. Thus, the benevolent person brought a certain someone to meet the Death God, the Frost God. In the underground palace, a certain someone knelt before his throne, offering the blood of a noble, while he used blood witchcraft to help a certain someone complete the baptism. Then, a certain someone easily condensed the fundamental runes of the Death God's meditation technique in his mind, and then his cultivation speed was even faster than Arya's. At that time, a certain someone was overjoyed, even believing that he was about to sing the song of death, that he had a chance to become the true Death God. You guys are too? Chizong was stunned. The Faceless person is too proud, too conceited, too arrogant. Jia Kuan sighed. Back then, a certain someone even asked the Death God if the Death God's scripture can cultivate the song of death, and it sat on the throne, looking down at the servant kneeling below, nodding lightly without any expression. A certain someone was overjoyed. Now that I think about it, a certain someone seemed to have overlooked the mockery in its eyes. All the Faceless people became like you? What are you doing here? Arya asked with a trembling voice. A certain someone summoned all the Faceless people in the world back to the Black and White Academy. Including the apprentices and retired old Faceless people, The Black and White Academy had a total of 587 faceless people sacrificed to the Death God, and then they all became his slaves. As the Death God's scripture realm increased rapidly, the faceless people's weak self-consciousness was quickly obliterated. A certain someone did not lose his thoughts, but he was completely unable to resist his orders. He had a certain someone spread across Ursos, moving around the city as a human, buying babies, stealing the corpses of powerful warriors. Chapter 996. Jia Kuan said faintly, buying infant slaves, collecting the corpses of powerful warriors. When the wind dies down a little, the mountains and rivers will be as cold as iron, the cold air will soar into the sky, and the entire city will be covered in ice armor. The master and disciple shuddered, looking at each other in shock. How long has this plan been going on? Qizong swallowed and said with a trembling voice. More than a year. Before the Great Wall collapsed, all of the faceless were scattered everywhere. For example, I stayed in Shamiliana for more than half a year, buying more than 5,000 boys and girls under the age of 1 from the slave traders and the poor, stealing and purchasing more than 20,000 corpses of powerful warriors. That's impossible. How could 5,000 babies be born in half a year? Also, why didn't father notice such a huge commotion? Qizong said in disbelief. Jia Kuan's soulless eyes glanced at Arya's right hand, which was holding a human skin mask. The night is long, the commoners have nothing to do, so they can only give birth at home, but the long night also makes their lives difficult. By selling their children to the slave traders as slaves, not only can the children survive, they can also get money to buy food, so why not? Shamiliana doesn't have 5,000 babies, but there are vast villages and small towns outside the city. Including the surrounding population, 10,000 babies is more than enough. A certain person has replaced more than 10 slave traders, openly searching for babies inside and outside the city, either sending them out to sea, or going up the stone path north to enter the Bone Mountain Range. Once I leave the city, I will kill the slave traders who are escorting the babies, turn them into living dead, and then pray to the cold god to turn all of the babies into little deviant ghosts. No one will suspect me if I change my identity and return to the city. Wait, you said baby boys and baby girls? Qi Zhang's expression changed, saying solemnly, even baby girls? Do you still not understand after seeing a certain person? Jia Kuan said bitterly, deviant ghosts are another type of human, new humans. They have thoughts, can communicate and can reproduce. Deviant ghosts might be transformed from humans, but the difference between humans and deviant ghosts is like God's descendants and humans, Arya said. Jia Kuan was stunned, saying, what a certain person wants to say is like humans and children of the forest. Arya said slowly, God's descendants are the world's main characters in the last era. God's descendants' bloodline degeneration, or interbreeding with humans, gradually evolving into the current humans. You? Jia Kuan stared at her. Her expression was as cold as before, but she was much more energetic and confident than when she was in Bravos. Her body was also more mature and cold. You've grown up. He sighed. Arya blushed. Qizong looked at the two of them suspiciously for a while, then said with a frown, I know that female deviant ghosts can reproduce with male deviant ghosts, but isn't it a little too early for that? I remembered that the three-eyed crow once said that the deviant ghosts would only reproduce on a large scale in the later part of the long night, when the situation was set. Naturally bred deviant ghosts are like civilians. They are not as powerful, efficient, and easy to command as the converted deviant ghost warriors. Female deviant ghosts and the natural deviant ghosts are weak, but they are not controlled by the deviant ghost king. Even if the deviant ghost king dies, they will continue to live. Someone guessed that the God of Frost plan would forcibly replace humans with deviant ghosts, Jia Kuan said. Arya sneered, will this plan work? Before the next generation of deviant ghosts are born, the long night will end. As she finished speaking, the smile on her face slowly disappeared. Could this long night really end quickly? Looking at Jiaquan, and then thinking that there were 587 Jiaquan active all over the world, and more than half a year had passed, she was not sure. Does the school of black and white really have 587 faceless? I have participated in the monthly gatherings of the faceless as a maid many times, and there were more than 20 people present each time, Arya said with a serious expression. Half of them are retired old people, and the remaining half are collecting information in various cities. The other half are high-level faceless that you can't see. They are often out on missions and are not in bravos, such as someone. So, how many people are left in the school of black and white? There were about 70 faceless who lived in bravos. Excluding the apprentices, the number was about right. However, Arya still had doubts. Does the school of black and white really allow the faceless to retire? In Dr. Wargrave's play, all the faceless who wanted to retire ended up in a miserable state. In Dr. Wargrave's play, once the ruthless faceless met true love, they would ignite the dying passion in their hearts. For love, for the child in their beloved wife's belly, they would secretly decide in their hearts, after finishing this job, I'll take you far away, and then the whole family would be reunited. Every time the faceless who carried out the mission of silencing a witness would say to the dying senior lying on the ground, once disloyal, never use. Today you betrayed the God of 1,000 faces for love. Tomorrow, will you reveal the secrets of the faceless to other forces for your family? The audience felt that this was too reasonable. The more reasonable the plot, the stronger the sense of immersion and reality. Then, while everyone watched with tears in their eyes, they hated the school of black and white more. Even Arya felt that this was very reasonable. Jiaquan sighed. Every faceless is the most powerful killer in the world, and some rarely die in missions. Therefore, there are many faceless who are still loyal to the school of black and white despite their age. It can't be said that Wargrave's play is wrong. There really are people who betray the school of black and white because of love. But how can there be so much love in the world? 99% of the faceless dedicate their lives to faith and don't love anyone at all. Years of faceless trainee education have long eliminated some people's ability to love others. When he said this, Uncle Jiaquan looked at the big lowly Arya with a complicated expression. Arya looked at him and seemed to understand something. Her heart was confused and sweet, and there was a bit of despair and bitterness. Zong inexplicably felt that he was unnecessary. Ahem. 2 coughs broke the picturesque scene. Jiaquan sighed inwardly and continued. When you're older, the risk factor will increase and the success rate of the mission will decrease. Many old people even get sick because of the long journey and die on the way. This is not good for the school of black and white. Therefore, when a faceless is in their 40s, as long as they feel that their limbs are inconvenient and their energy is not enough, they can voluntarily apply for retirement. Then the school of black and white will arrange for them to be the gatekeepers of the Iron Treasury, the Sea King's Palace, or the great noble families who believe in the God of 1,000 faces. Arya's mouth twitched. So, Bravos has lost a lot of old gatekeepers? Why didn't the nobles and the Sea King notice? Is the Sea King involved in this? When we arranged for the retired faceless to go to other cities, we didn't hide it from the Sea King and the great nobles. No one asked questions. The school of black and white doesn't need to explain anything to anyone. We did rope in a group of great nobles who believe in the God of 1,000 faces, but that doesn't include the Sea King. The Sea King is human, but we are not. Jiaquan looked sad. Someone saw a deviant ghost in Horse King City. Are they your companions? Zong asked in a low voice. All the faceless sent out will avoid Dragon Queen's sphere of influence to avoid alerting the enemy. If there are deviant ghosts in Horse King City, they must be passing by. Even if we encounter a sutra teaching team, we will avoid them. Your visit to Shamiliana this time is really unexpected. Someone planned to leave the city immediately, but you landed outside the city instead of going to the palace. When we met you on the way out of the city, Jia Kun stared at Arya again. I don't know why, but someone couldn't help but stop and look at her. I didn't expect her to discover my identity with just a glance. Perhaps this is fate. Arya's heart trembled. She muttered, fate seems to be too cruel. Cough cough. Qi Zong used all his strength to make his presence felt. Then, he squeezed Arya hard, causing her to fall to the ground. He supported Jia Kun's cold body and asked, did the faceless actions hide from the gods? Be as careful as possible. Move cautiously and avoid Dragon Queen's sphere of influence. This is the order given to me by the Frost God. I think it didn't ask me to avoid the gods if the gods really exist, Jia Kun said with some doubt. Although he was turned into a deviant ghost by the Frost God, his knowledge was still shallow. Well, among humans, Jia Kun was very knowledgeable. But in the supernatural realm, especially in the knowledge of gods, the faceless were much worse. The faceless were very similar to the Seven Gods Church of the past. They were both strict and powerful church organizations, but they didn't have any gods. Do you know the identity and location of the other faceless? Qi Zong asked again. No one in the Black and White Academy has all the information about the faceless. What about the benevolent person? He trains the faceless for the Black and White Academy. Arya asked. You've been in the Black and White Academy for many years. Have you seen a second apprentice? Jia Kun asked. In the faceless gathering, I've seen servants like me, but I don't know them, nor have I trained with them. Arya said thoughtfully. Jia Kun's eyes suddenly bulged. His eyeballs almost jumped out of their sockets. Veins popped out on his forehead and neck. He seemed to be in great pain. What's wrong? Arya was shocked. Master Qi Zong immediately reached out and tapped Jia Kun's forehead, using soul attacks in succession. While shattering the mutant will in the sea of consciousness, the handsome uncle's soul was also riddled with holes, bleeding from his 7 orifices. This doesn't solve the root of the problem. It even damaged his foundation. But now that he's a deviant ghost, his connection with Frost God can't be severed. The old cultivator was troubled. Jia Kun blinked a few times, squeezing out the blood in his eye sockets. He said weakly, hurry up and kill someone. Frost God has sensed someone's abnormality and is removing someone's control over the corpses. Killing someone now will kill at least 20,000 corpses. Master Qi Zong, hurry up and ask the Holy Mother to descend, Arya said anxiously. Qi Zong said awkwardly, for such a small matter, this isn't a small matter. Uncle Jia Kun can find at least a few dozen faceless. I'm afraid the Holy Mother can't do anything. Otherwise, the deviant ghosts would have been turned back into humans long ago. Qi Zong said helplessly. Arya was stunned. She muttered, at least try. Jia Kun struggled to sit up. His tone was urgent and solemn. Kill someone. All mortals will die one day. Arya, you know that death is never a punishment for someone, but the final destination. Arya blurted out, but now Frost God has become the god of 1,000 faces. If you die, your soul will also return to Frost God's embrace. Jia Kun's expression froze. From now on, all mortals will die one day, all mortals need to serve. This very pretentious catchphrase could no longer be repeated. Qi Zhang's expression changed. Arya, you are the death god. You can take his soul. Chapter 997. Arya, you are Stranger's wife. You can save him. Or, let me use Holy Mother Palm to free him completely. Qi Zong placed his right palm in front of his chest, ready to strike. Even a high-level law god who had comprehended 3 laws could be purified, so the puny other ghouls were naturally nothing. No, Arya hurriedly pulled him away, pulling his right hand. Let me do it. She sat down beside Jia Kun, and her soul left her body, turning into a black-robed woman that ordinary people couldn't see with their naked eyes. She held a giant death scythe, and with a whoosh, she entered Jia Kuan's consciousness. The next moment, she was about to swing the scythe. "How dare you!" A powerful will floated out of the void. Ice, nothingness, death, and darkness turned into 4 scythes that weighed 10,000 tons. They came from 4 directions, wanting to cut the Death God Girl into 8 pieces. Arya multitasked. Her physical body held a goat horn dagger and cut off Jia Kuan's head. For a moment, the 4 giant scythes were like a flood that had lost its source. Their momentum suddenly weakened. "You want to save him? Sure, a life for a life." The foreign will that remained in her consciousness turned into a burning red seal. In a split second, it was branded between the Death God Girl's brows. Under the cloak, the girl's pale horse-like face revealed pain and shock. Her meditation technique actually uncontrollably underwent some kind of change. It became more perfect and more compatible with the Death God's divinity. It even evolved the darkness and ice attributes from the power of death. However, her meditation foundation began to go out of control, no longer under her master's control. Arya immediately understood. If she didn't do anything, she would become the second Jia Kuan. What happened? Qi Zhang's voice seemed to come from beyond the sky. Arya looked around. The ice-blue space in her consciousness collapsed and dissipated. She returned to the gray and white world of death. On the tip of the scythe hung a naked man with half-long hair. The tip of the scythe pierced through his back and came out from his chest. His limbs and head drooped powerlessly. No blood flowed out from the wound, but ice-blue and darkness intertwined and devoured each other. With a thought from Arya, the pitch-black scythe cracked. With Jia Kuan's soul as the center, it transformed into a 30-centimeter-tall lantern. The wick of the lamp was Jia Kuan's soul. 7 or 8 long needles extended from the wall of the lamp and pierced through Jia Kuan's soul, burning a ball of ice-blue flame. After that, Arya's soul returned to her body. She was still holding an ice-blue lantern in her hand. Wherever the light shone, the air would condense into a light blue icy mist. When the mist landed on people's bodies, it would continuously absorb heat and vitality. It was like roasting a fire in reverse. Only when the frost power in his soul is completely burned away can he be sent to the stranger hell. Qi Zhang pondered. "There's something wrong with my sea of consciousness." Arya stroked her forehead and told her what had happened with a solemn expression. Qi Zhang looked at the corpse on the ground that was gradually melting into a ball of light blue ice water. He said with a frown, "Immediately establish a holy hall and carve a statue of the Holy Mother. Tonight we will pray to the Holy Mother." "Tell Dragon Queen first," Arya said. Qi Zhang nodded. Dany was also shocked when she received the news. This was not the script she had planned. The reason why she had taught my son Jia Kuan the Death God meditation technique was very simple: to destroy the Black and White House from its root. Did Dany hate the assassination and threat of the Faceless? Of course she did. However, she could not be like the main characters in the novels in her previous life, who were arrogant and shouted "die," before rushing to bravos and spitting dragon flames to burn the enemy's nest. The reason was simple. Those novels were all loners. They sacrificed to the heavens, the earth, and their parents. They had no brothers, friends, lovers, or children. They were all alone and had nothing to worry about. When they were unhappy, they immediately vented. Dany had a family and a business. She was afraid of revenge. Therefore, she chose to take revenge in a more secretive and vicious way. She bewitched the Faceless to cultivate the Death God's scripture. When the Black and White House became the umbrella company of the Song of Ice and Fire world, when Bravos became Raccoon City, even if the biohazard crisis did not happen, once the long night came and a group of ice zombies appeared in the Black and White House, what would the people of the world think? It did not matter if it was flour or lime, it would be poisonous white flour. Anyway, the scholars of the City of Knowledge would announce to the world that after years of unremitting efforts, They had finally found the cause of this long night. The Bravos people had found a few deviant ghosts in the land of eternal winter as early as 20 years ago. They had even captured a few of them and secretly studied them at home with the intention of developing a weapon of mass destruction that could rule the world. At that time, she would not need to do anything. The Faceless and Bravos people would be hated by everyone. Everyone's condemnation would end without a cause. Now, the biohazard crisis script that she had prepared for the Faceless and Bravos people was quietly rewritten by another famous director. Those goddamn idiots hid the deviant ghosts and really went to study them. Director Long, who had the script changed, was flustered and exasperated. It was like the Americans slandering a small country for hiding weapons of mass destruction before starting a war. Then, something embarrassing happened. When the war started and entered the white-hot stage, the other side really brought out a large number of weapons of mass destruction. This kind of blunder would not happen in reality because everyone knew that if you showed your weapons directly, the Americans would not dare to attack you. I finally understand why the Justice Alliance is so sure that there will be a large-scale ghoul rampage in the Urso continent. Dragon Queen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I'll be honest, I want to start the long night of the gods. Those deviant devils are not willing to support the Sea of Law. They are not willing to bear the responsibility of protecting the world as true gods. But they should not have used the future of the world as a bargaining chip in their battle with me. They should have watched coldly as the Frost God plotted against the various cities, and watched as humans unknowingly walked towards destruction. Are there no temples for them in the cities? Are there no believers among the humans? Especially that bastard Ar-Hro. To think that I thought highly of him and thought that he was more responsible than the other demon gods, but who would have thought? At this point, Danny's expression suddenly changed. Bran, do you think Lalo could be transferring assets? If Urso fell into hell, the temples of the red gods in the cities would be the first to bear the brunt. In the world, the red gods had the most temples and the largest number of priests. On the other hand, the Westeros, as the starting point of the epidemic, were slowly getting under control. Bran and the staff of the Door God did not answer. Bran? Danny called out again. Sorry, I went too far into the fog of fate and got lost. After a long while, Bran said tiredly. Lost? Danny had a strange expression. Don't worry about me, as long as you keep holding this weirwood, I will find my way back, Bran said. Danny nodded reluctantly and asked, You heard what I said before? Now I hear it. Bran sighed and said, Urso's fall is inevitable, there is no point in pursuing responsibility. In the end, you will still have to hold your nose and cooperate with Lalo and the other heavenly gods who are willing to fight the deviant ghost. I will not cooperate with them anymore, Danny said firmly. From today onwards, the they that represented the gods would forever be they in her mouth. They were no longer the great and holy gods, but a bunch of beasts. Even if some forces let the devils do whatever they want, even if they abandon the northeast continent, Urso is to the east of the Westeros, Bravos is to the north, even if they have ill intentions towards our army, even if they have countless reasons not to cooperate, but, Bran sighed helplessly and said, but only by uniting all forces against the deviant ghosts can the living win the final victory. You said this, everyone knows it, and it has formed a belief. You can't destroy the momentum you created, right? I want to announce it to the world, and let everyone know the true colors of the gods they worship. How do you think they will react? Danny sneered. The gods might give up on resisting the deviant ghosts after their faith crumbles. He might as well swallow his anger and let the gods work hard to fight for the destiny of being the savior of the world. When the long night is over, you can raise the butcher's knife and settle the score with them. Bran advised. No one is an idiot. Danny shook her head. I will immediately inform the major cities of Urso to strengthen their defenses and prepare for war. Even if I don't say it, the princes and grand dukes can guess what the gods have done. Bran said, although the rulers of the cities are helpless, They can only swallow it and not fall out with the gods. The two of them were right about the reactions of the major cities. In the morning, Arya met Uncle Jiakuan. Before noon, the Dragon Queen received the news and immediately sent a warning to all the Grand Dukes, princes and kings of Urso through messenger crows and glass candles. However, among the cities on the other side of the narrow sea, only the Sea Palace of Bravos was connected to the magic net center of Dragonstone Island. Yes, the Sea King and Dragonstone Island had discussed sending reinforcements to the King's Landing many times. No, this can't be true. Sea King Tormo's tall body seemed to have lost its backbone as it slumped weakly on the throne. It blankly glanced at the pale-faced ministers below and confirmed again. The kind people rejected the summons of the Sea Palace? They didn't reject the summons, but killed all the guards and messengers who entered the House of Black and White, the fat watchman Bisaro said in a trembling voice. The Sea King turned to the fat zebra man with a big head and a small face and asked in a trembling voice, "Master Zanza, do you know about this?" Zanza was the first Jahada of the Jujesnai people to complete the Great Unification, equivalent to Dani's Call King, so the zebra men liked to name their daughters with this name. Similar to the Westeros, the most repeated female name was Jenny. Master Zanza was the high priest of the Moon Singer Temple. Originally, if the Sea King wanted to see her, he would have to go to the temple in person, but this time the matter was too serious, and almost all the higher-ups of Bravos were gathered. Well, almost, but not all, because a tenth of the watchmen and professors were like the House of Black and White. After receiving the order, they refused to come to the Sea Palace. When the Faceless left Bravos en masse, I sensed a great crisis, and then I saw the truth in the prophecy. The old woman's thin, sallow face was full of guilt and sorrow. Why? Did the Moon Chanter Temple betray Bravos as well? The Iron Treasury, the House of Black and White, and the Moon Singer Temple are the three pillars of Bravos. What else do you want? What else are you not satisfied with? The tall, burly, and tenacious Sea King was howling in despair like a woman whose husband had died without leaving behind an heir. Chapter 998. Your Majesty, my lords, the Moon Chanter Temple is very prosperous in Bravos. We are very satisfied and grateful for the treatment we received today, but we don't have a big backer behind us. Zanya's eyes were filled with tears as he said with shame and sadness, "I wanted to inform your Majesty at first, but the next moment a bigger crisis came to my mind." What crisis? The Sea King suppressed his anger and said in surprise, "Did the Faceless from the School of Black and White threaten you?" The old woman with a big head and a dry face smiled bitterly. "How can the Faceless make me afraid? The crisis came from the gods and the Frost God. I discovered the secret of the School of Black and White through prophecy, and then the gods of the cities and the Frost God knew that I knew. They didn't want me to make it public immediately. In the prophecy, I saw the consequences of going against their will. Not only would I immediately meet with misfortune, but Bravos would also become the center of the zombie disaster." "Isn't the Frost God in the Westeros?" a doctor wondered. The old woman sighed. "Our world is like a leaky house. The Westeros are at the door, and the Frost God and the other ghosts are outside. The other ghosts enter the door from outside, and the Frost God can only enter the house when they occupy enough space in the house. At that time, the Frost God and the Dragon Queen will be like the other gods, running wild in our world. Before that, the Frost God can also have limited interference in the area of the house. Wherever the other ghosts go, it will be within the range of his interference. The most dangerous place is certainly in the Westeros, but there are also other ghosts in Bravos. If you had reported to the School of Black and White earlier, we would have eliminated the other ghosts immediately. Wouldn't we have cut off the Frost God's tentacles?" The Sea King said. "Yes, since the Frost God is still outside, why should we be afraid of his threats?" The Keykeeper and the City Doctor complained. "You don't understand. The old woman stomped her walking stick and said quickly, I saw the consequences of attacking the school of black and white in the prophecy. After the believers of the God of 1,000 faces die, their bodies will be sent to the school of black and white, where they will be skinned and stored in the tomb. The school of black and white is equivalent to the tomb of bravos. There are hundreds of faceless other ghosts and more than 100,000 corpses. Once the calamity of the living dead broke out, bravos would fall within half a day. Do you know what happened to Casterly Rock City and Port Lannister? Even with the all-knowing three-eyed crow and the godlike dragon queen, a city with a population of several 100,000 was turned into a ghost town overnight. Isn't Bravos also in a precarious situation now? Is it about to be overturned? The Sea King asked in despair. No. The old woman shook her head with a strange expression. Have you forgotten? The faceless ghosts of the school of black and white have long since left Bravos. They also took a large number of ghoul warriors with them. Everyone in the Ocean Palace had a strange look on their faces. The old woman shook her head and sighed. Of course, I'm not an ignorant person. How can Bravos remain unscathed after the fall of Ursos? But I don't have the ability to spread the news. The Moon Singers originated from the Jujesni grasslands and were priests of the Zebra tribe. Their history was shallow, and they did not have any powerful gods to rely on. Any fiend god could barge into the divine temple and kill me. If I pretend to be deaf and dumb, I can still protect myself. If I'm stubborn, the result will not change, but the priests of the divine temple and I will die with no flaws. The Sea King was puzzled. Bravos is open to every god. Why are the gods doing this to us? The sad thing is that the gods are not targeting us at all. They seem to be playing a bigger game of chess, the old woman said helplessly. What plan is more important than the safety of the entire Ursos? The Sea King could barely suppress his anger. His eyes were red and his face was full of resentment. I'm not a god, so I don't know much about the secrets of the gods. I don't dare to ask, but it must have something to do with the Dragon Queen. Either we ask the Dragon Queen, or we go to the Islands of the Gods and ask the priests of the major temples. After thinking for a moment, the old woman suggested, Your Majesty, I suggest you gather all the priests together and have an honest talk. Whether Bravos can survive the long night depends on the help of the gods. The Dragon Queen will not help us. Why? Although the Dragon Queen has disagreements with us, she is still a human. She cares more about the survival of mankind than the gods. Whether she is a savior or not, at least she has been dealing with the deviant. When she found out about the Faceless Deviants conspiracy, she warned us immediately. The Sea King was puzzled. The Dragon Queen dares not leave the Westeros. The gods obviously want to harm her. Look at what happened to the teaching team. Your Majesty and the other lords should understand. The old Moon Singer said. The Sea King sighed and arranged for the court and the nobles to go to the Islands of the Gods to invite the priests of the major temples. When Valeglia ruled the world, she captured slaves like crazy. Other than the Westeros, even the distant Jujesni grassland was the territory of the Dragon King's slave-catching team. The slaves came from different races and had different belief. Bravos was a city built by runaway slaves. Therefore, this city-state had the most liberal religious policy. The first generation of the Sea King even emptied an island in the center of the city to build temples for all the gods in the world. The powerful gods had temples, but more gods were forgotten by mankind. Only a small shrine was left, and countless other shrines were placed in the sanctuary, a big brick house covered in moss. The first to arrive was the Nos with black skin and golden eyes. Your Majesty, the Sea King, the god of harmony, never leaves Nos Island, nor does she participate in the disputes between the gods. I'm afraid she can't provide much help to Bravos. The Nos kowtowed. The Sea King also knew the style of the butterfly spirits in Nos Island, so he was not too regretful. He only asked, About the grudge between the gods and the Dragon Queen, can the god of harmony tell us a thing or two? The gods formed an organization called the Justice Alliance, claiming that the Dragon Queen is the king of the evil gods and will direct the long night of the gods at the end of the era. The Black Pinus said, "I know all of this. Is there any more secret information?" The Sea King asked. "Your Majesty, my lord has never sent down an oracle. The above information is what I heard from other monks when I was visiting the islands of the god." The Nos said helplessly. The Sea King waved his hand and told him to get lost. "Your Majesty, my lord was killed by Chizong. You have to help us." The second to come in was a black-robed old woman with a pungent smell mixed with various perfumes. As soon as she entered, she cried to the Sea King with snot and tears, "Priest Helen, the weeping lady has fallen?" The Sea King was surprised. "Your Majesty, the weeping lady is the goddess of Mirthea, just like the Holy Mother and the stranger of the seven gods. The weeping lady is the goddess of poison and death." The zebra man Zanza whispered. The weeping lady's image was an ugly old woman. It was a new clergy that the goddess had condensed in the last 1,000 years. It was still very far from the Song of Law and barely formed a clergy. Even the weeping lady can't beat Chizong. What can a mortal like me do? The Sea King waved his hand and the servant brought the old woman who had lost her deity away. "Your Majesty, my lord's statue cracked 2 months ago. He. Sob sob sob. My lord was killed by Chizong long ago." The olive-skinned Tyroshi man wailed. The corner of the Sea King's mouth twitched. "I heard that when Chizong stayed in Tyroshi, he accompanied the Grand Duke to the triangular tower to sacrifice 3 lambs? Chizong is the masked evil monk. His hypocrisy and shamelessness are known to the world." The priest of the 3-headed god cried. The Sea King waved his hand. "Bring the priest to the side hall for a drink and relax." "Your Majesty, my lord has fallen." The statue cracked. "I can't sense his existence at all." Sob sob sob. The barefooted eunuch with a hood over his eyes cried with a sharp voice. The Sea King was stupefied. Was he killed by Chizong too? "Maybe. I'm not sure," the eunuch said. The Sea King frowned. "The blind god Bosi worships extreme desires and seeks justice. You even gave up your names and genitals. Why did you kill Chizong too?" "I don't know." Sob sob sob. The Sea King waved his hand. The eunuch was brought away. Another white-haired old priest walked into the hall with tears streaming down his face. The old priest did not say anything. He only gestured with his hands with a sorrowful expression. Sigh. God Silence's statue cracked too? Or was he killed by Chizong? The Sea King held his forehead and sighed. God Silence was the god of silence. He also had a stone temple on the Islands of Gods. The old priest nodded in despair. Even if the god he believed in had fallen, he did not give up on the teachings that he had persevered his entire life. The old zebra woman sighed. "As long as it's a god that has fallen recently, there's no need to ask. They were all killed by Chizong's holy mother palm." The Sea King waved his hand. The next high priest entered the hall. Sob sob sob. "Your Majesty, please uphold justice for us. The silver-leafed golden tree in Zeline's garden has withered. My lord has fallen." Sob sob sob. Zeline was a god. His statue was 100-foot-long gilded tree covered in silver leaves. The Sea King rubbed his face. He said helplessly, "Call them all in." The palace steward received the order. Soon, more than 50 elderly priests were brought in from outside the palace. There were all kinds of priest robes, colorful and colorful. There were all kinds of skin colors, black, white, brown, and yellow. Men and women, with a mess of accents. The Sea King said, "Tell me, which temple's statue cracked, and then we can't sense the god." Sob sob sob. "My lord was killed by Chizong." Sob sob sob. "My lord's statue cracked a month ago." Chizong. It must be Chizong. My lord also lost contact a month and a half ago. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for us. Qizong is a scoundrel. He murdered my lord. We and him, in an instant the palace was in an uproar. Many priests wailed and complained about Qizong's viciousness. The Sea King's head swelled. He massaged his temples to get everyone to quiet down. Then, he changed his words. Bravos is in great trouble now. We need the help of the gods. May I ask the priests which of your gods is still alive and can be contacted immediately? A large group of people stood below. However, all of them kept their mouths shut. They blinked and looked around. The Sea King also widened his eyes in anticipation. He looked around the crowd one by one. For a moment, the palace fell into an awkward silence. Could it be that all the gods went to hunt Qizong, and were all slapped into ashes by the Holy Mother's palm? Zanza, the old moon singer, found it absurd, but at the same time, he felt an awkward sense of joy. The Moon Singer Temple, with its weak foundation, could finally dominate Bravos? Cough cough. Your Majesty, may I know why you want to contact my lord? After a long while, someone spoke. Chapter 999. The three foundations of Bravos were the Iron Treasury, the House of Black and White, and the Moon Singer Temple. The Iron Treasury and the House of Black and White lived up to their names, and the Moon Singer Temple was also heavily relied on by the Sea King. They had contributed greatly to the establishment and development of Bravos. In theory, the Moon Singer Temple was the head of all the temples on the Island of Gods, helping the Bravos government to control the supernatural world and the gods' faith. But the Moon Singer's foundation was too shallow. How long did the zebra people have? On the Island of Gods, any church of a certain scale had a longer history than the Moon Singer Temple. Most importantly, while others had the support of powerful gods, the Moon Singer Temple only had the incompetent Pale Moon Chu. Moreover, Pale Moon Chu was not from Jujesnai, nor was she a direct descendant of the Moon Singer Temple. Just like how Sansa had obtained the Moon Singer meditation technique from the dwarf, but she had no connection with the Moon Singer Temple. Now, the situation seemed to have reversed. The temple where the gods were killed by Qizong was far less powerful than the Moon Singer? Although it was a little awkward, the old zebra woman could not hide her strange joy. The old woman was surprised and happy, but the Sea King was completely shocked. Could it be that the gods of all the temples were killed by Qizong? Qizong is so terrifying. Just as he was thinking, an old priest standing in the corner of the crowd was embarrassed by the Sea King's stare. In fact, the Sea King only glanced at everyone and did not pay special attention to him. Your Majesty, may I know why you are looking for my master? The old priest in white shrunk his head and asked. The Sea King breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a god he could contact. Bravos is facing deviant ghosts, and we need to seek help from the gods, he said hurriedly. Hearing this, the old priest in white also breathed a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and promised, Your Majesty, don't worry. My master sent down an oracle to fight deviant ghosts a few years ago. We are willing to live and die with Bravos. A few years ago? The Sea King was shocked. You knew there were deviant ghosts in the House of Black and White a few years ago. Why didn't you say so earlier? The oracle to fight deviant ghosts was issued a few years ago. We only received the Holy Mother's warning about the faceless ones of the house turning into deviant ghosts this afternoon, the old priest in white explained quickly. Holy Mother? The Sea King carefully looked at the priest's white robe and finally saw a 7-pointed star the size of a baby's palm on his chest. Are you a cultivator from the outer realm, Saint Hall? The Sea King had a strange expression on his face. He looked at the group of priests around him and saw that they were all expressionless. However, their gazes on the white-robed cultivator in the corner were cold and vicious. At this moment, the Sea King gradually understood why he was the only one who stood out. There were many churches with living gods, but their priests were not sure if they could contact the Lord God immediately. On the other hand, as long as the archbishops of the 7 gods devoutly abstained from food and prayed, they would often be able to communicate with the Holy Mother to a limited extent. Perhaps it was an illusion caused by hunger, but they all believed that they had seen the Holy Mother. This was especially true for priests. They had received divine spells from the Holy Mother, and no one could refute them. Your Majesty, I believe in the 7 gods, but I'm also a Bravosi, the old monk said, feeling wronged. I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything else. The Sea King smiled awkwardly, and asked the old zebra woman beside the throne in a low voice, how should I address this priestess? Archbishop of the St. Hall, Priest Sterling. The old woman's lips moved, and her voice was almost inaudible. Your Majesty should have summoned him alone. Now that everyone is gathered together, if something were to happen, I've been neglecting the Church of the 7 God. The Sea King looked around and glanced at the chief swordsman who was hiding behind him, and whispered, when the priests leave the hall, arrange a few more guards for Bishop Sterling. Don't let him be killed. Yes, Your Majesty. The old zebra man's mouth twitched and whispered, Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. I'm not afraid of Bishop Sterling being killed, but I'm worried that he will kill the priests who are provoking him. Bishop Sterling is so fierce? They have the advantage in numbers. Or does he know the Holy Mother's palm? The Sea King was shocked. I'm not sure if he knows the Holy Mother's palm, but he definitely knows the Almighty Dragon of Heaven. The priests have lost their god and most of their supernatural powers. No matter how many of them there are, they won't be able to defeat Sterling, who is blessed by the Holy Mother. I heard that guy went to the King's Landing for further training, and studied under the Big Sparrow for 2 years with Chizong, the old woman whispered. So he's Chizong's junior. How fearsome! The Sea King exclaimed. Your Majesty? Seeing the Sea King on the throne whispering to the old woman beside him, and even looking at him, Sterling could not help but ask, Your Majesty, do you have any other orders? Oh, Bishop Sterling, I'm sorry. I've never heard of your name before, so I'm asking High Priest Zanza about you and the Saint Hall outside the realm. The Sea King laughed and said frankly. Sterling was not offended by this. The Saint Hall outside the realm was only a small temple on the Isle of Gods, and it was only for Westeros sailors to pray. It was normal that the Sea King was not familiar with it. Then, the Sea King told him about the message from the Dragon Queen, the changes in the School of Black and White, the crisis Braavos was facing, and even the plan of the gods to hide the Frost God from the mortal kings and believers. I've gathered all the priests to ask about the attitude of the gods behind you. The Sea King's expression became bleak, but his tone became stern. Braavos has specially allocated an island for the gods to build temples, and all the temples have always been exempt from taxes. It can be said that we have revered the churches for more than 1,000 years, and this is how the gods repay Braavos? Your Majesty, I only found out about this today. Your Majesty, our Lord did not leave any oracle related to this. Is there some misunderstanding? A group of priests hurriedly defended themselves. All of them were sincere and did not seem to be lying. They were indeed not lying. Why would the gods report to them what they were doing? I don't care what the gods knew before, or what they intend to do. The Sea King waved his hand, silencing the noisy crowd. I'm only asking now. Braavos is facing a great crisis. Do the gods have any suggestions? Your Majesty, our Lord has been killed by Chizong. Your Majesty, our Lord's statue has cracked. He's most likely dead. What suggestions can they have? Half of the priests in the crowd wailed again. The Sea King sighed helplessly. Priests of the dead gods, please wait in the side hall. Let me deal with the urgent matter at hand. The 20 or so priests left, wiping their tears. Before leaving, they even glared at Sterling with venomous eyes. Seeing that there were still 20 or so priests left, the Sea King was delighted, but also puzzled. Since the gods you worship were not killed by Chizong, Why did only Bishop Sterling come out? Your Majesty, I worship the Supreme Shepherd God, but she has never responded to me. So, I can't make decisions for her and provide help to Bravos, an honest middle-aged shepherd said. Seeing the Sea King's puzzled expression, the zebra priest immediately whispered, "The Supreme Shepherd God is the sheep god that the Lazars worship. Like the horse god of the centaurs and the 7 gods of the Undulls, they are all new gods and wooden god. Danny Rise and her Megalosaurus occupy the positions of the 7 gods and the horse god, but they look down on the sheep god. So, even if the Lazars join the big family of Slavers Bay and become the people of the Dragon Queen, there is still no real sheep god priest. So, it's considered lucky for an outsider to occupy the position of the main god?" The Sea King frowned. Counting the hundreds of shrines in the sanctuary, more than 90% of the gods on the Islands of Gods can't respond to their believers. Having a god to rely on is better than believing in a piece of wood. The old priest Zanzer looked at Sterling enviously and whispered, "Besides, the Dragon Queen is a good person. Her teachings are the most in line with human nature and the laws of the kingdom. There is not much conflict with the regime, and she has never asked for blood sacrifices." Before the Battle of Myrene, the supernatural world despised the 7 gods because they had believed in a piece of wood their whole life. Now, they did not even know that the main god's position had been replaced by a mortal. If someone told them the truth, they would punch them. Later, the Dragon Queen developed the priest system, and the supernatural's attitude changed for the first time. From contempt to jealousy, they were jealous of the priests of the 7 gods who gained practical benefit. Healing theurgy was a subversive reform in the supernatural world. It was like the Nokia era, when the iPhone suddenly appeared with an intelligent operating system. Until now, the priest system of the other churches remained unchanged and was still the old-fashioned beeper system. The priest system, however, was constantly updated and perfected day by day. It was already 13 years old. There were even many clergy options, such as Winged Dragon Paladin and Witcher Paladin. How could the supernatural not be envious and jealous? Of course, after the Dragon Queen resisted the Frost God by herself and stabilized the situation in the Westeros, and after Chizong went on a killing spree in the Ursos continent, the supernatural could no longer be jealous of the 7 gods. Instead, they were simply in awe and envy. Especially those temples that did not have a powerful god behind them, they could not wait to submit an application to the Dragon Queen. "Come and usurp my god's position." The name of the gods and their teachings could be changed at will. Just like now, after the sheep priest awkwardly retreated, a dozen priests came forward one after another to explain the situation. "We believe that the god we believe in is still alive, but he has never contacted us. We don't even know theurgy, so we can't help His Majesty the Sea King." In the end, there were only 9 priests left in the main hall. High Priest Robin, the Red God Temple, is the head of all the temples, and the Red God is also unparalleled. "Do you have any plans for Bravos?" The Sea King looked at the red-robed priest first. "Your Majesty, everyone knows about the Light King's attitude towards deviant ghosts, but now the priests and the Hand of Sacred Fire are in the Westeros, so I can't do anything," the red-robed old man said perfunctorily with a straight face. The Sea King furrowed his brows and said bluntly, "Priest Robin, the Red God Temple occupies the largest island in the Gods Archipelago. It has the most believers and the most magnificent temple. You've received so many benefits. Now that Bravos is in trouble, don't you have anything to say? All of us monks are willing to follow your orders." The old man bowed. "You can deal with the school of black and white?" The Sea King was angry and raised his voice. "What I want is His Majesty the Red God's position. The night is long, and there are dangers everywhere. Only my lord can save the world." Robin said emotionally. The Sea King said expectantly, "His Majesty the Red God will deal with the deviant ghosts in the school of black and white? The Light King is a god, and no mortal can interfere with what a god does." High Priest Robin's expression was firm, and his tone was sincere. I believe that the Light King has arranged everything, and he will do what is best for the whole world and the overall situation of fighting deviant ghosts. The Sea King was angry, but he did not dare to fly into a rage. He could only look at the next priest, the priest of the god of poverty. The old man with the patched hood bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I dare not lie to you. My lord has clearly joined the alliance of justice and order against Dragon Queen and Chizong, but my lord's position in the alliance of justice and order is not high, and he has to listen to the alliance leader's orders." Bishop Sterling glared at him. The Sea King sighed. The followers of the hooded walker were all poor, so they were called the god of poverty. Their divine power was not weak, but the old priest was not lying. In the alliance of justice and order, the god of poverty was not a big shot. He had to ask a priest of the alliance of justice and order. Chapter 1000. My lord, Moses and Sisiso have also joined the League of Justice. They don't want to be enemies with the Dragon Queen, but since all the gods have joined the League of Justice, my lord doesn't want to stand out, the priest of the Bridge Pier god said. Bravos was an enhanced version of Venice, with many bridges in the city. Every time a bridge was built, the two brothers, Moses and Sisiso, would be worshipped at the piers on both sides of the bridge. The priest of the weavers also said, "My lord stands aloof from worldly affairs and is only interested in building labyrinths. But the League of Justice is the general trend. He has no choice but to join." After that, another priest stood up and said that his god had no choice in the League of Justice, and what he wanted to do was up to the League of Justice. At this time, only 3 priests remained, representing the Red Bull Akuan, the Mermaid King, and the Pale Holy Child. They were all big shots. Your Majesty, the Great Mermaid King didn't join the League of Justice, but he has done his duty for Bravos. Since the long night, the priests of the Mermaid King Temple have not been idle, the graceful middle-aged woman said seriously. The Sea King nodded. The priests of the Mermaid King had joined the Purple Sail Fleet long ago, searching for icebergs in the narrow sea and the trembling sea to guard against the other ghosts crossing the sea in ice boat. Moreover, the Mermaid King Temple was not as grand as the Red God Temple, nor was it as noble as the Moon Singer Temple. It could be said that it was a very low-key and ordinary small church. Of course, one could tell who the Mermaid King was from the name. He was neither ordinary nor low-key. However, the Inami did not like this identity, because the teachings of the Mermaid King were too normal, too harmonious, and not in line with her nature and divinity. The iron seed, which was better than hard work, was her true love. However, the iron seed represented destruction, and natural disasters. It was not suitable to be a savior. The Inami did not expect to be a savior, but the long night was coming. She had to fulfill some of the duties of a true god. Therefore, the decent priests of the Mermaid King came into being. The other ghosts that hid under the Sam's ship used a large number of baker oysters to hide their breath to avoid the perception of the Inami. "How about I beg your Majesty the Mermaid King for help?" the Sea King asked sincerely. The Mermaid Priestess shook her head and said, "We are only responsible for the defense of the sea. The deviants on land belong to the Dragon Queen. This is the oracle of His Majesty the Mermaid King. In the end," she added, "between the Seven Gods Church and the Alliance of Justice, the Mermaid King priest will not be involved." The Sea King had no choice but to look at the next person, the war god Baccarin. Baccarin, also known as the Pale Child, was worshipped by the soldiers of Ursos. The reason why he became the god of war was not because of any earth-shattering, magnificent military exploits, or because he wrote a military book such as Kabbalan's 36 Stratagems. What was a soldier's greatest enemy? In this world, soldiers were most afraid of plagues. Even if they lost a battle, the nobles could ask their families to ransom them. The ordinary soldiers could either change their allegiance or be sold as slaves. There was no difference. But with the plague, the nobles were no different from ordinary people. They all had to die. It was said that the pale holy child was related to the most common and terrifying pale mare in the army. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, many plagues originated from the gods. For example, being exposed to true God-level water divine power for a long time would cause ordinary people to get grayscale disease. The radiation disease and deformed children in Valeglia originated from true God-level fire divine power. In the future, Dani would also encounter a plague caused by true God-level earth divine power. In fact, she had encountered it before, but she just didn't notice it. The plague of wind divine power did not appear, not because wind divine power was harmless to ordinary people, but because the inheritance of the wind god had never been broken, and the wind divine power had always been under control. Before the death of the mother of the Lone River, grayscale disease did not exist in the world. After the catastrophe of Valeglia, the land of long summer was cursed. Strictly speaking, the red mist of desire that exploded thousands of sausages in the square of Reese's palace that day was also a plague. Just like the crown and Ebola, they were both plagues, but different in their severity. High-energy divine power was not harmful. What was harmful was uncontrollable high-energy divine power. The pale holy child felt this and did the opposite. He deliberately studied a type of uncontrollable divine power, the Song of Plague. The soldiers worshipped the pale holy child not out of respect, but out of fear. It was the same as worshipping the god of plagues. Your Majesty, Sea King, my Lord Baccarin's divine power is unparalleled, and he is one of the leaders of the Alliance of Justice and Order. However, the matter of the deviant ghosts is decided by His Majesty Lalo and Night Lion, the old man in the five-colored priest robe said. The red-robed monk did not reply and only frowned. The Sea King sighed and looked at the last priest. King Akun also listens to the Light King and Night Lion? My Lord Akun did not join the Alliance of Justice and Order of the Gods. The Red Bull Akun's priest wore an ochre robe and a bull mask, and looked very unconventional. The Sea King did not have much hope, but after hearing this, he was immediately energized and asked, "How can King Akun help Bravos?" The Red Bull priest glanced at Sterling and the Red God priest Robin, and said, "It is not that my lord does not want to help Bravos deal with the deviant ghosts, but the root of the Red Bull Church is in the Jade Sea. The various cities in the Jade Sea are also the targets of the faceless deviant ghost. Just like the seven gods protect the Westeros, my Lord Akun also has his own hometown." The Sea King was stunned. He suddenly thought of a terrifying fact from the Red Bull priest's words. Even if the gods were willing to help the humans survive the long night calamity, they had to protect their hometown first. Bravos had only been established for 1,000 years, and was not the hometown of any gods. Bravos has worshipped the gods for 1,000 years, 1,000 years. How can we neglect the gods? The Sea King's voice was sad and angry. He was obviously dissatisfied with all the gods who were watching from the sidelines. The Red Bull priest thought that the Sea King was targeting him, and said, "Your Majesty, the Red Bull Akun temple only has 3 tiled houses and a big yard. Usually, the church only slaughters a white-haired heifer for activities. They even sacrifice once every 13 days, and the blood of the slaughtered heifer is given to the beggars to drink, and the meat is divided among the believers nearby. Bravos does not waste much of its wealth." The Sea King looked at the 2 high priests who consumed the most resources, the moon chanter Zanza and the red-robed monk Robin. One was not useful and the other was not useful. Then, he looked at the Bishop of the Seven Gods, Sterling, and could not help but feel a little envious. "Your Majesty, although my Lord Akun cannot come to Bravos, he can tell your Majesty the God's plan," the Red Bull priest suddenly said. "Please teach me." The Sea King's eyes lit up and he immediately said. This was one of the reasons why he summoned the high priests of the temples. The red-robed monk Robin's face changed slightly, and he looked at the Red Bull priest with a hint of warning. The Red Bull priest acted as if he did not see it, and said in a complicated tone, "At first, the gods did not realize that the Faceless One had collected the deviant ghost babies, and they did not know that the Faceless One was bold enough to attempt to obtain the secret of death by raising deviant ghosts. Well, Frost God is death." Later, the Faceless One obtained a meditation technique called Death Scripture, but it was difficult to get started. The Faceless One, who yearned for the power of death, became even crazier, and even took the initiative to sacrifice himself to Frost God and accept his transformation. In the end, a trace of Frost Gods will quietly descended on the little deviant ghost, and gradually the whole black-white school was in the palm of his hand. The Faceless One practiced the tampered death scripture and became a deviant ghost. At that time, the sun just went out, and even if the gods found the fierce fluctuations of the river of fate, they only thought that the long night was about to begin at the Great Wall of the northern region, and did not notice the changes in Bravos. Until the black-white school began to send out the faceless deviant ghosts. The movement was too big, and the gods finally noticed. But even if they warned the humans, it was too late, because the deviant ghosts had already dispersed. "At least it can minimize the losses," the Sea King said in a low voice. The Red Bull priest nodded and sighed. "It can reduce the losses of the humans, but it can't maximize the benefits of the gods." "Do the gods not want to end the long night?" the Sea King said in disbelief. "No, the gods basically want the long night to end as soon as possible, but they want to get something in the long night." "What is it?" "The destiny of a savior," the Red Bull priest said in a low voice. "Everyone knows about the conflict between the gods and the Dragon Queen. At present, the Dragon Queen is the most likely to end the long night, and then gain the admiration of the people and the favor of the will of the world. The gods are not interested in the admiration of the people, but they want to snatch the merit of saving the world bestowed by the world. The fall of the Ursos continent has two benefits for the gods. First, the Dragon Queen will save the Westeros, and the gods will save the rest of the world. When the long night ends, the gods will have more merit." The Sea King, the old zebra man, Sterling, and the others all opened their mouths wide, stunned. The red-robed monk Robin said darkly, "Bull priest, blasphemy against the gods is a sin that cannot be redeemed even with 10,000 deaths." The Red Bull priest smiled coldly. "This is the oracle of my master, Akuan. Even if Lalo comes personally, he will not be able to make me shut up." The Sea King narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Priest Robin, I would like to listen to Red Bull Akuan's teachings." The red-robed monk's face turned green and white. He glared at the bull priest and said no more. The bull-masked priest continued, "The second reason is more important. The whole world is suffering, and the whole world hopes for the sun to appear again. However, with the Dragon Queen's current realm, she cannot summon the sun in a short time. Therefore, she will bear the pressure of the whole world. The gods want her to be condemned by everyone, and die without a cause." This. The Sea King's face was filled with ridicule. "Why do they have to do this? Why do they have to do this? Chizong has killed so many gods, why do they have to do this? The battle of the gods is just this cruel." The Red Bull priest sighed. "How can she die without a cause?" Sterling asked anxiously. "Unless the Dragon Queen can chant the complete Song of Fire in a short period of time. Otherwise, when the long night ends and the sun is unable to be summoned, the entire human race and the entire world will force her to sacrifice herself to help the King of Light." This was the first time Sterling heard about helping the Light King, but he roughly understood what the priest meant. "The Dragon Queen cannot summon the sun, but she can ask the Holy Mother." "The Holy Mother is omnipotent," he said doubtfully. The bull priest's lips opened and closed a few times, but he stopped. This was because he suddenly recalled a story that was widely circulated on the Islands of Gods. One day, Sterling was chatting with a few warriors from other churches, and they mocked him for not even knowing that the Holy Mother's true identity was the Dragon Queen, so how could he be an archbishop? He immediately used the great mighty dragon of heaven, and broke the bones and tendons of the burly swordsman. You can ask the Holy Mother yourself. He did not feel that he was more resistant to beatings than the swordsman. Chapter 1001. After sending out the warning, the Dragon Queen gathered her officials to discuss how to deal with the coming catastrophe. Actually, there was only one topic: how to support the trading cities. Well, the question of whether or not to support them was not even considered. As long as Dany was not out of her mind, she would not refuse to help. Even the people of Braavos had been discussing how to support the King's Landing with their own rations. The Dragon Queen could not be less knowledgeable than them. Don't forget, half of the western continent of Ursos belonged to her. Slave Bay, Horse King City, and Queen's Corner were all in Ursos. Moreover, if Ursos fell, the Frost God would be able to occupy more of the heavenly axiom of the Song of Ice and Fire world. Not just the Westeros heavenly axiom, but the entire world. That was why Dany had to support the free trade city-state. The problem was how? After discussing with the officials of Dragonstone Island, Dany quickly came up with a preliminary decision. First, provide each city with enough atonement scrolls and dragon crystal weapons to ensure the fighting spirit and ability of the people of the city. Secondly, he would transfer some of the experienced volunteers from Westeros to the free trade city-states to serve as instructors for the city guards. Finally, select a group of priests of the Seven Gods who had mastered the Eye of Justice to guard the newly built churches in the cities. With the Eye of Justice, they would investigate the faceless people and other ghosts in the cities. Moon Singer Zanza was at least right about one thing. The Dragon Queen did not dare to personally help the city of Ursos. She was afraid of being stabbed in the back. It was not that the Westeros had higher moral integrity than the people of Ursos, but mainly because of their faith. In the Westeros, no matter how low the moral integrity of the nobles were, after all, they had been believers of the Seven Gods for their entire lives. Their values and morals were in line with the teachings of the Seven Gods, although most of the time, they did things that went against their own values. If the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms wanted to murder the Dragon Queen, it would definitely be for political reasons, and politics was the art of compromise. As long as the nobles did not lose their minds, they would not stab the Dragon Queen in the back when she was helping them defend the city. In most cases, they would be subdued by the Queen's charisma and power. In the past, even some of the lesser lords had looked down on the Mad King's daughter. Now, even the most stubborn Randall Tarley and Madame Stoneheart, who had lost her kindness, were convinced by her. But in the city-states of the Narrow Sea, other than political factors, what could influence the decisions of those in power was actually faith. Politics can be compromised, but faith is blind and resolute. Even if the Prince of Trade knew rationally that the Dragon Queen was helping them deal with the deviant ghosts and saving their city, once the gods intervened, reason and everything else would be replaced by faith. Believers were willing to sacrifice their own lives for the sake of their beliefs, so why would they care about their rationality? Care about the safety of the city? Therefore, if the Dragon Queen could overturn the seas and rivers in the Westeros, she would rather have two heads when she went to the free trade city-states. The other head would be on guard against the arrows from the back. She did not have two heads. That was why she didn't dare to rescue Ursus. Even if she couldn't do it herself, she would still provide great support to the free trade city-state. That afternoon, the Sea King was still having a meeting with the priests. Blackie led 30 pterosaurs to form the Sky Army, carrying millions of atonement scrolls and hundreds of tons of dragon crystal weapons. They started from Braavos and went all the way south, dropping supplies to the great cathedral in every city. Well, they weren't airdropped in the palace, but handed over to the 7 sacred halls in the city-states. When the supplies were airdropped, The messenger crows of Dragonstone Island had not yet flown to the palaces of the city-states. The next day, the combination of 2 priests and 2 holy knights began to descend on the great cathedral in each city-state. The priests preached, explaining the current dire situation to the people, as well as the appearance, characteristics, habits, weaknesses of the deviant ghosts. The holy knights recruited warriors to form the church's armed forces, publicly teaching combat skills against the deviant ghosts, providing free dragon crystal weapons, and arming the city guards. The whole of the western continent of Ursus was shocked by the news announced by the Dragon Queen. Before they could recover from the shock, they were shocked by her efficiency and generosity. So swift and decisive, as expected of the Dragon Queen. Before the meeting with the priests ended, the Sea King received the news that the Dragon Queen had airdropped supplies against the deviant ghost. While the Sea King was happy, he was also a little embarrassed. His work efficiency was too low. But soon Dani was embarrassed too. She hurriedly airdropped supplies, sent priests, and sent hundreds of Westeros volunteer knights after obtaining the consent of the princes of the city-states. The people of the city-states were in a state of panic. They were on alert in every alley, checking every house day and night, and soldiers were on guard both inside and outside the city. Her spiritual power was highly concentrated, and after half a month of torment, nothing happened, and not a single faceless deviant ghost was found. Of course, the princes and grand dukes of the city-states did not suspect that the Dragon Queen was lying, because the people of Braavos had already proven that the faceless deviant ghost incident was not a misunderstanding. The Sea King began to take action that day, piling up sandbags to encircle the House of Black and White, and throwing kerosene bombs to burn the House of Black and White. But as soon as Jia Kuan's identity was exposed, the Frost God sent a message to all the faceless deviant ghosts. At this time, there were not many deviant ghosts in the House of Black and White. The Sea King's attack on the House of Black and White seemed to have lit a fuse that broke the tacit understanding on the surface. The deviant ghosts then launched a tide of the living dead in the slums. There were also faceless disguised as assassins, madly assassinating the nobles, doctors, and key keepers in the city. More than a dozen nobles were wiped out, and even the Sea King was assassinated twice, and a chief swordsman died. Half a month had passed, and not only did the tide of corpses in Braavos not subside, but it was also slowly but surely spreading in all directions like moldy spots. Fortunately, Braavos was made up of many islands, and it was easier to divide the cataclysm area. What happened in Braavos clearly told everyone that the faceless deviant ghosts were real, and the Dragon Queen was not lying. After that, they found that the tombs of famous warriors inside and outside the city were empty, and a large number of babies were missing, which proved one thing. Their city was on the verge of crisis, and it might fall tomorrow, or their families might be torn apart by the corpses in the next moment. If terror came, they would numb their nerves and deal with it. But now, terror was hanging over their necks like a guillotine, and it could fall down at any moment. The terror became more and more terrifying, and it made people anxious. The princes, grand dukes, royalty, nobles, trade princes, freedmen, and slaves in the city-states were all in a state of anxiety and fear, and they began to frantically search for a way out. Then, a secret message from the Sea King's palace about the gods spread like a plague, quickly spreading through the major city-states of Ursos. 6,000 years ago, the mandate of heaven had predicted that Dani Rise would sacrifice herself to help Lalo end the long night quickly. Now, the Dragon Queen was afraid of death and resisted the mandate of heaven, but the gods insisted on the original track of fate. So, the two sides were in conflict, and countless creatures in the world were used as chess pieces to play a game of savior. Just as the Dragon Queen announced to the public, the gods knew that the faceless deviant ghosts were scattered in the cities, but they still pretended to be deaf and dumb, and did not care. It was because they wanted to fight for the title of savior, and they wanted to force the Dragon Queen to return to the path set by the mandate of heaven. Another week passed, and in front of the Pentos Holy Church, there was suddenly a group of civilians sitting quietly to show their power. They did not make a fuss, and they held up signs that said, "Obey the mandate of heaven, end the long night and quell the wrath of the gods," and with numb and hateful eyes, they stared at every monk and believer entering and leaving the holy church. When the Dragon Queen heard about this, she was more surprised than angry, and through the center of the magic net, she gathered all the holy church bishops in the free trade city-states for a meeting. There were many people in the Sea King's palace at that time, and when the Red Bull priest Nyoben revealed the secrets of the gods, everyone was very shocked, and they would definitely tell the people around them. Then the news spread, and everyone knew about it. Bishop Sterling said to the glass candles that were shining with milky white holy light. The cause of the incident was the mysterious news that the Red Bull priest exposed. However, the Red Bull priest did not encourage the people to force the Dragon Queen to sacrifice herself for others, and he only objectively explained the conflict between the Dragon Queen and the gods. After understanding the purpose of the gods, some people scolded the gods for being vicious, saying that they had worshipped them for thousands of years in vain, and since then they no longer believed in the gods that joined the alliance of justice. Even more people were pressured by the threat of the deviant ghosts, but they never dared to resent the gods, and only hoped that as a mortal, the Dragon Queen would consider the big picture, follow the will of heaven, sacrifice herself, and help the Red God. This way, they would be able to escape the calamity of the faceless deviant ghosts. There was more than one person with this idea, and even more than a group of people. Not only Pentos, I also heard similar rumors in Tylosai, and it seems that the Grand Duke of Tylosai is behind this. The Holy Church Bishop of Tylosai said worriedly. "I think we should take countermeasures. We can't let such rumors continue to spread." The Holy Church Bishop of Meyer said seriously. The Holy Church Bishop of Pentos said angrily, "Those people are crazy. His Majesty has always been at the forefront, fighting on the front line against the deviant ghosts. What is Lalo doing? What can he do? What are the gods doing? They know that the faceless deviant ghosts are spreading everywhere, but they don't report it, raising bandits for their own sake. Can such gods be trusted? Your Holiness, how about you cancel the Holy Church of Pentos and let me return to the King's Landing? I'm not afraid of sacrifice, but I really don't want to sacrifice myself for such a Pentos person." The Holy Church bishops were all furious, but as the person involved, the Dragon Queen wasn't too angry. It wasn't that she didn't have a temper. A long time ago, when Pale Moon Chu Nu came to turn herself in, she was told the Alliance of Justice's plan. To end the long night first, then use their power to pressure her, forcing her to bear the pressure of the entire world. At the time, she was already angry, but now it was just a prediction that became reality. Yep, it was a few years earlier than predicted. The gods originally planned to end the deviant ghost king by summoning the sun to force her. Who would have thought that the human's performance was even worse than what the gods predicted? Before the deviant ghost king was killed, they were already urging her to sacrifice herself for the big picture. If she really sacrificed herself, would Lalo be able to end the long night immediately? The Dragon Queen sighed and ordered the Holy Church bishops, "From today onwards, imitate the King's Landing Holy Church of Baylor, and transform your respective holy churches into castles. Try not to go out and preach as much as possible, and don't go door to distribute dragon crystal weapons and atonement scrolls. If they need them, let them go to the Holy Church to get them. Moreover, the atonement scrolls and weapons are no longer free. Even if it's only a copper coin, you have to pay for it. As for you, gather the true believers and stay in the Holy Church to recite scriptures, accumulate magic slots, and wait for the corpse tide." "Your Holiness, wouldn't this be too passive?" a bishop asked. The Dragon Queen warned seriously, "You have to understand one thing. The number one enemy of humans has always been the deviants. The gods are shallow and despicable, the civilians are cowardly and ignorant. Is the Church of the Seven Gods, the light of human civilization, as ignorant and shallow as them? In a split second, the Archbishop's blood surged, and their emotions surged. Yes, the civilians and the nobles are ignorant and cowardly, the gods are cunning and evil, only the 7 gods, only the disciples of the Church of the 7 gods, can truly save the world. Even if they walk alone in the long night, they have to be like Her Holiness the Pope, and maintain a pure and holy heart. As soon as she went offline, the Dragon Queen called Dr. Marwin, gnashing her teeth. I have unwillingness and resentment in my heart, I want revenge, I want to take the initiative to attack, help me contact Fat Sam. Chapter 1002. In the past few years, Sam's life had been pretty good. When he brought the female savage Jilly to the Old Town, he didn't want to stay in the City of Knowledge for long. Before leaving the Great Wall, the City of Knowledge could still be maintained. Sam didn't mind getting a necklace and becoming an official scholar. But after a long journey to the City of Knowledge, he realized that even in the Old Town, where the scholars were based, the scholars were no longer respected by the people. Not only did they lose their honor, they were also like rats, carefully hiding underground. At any moment, there was the danger of being assassinated by Faceless and being captured by bounty hunters and sent to the naked streets of the Holy Church. At that moment, the glorious image of the scholars in Sam's heart was shattered. After Sir Ace was killed by the doctor, he immediately prepared to bring Jilly back to his hometown. But not only did the doctor not let him go, he even added more responsibilities to him. The first person to kill a deviant ghost became the symbol of the City of Knowledge, the representative of the scholars. The deviant ghosts became an undeniable fact. The arrival of the Long Night proved how stupid the City of Knowledge's previous actions were. If the City of Knowledge wanted to save itself, it had to start with the reform of the leadership. The old scholars of the City of Knowledge had offended the Dragon Queen and lost their credibility in the hearts of the people and nobles of the 7 kingdoms. The doctor understood that if he wanted to save the City of Knowledge, he had to at least let the person at the helm of the City of Knowledge gain the recognition of the Dragon Queen. Then, he realized that there was no one more suitable than Sam Tully. Firstly, Sam was a noble, so it was easier for him to be accepted by the nobles. His identity as a night watchman and his experience in fighting deviant ghosts would also be liked by the people. Secondly, Sam was smart, studious, simple, and never lacked courage in crucial moments. In the 7 kingdoms, he was a rare talent. Among the apprentices of the City of Knowledge, he was a first-class talent. Lastly, Sam's relationship with the Dragon Queen was good. Thus, Sam was forced to stay in the City of Knowledge and was nurtured by the scholars as the young master of the City of Knowledge. When the Great Wall collapsed and deviant ghosts rampaged in the north, the doctor confessed to the people of the 7 kingdoms. I am guilty, I thought that the Long Night and deviant ghosts were stories made up by the northerners. I am guilty, I represented the City of Knowledge to bear all the responsibility of the scholars during the dance of the Blood Dragon. I am guilty, the ideal of the real world, of the City of Knowledge was too absurd. I am guilty. The doctor of the City of Knowledge admitted to 7 major crimes in total. Then, he went to the Starry Sanctuary next door to lose his hair and become a monk. The Starry Sanctuary did not simply allow him to lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. They also took him for a parade to atone for his sins. Since the old doctor voluntarily surrendered himself, Archbishop John left him a pair of underpants to cover his private parts. After parading through the streets, the old professor also served as an ascetic in the Holy Church. He was barefoot, dressed in linen clothes, given clean water and bread, given a wooden bed in a shack, and received 997 karma. The old professor resigned to atone for his sins, and Sam's life began. He became the fastest apprentice to be promoted to a bachelor, and then immediately advanced from a bachelor to a doctorate at a record-breaking speed. In less than a month, He became the youngest person in history to be elected as the head of doctorates in the City of Knowledge. When the Battle of King's Landing ended, his younger brother Dickon died in battle. His father joined the Sons of Warriors, and Fat Sam suddenly became the acting Earl of Horn Hill. When Danny participated in the Honey Wine River tournament, Dickon was already married. When he died in battle a few years later, he was already the father of 2 children. It was just that his son was too young to fulfill the responsibilities of an earl in the long night, so Uncle Sam temporarily took over the position of the city lord and earl. Before the deviant ghosts of the western region rushed into the riverbend, Sam was still reforming the City of Knowledge in the Old Town. Since then, the City of Knowledge had established a connection with Dragonstone Island. Every time Fatty encountered a major event, he would ask the Dragon Queen. When the Dragon Queen was not there, he would ask Dr. Malvern for advice. When the Dragon Queen formed a volunteer group in the riverbend, Fat Sam took the initiative to lead a large number of scholars upstream to the city with the most severe disaster. In his spare time, he opened a magic school, and in wartime, he fought against the ghouls on the city wall. When he retreated, he could teach and educate people, and when he advanced, he could kill the enemy. Unknowingly, the once cowardly and timid Fat Sam gradually grew into the heir that his father had always looked forward to. Well, even though Fat Sam had made a lot of progress now, Randall Tarley was still not satisfied with his only remaining son. Because Fat Sam, who shouldered the 2 great jobs of a night watchman and a scholar, actually had 3 illegitimate children with a female savage. His eldest son was raised on Dragonstone Island as the adopted son of Count Balin of Blackwater. His daughter had just turned 1 year old this year, and his 3rd son was still in the womb of Savage Jilly. He was 3 months old, and his gender was unknown. Scholars and night watchmen both had sacred vows to not marry and not have children. Now that the people of the 7 kingdoms knew that his son was an oathbreaker, how could the paladin commander not be angry? When the Dragon Queen held a great trial in the fairy city, Randall specially wrote a letter to the Queen, requesting that the Queen also put his oathbreaker son on trial. He even suggested that the Queen should treat Fat Sam like those blacklisted professors, and arrange for bounty hunters to arrest him. Even if they did not want him to be publicly exposed, they should at least force him to lose his hair and become a monk. Danny refused. Compared to the City of Knowledge's dragon-slaying plan, the War of the Usurpers, and the death of the Mad King, Sam's trivial matter was not qualified to be discussed in the Great Council. A case that even a county magistrate could decide. How could the Queen waste her time? Furthermore, Westeros had a total of 4 professions that required one to make sacred vows to not marry and not have children. They were scholar, white knight, monk, and night watchman. Fat Sam was already half of them. If he were to shave his head and become a monk, wouldn't it be an even worse crime? Sir Manager, Professor Marwyn of Dragonstone Island sent a letter. That evening, Fat Sam had just finished his magic class and was eating dinner with his wife, daughter, sister-in-law, nephew, mother, and sister when he heard Scholar Leo's voice from outside the door. Geographically, Horn Hill was located in the middle of the river. The Crimson Mountain Range divided the Monday River Plain in the north and the Honey Wine River Plain in the south. Horn Hill was built on the Crimson Mountain Range and guarded the important pass that connected the 2 plains. Therefore, Horn Hill was an important stronghold to stop the deviants from entering the Honey Wine River Plain. When the scholars went north to support the castles, Fat Sam naturally chose his hometown. Because of Fat Sam's identity as the City of Knowledge's manager, Horn Hill also became the headquarters of the anti-ghost scholars. Fat Sam smiled comfortingly at his family and climbed down from the wide bed. He put on his leather boots and walked out the door. There was a fireplace in the living room, but the hall was too empty. Fat Sam had just walked out of the warm side hall when he was chilled by the cold air. "What is it?" Sam asked on the way to the crow's nest. Leo shook his head. "I don't know either. Fat Sam did not have magic talent, so he had to go to the crow's nest to communicate with the glass candle. There was an unwritten rule in the Westeros nowadays that only the scholars who could activate the glass candle were qualified to manage the ravens. Compared to the traditional ravens, the glass candle communication was too fast and convenient. "Did you see Miss Margaret when you returned to the Old Town this time?" Sam rolled up his sleeves and walked on the snow in the courtyard. "She's not crazy." Leo exhaled a puff of white smoke and said directly. He was the one who bought Rosie's first knight, Leo Tyrell, nicknamed Lazy Leo. He was the junior of Black Girl Larissa and one of Marwyn's apprentices. In terms of seniority, Leo was Margaret's uncle. "That's scarier than being crazy." Sam's eyebrows showed a hint of worry. After the Battle of the 100 Teams, the situation in the Riverbend has stabilized and nothing major has happened in the past few months. However, we did not win the final victory. The temperature is dropping day by day, and the faceless deviants are causing trouble on the other side of the strait. You know that, right? The continent of Ursos is in danger and could collapse at any time. Therefore, the Riverbend must not be disturbed during this period of time. Don't worry. She may be restless, but the old man in the Old Town and Horace Redwyn are not fools. "Horace," Sam muttered. "I really hope that his father, Earl Pixter, is still alive. The Green Pavilion Island is a mess now. It's not serving the purpose of the Riverbend at all." Horace was the eldest son of Earl Pixter. He had a generous face full of freckles. His abilities were as mediocre as his look. In the early years, when Randall Tully was desperate for an heir, he had thought of sending Sam to the Green Pavilion Island to be his adopted son. Unfortunately, not everyone of the same age could become Robert and Ide. Horace not only failed to guide Sam in the good direction, but also bullied and humiliated him, making him even more autistic and cowardly. Not long after, the fatty returned to his hometown in tears, looking like a coward. No one would have thought that after growing up, the two of them would have completely opposite experiences. Fat Sam had won a lot of praise in the Riverbend over the past few years, while the smart and brave Horace was despised and cursed by all the Riverbend nobles. Horace's abilities are a little weak, but the chaos in the Green Pavilion Island can't be blamed on him. There were too many refugees. Leo was now Sam's follower, but he was in the same circle as Horace back then. Sam shook his head. Look at Taz Island. Its geographical environment and development are far inferior to the Green Pavilion Island, but it's thriving under Madame Sansa's rule. Not only does it accept the refugees from the Stormlands, but even the commoners and nobles in the royal territory and the River Bend can find a way to survive there. They organize the craftsmen to make glass and build glass shelters on a large scale. They arrange for the people to dig caves to live in or grow mushrooms. They form fleets to fish in the ocean and fish for kelp in the coastal waters. There are more than 600,000 people on the island. Everyone has a job and food to eat. It's well arranged. Look at the Green Pavilion Island. It only accepts less than 100,000 refugees, but it sends out letters every day to the River Bend nobles and the Dragon Queen for food and fleet. I've sent 10 scholars to help him, and the day before yesterday, he sent a letter asking for more scholars. He can't even copy Madame Sansa's homework? Leo could not refute. He could only sigh. Horace can be considered average, but the women in the Westeros are especially outstanding in recent years. If Horace marries Marjorie, I guarantee that he'll be able to take care of the Green Pavilion Island. Sam stopped in his tracks and turned to ask, "Whose idea is this?" Leo's eyes flashed. He probed, "Marjorie has this idea. Horace has always been in love with her, but the High Court Rose back then did not like him at all." "Does Horace know that she poops in public?" Sam was a little embarrassed. "Don't even talk about watching her shit. That guy is even willing to lick it for her," Leo said absent-mindedly. Sam felt disgusted. He frowned and asked, "Count Hathor agreed?" Leo said heavily, Marjorie's mother is his biological daughter. Under the premise that it doesn't endanger the Haythar family, of course he hopes that his granddaughter can have a good ending. You know Horace's character. He doesn't have the ability to covet the position of the High Court Lord. I'll help you ask Dr. Marwin, Sam said. He knew that Leo represented Tyrell's branch family and hoped that Marjorie could have a good home. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.